Soto Hajra sir, Honorable Dr. Dhiman Burman sir, Honorable Dr. Aninda Nayak, Honorable Shogot Ghosh sir to come to the stage to join us. And Dr. Somnath Hajra sir, I request you all to come to the stage to join us. Now, I will like to request my fellow classmates to felicitate our honorable guests with mangrove saplings. Thank you, sir. Now, I will request to respected Dr. Prijidhar Chakraborty sir, Swami Vivekananda Chairperson on Environment and Disaster Management, Head of Environment and Disaster Management Department, RKMVRI Narendrapur, to come to the stage to chair the session. Thank you, sir. It's over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. After a very marathon session yesterday, we'll have another marathon session today, even longer than that, starting at 9 and ending at 7 in the evening. So yesterday we discussed about the physiographic changes. We discussed about the hazards of the natures and the human vulnerability, socio-economic vulnerabilities that is creating cascading risk of disasters. Today, we look into the climate change and its impacts. Climate change has its impacts. The impacts are many. It is impacting on our agriculture. It is impacting on the fisheries, impacting on the mangroves. And it is also creating a slow onset effect, what is called, there are 8 different slow onset effects of climate change. And then I had the opportunity to be a panel member of the group, a member of the UNFCCC, and then subsequently came out with the publication, published the special issue. So there are 8 different effects, the 2 different effects which are immediate impacting out of these 8, impacting Sundarbans particularly. One is the sea level rise. And sea level rise is particular problematic because the level of sea level rise here, the level of the rise, it is higher than the other parts of the world. So because of various reasons. And then second is salinizations, because of the ingress of these salinization of the river, ingress of the saline water into the field, salinizing the soil, the subsoil, salinizing the groundwater, also to some extent the ponds, etc. And it is again impacting on the lives and the livelihood of the people. We have a very, very illustrious panel to discuss these issues. We will have a keynote address by Professor Sugata Hajra. Everybody knows him. He was the director of the School of Oceanography of Jadavpur University, who is collaborating with us for organizing this symposium. And he had been there for a long time, to undertake so many different studies on biophysical impacts of climate change and major ecological hotspots in West Bengal and Himalayan region and other regions in Andaman and Nicobar and etc. And he is a member of the Indian Antarctic expeditions for the year 96-97, and he has also been an expert member of the West Bengal Coastal Zone Management Authority, etc. So there is a long, uh, I'll not read the entire one. It will take time, so I kept it very short. And we have Dr. Dhiman Barman. He is the head and the principal scientist in soil science of the ICR Central Soil Salinity Research Institute in Canning. And he also doctorate degree in agricultural physics from the IARA, the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi. And since 1995, he has been engaged in research on various scientific positions in ICR institutions, etc. And he has done a lot of research on soil salinity. So welcome you, Dr. Dhiman Barman. We have Dr. Sumanta Kundu. He had agreed to come. He's a scientist at the Central Research Institute of Dryland Agriculture. In fact, but unfortunately, he's not here. But he has sent his presentation, and it will be presented by Dr. Anindya Nayak. So Dr. Kundu, in fact, he has purchased a ticket and all set to come, but there is a sudden, his father-in-law is in a very serious condition. He has been admitted in hospital in Hyderabad. So that's why he could not come. So he has deputed Dr. Anindya Nayak, Dr. Anindya Nayak. So he will be present. Huh? He's on his way. He's coming. He's coming. Okay. And then we have Dr. Somnath Hajra. He's a partner of the CLA Global Indus Value Consulting, and he is also a mentor of the International Institute for Environment and Development in London, and he focuses on climate change, loss, and damage research. So welcome, Dr. Hajra. And we have another scientist from the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute. They had to come. In fact, there is a major conference on Asian fisheries going on in Delhi. And that's why Dr. B.K. Das and others who had to come, they had agreed to come, but unfortunately, they are not coming. So, and then they deputed Dr. Vishwanath Das from Bhubaneswar, but he's again not well. He's typhoid, and I was told that yesterday he agreed to give us an online presentation, but today he's in the hospital. He's not able to come. So we have Dr. Swagat Ghosh. He's the head in charge of the subject matter specialist on fisheries in the in our Arapanch Center of the KVK. Dr. Swagat Ghosh, I welcome you here. So what we'll do is that in this session, we have 5 speakers. So we have 5 into 20 minutes. We have 100 minutes on their presentations, and we have remaining 20 minutes for the interaction session. So I'll now request Dr. Swagat Hajra to give his keynote address. So then we will be going down, and thereafter one speaker after another will come up on the dais for making their presentations. And then after all the presentations are over, then we would be again coming back here to face the questions from the audience. So I'll request every speaker to please limit their speech within 20 minutes because the time is very short, very limited.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning to all. I'll be discussing about the sea level change, and which is obviously is now accentuated or exacerbated by climate change. But there are other reasons of sea level rise also. And the impact on the delta. Both the topics are very little understood by the people. But we need to plan, as I was discussing in the morning, about the people, about the environment, without going in complete understanding about the subject. As you know, you have listened to the previous lectures, that Sundarbans Biosphere Reserve that I have shown in the map. এটা কোথায়? Lighter. Eta. You know, that is the Dampier-Hodges line, which actually demarcates the biosphere reserve of Sundarbans. There are 19 blocks, around 5 million people. Nowadays, we are not having our census, so we know 4.46 million people in 2011, but we don't have the 2021 data. Generally, with this rate of 17% per decadal growth, it comes around 5 million. So who will be impacted? It is difficult to know because we don't know who are there. So wetland of international importance. Regarding sea level, actually, that is the first thing that I took up in oceanographic studies from 2002, and I had to fight with battles like anything that the sea level in West Bengal is not rising at all. So it started with that. I just asked that why it is a very good governance that the sea level will not be rising. But anyway, in 2019, government of India took the time to decide that it is in West Bengal, the sea level is rising at the highest rate in India, that I was trying to shout with my little voice, that it is rising at the rate of 5.2 millimeter per year. And that is the highest. 2019, in answer by MOES to the Rajya Sabha, with the answer to our West Bengal MP's question. So this is 5.2 millimeter. With the Diamond Harbour data, you'll be very happy to know that Diamond Harbour has a very good record of sea level that is measured from tide gauges. So in the later phase in Diamond Harbour, we have automated tide gauges like we have in Holdia. But interestingly, in Shagor, that we have a tide gauge, it is a very indigenous kind, with bamboo sticks. And you can go and visit Shagor, that our port activities are controlled by tidal measurements of sea level measurement with bamboo sticks in 2025. And they've installed 13 tide gauges now, Survey of India, last year maybe. All are along Hooghly estuary, because a lot of climate scientists are there. We are also observing that the Hooghly estuary is not behaving as a Thakuran estuary, or it is not behaving as we observe in the Matla, or you go further east, the Hurinbanga estuary is not behaving similar to the tidal onset and flood tide and ebb tide timings are different, ranges are different, asymmetries are different. But we have not observed the sea level except in Diamond Harbour. And as it is a relative sea level rise, so the movement is affected by land. Chennai may be uplifted, West Bengal may be subsiding, my Holdia is getting uplifted, and Digha is getting uplifted, and a lot of dune fields you will see. Our delta is subsiding. You will not see any dune field here. We have not observed it. We have not measured the rise of the land and fall in this most climate sensitive delta. Unfortunate, but what else? Let us try with that, what we can do. So a lot of people are trying to say that, well, sometimes you are telling publishing data about that it's 3.14 millimeter per year in 2000, and now you are telling it is 5 millimeter. What is this? But measurement of relative sea level rise will vary in space and time. This is the first thing that we have to remember when we are discussing sea level. Sea level, not exactly the level that is uniform all over the world. Okay? The East Coast sea level is different from the West Coast sea level. It's better to understand that how we have measured our sea level. When? That is in 1901. That is the great trigonometric survey that we have measured. Calcutta is 7 meter. Okay. Narendrapur, Kamalgaji is 5.85 meter, whatever. From the sea level. Which sea level? Karachi sea level. Karachi biscuit you have tried in Hyderabad. But Karachi is not anymore in India. That is what we have done. We have shifted the Karachi sea level to Bombay. And we are measuring the height of our airports and cities, mega cities, with that Mumbai sea level. But the sea level is rising or changing, and the land is also moving up or down. Now you are in a fix that what is your altitude of the place? How high is Sundarban Island G plot or Ghoramara, or how do you measure it? This is unfortunately nobody is teaching us in the colleges or universities. Actually, nobody is addressing the crisis that if you don't have any scientific base, you cannot plan. What do you plan if you don't know the bathymetry of the rivers of the Sundarban? How much the surge will enter? What will be the height of the surge? How much area will be flooded? So with this ambiguity, I will start my lecture that I have just shown that 5.2 millimeter. I can sometimes say that, okay, it is 12. It is 12.1 millimeter if I consider the time period to the same place, 2003 to 14. But it can come down to 3.76 millimeter that we published in last time up to 2020. If we extend it to 2020, because we have a large astronomical tidal cycle also, that is also controlling the sea level in 18.6-year cycles. So we need to know the science, we have to need observations, we have to analyze to comment on the sea level. So as I was discussing that, you know that the multi-mission sea level trends are not same all over the world. It is higher in the east coast of these countries. Why? Any idea? Very simple. These sciences are simple. These are observed from Herodotus onwards. That the earth is moving. Is it rotating? If it rotates, so it is ocean, then there will be a setup on the east coast and moving away from the west coast. For that, you have upwelling in the west coast. Sorry, I'm looking like, again, doing an oceanography lecture. I should not. There will be more fishing in the west coast than in the east coast because of the upwelling and nutrient supply. So that is, with that mission, we have come to the sea level, which is absolute sea level. But that is not measured from land anymore. That is measured with lot of satellite data like altimetry. We have our own satellite altimeter called Sorol Altica, and they have JSON 1, JSON 2, JSON 3, and lot of satellite Topex, Poseidon. They are measuring their sea from the outside the earth. So that is a one good way. Only thing, you need a reference frame. That is called a geode, but that I'll take another 1.5 hours then if I have to explain that. So I'll not go into this. How do you measure by satellite altimetry? But you see that this satellite altimeter data is also affected by, I mean, temporal phenomena like, say, El Nino, that 2023, you can see a spike, increase in the sea level. Again, there will be cyclone and this will be temporal increase. So all these increase and decreases needs to be considered when I discuss the problem of Sundarban people, but because they will not listen. Is it measured with altimeter, or is it measured with Diamond Harbor tide gauge or the bamboo sticks from in Sagar? But they are drowned. The problem is that probably you have discussed yesterday. A lot of people will be there who will be telling, like when I told that the 2 islands have vanished from the Sundarban. Even from America, people came to say that this is not due to sea level rise. Because I was claiming these are the first climate refugees from India who had to leave their habitat permanently for sea level rise. So people tried to, no, this is port is there, Calcutta port. They have done some seawall and like that. Okay, fine. Or there is a movement of sheep that is eroding the island. So is there any relationship between sea level rise and erosion? So this is satellite altimetry data that we use for Altica. You can check this, and this is coming closely with our observation of about 5 millimeter. You can check this publication of 2018. So these are the values. Here we actually tried to see that whether sea level rise is actually impacting the loss of island areas, particularly in the sea facing island. This is again published. You can see it in Science of the Total Environment. That is 2 islands, Bhangadwani and what is that? Bulcheri. All tiger habitats, all with mangroves. So if we go on campaigning that we will plant mangrove saplings and try to fight sea level rise, don't think about that. Okay. It is good to plant mangrove saplings. It's very good for the ecosystem, very good for the carbon sequester. Don't think it also resists wave impact. But don't think that it will resist sea level rise. All these mangrove islands are getting eroded 30% eroded in the last 30 years with mangroves, with the increase and decrease of sea level in that particular area. As we could link the erosion, then I have a chance. Sorry, 15 minutes. I think I have some time. Do I? 5-7 minutes? Okay. So I thought that, okay, then a model can be developed which will predict how much mangroves will lose, say by 2030 with the sea level rise. How much people will be displaced? How many people will be displaced? I think it is very much needed for the planning. So this is the loss of island area that we observed. All these are island in last 20 years. Jambudip was 3.9 meter high. It is now 2.6. So there is a loss of 1.3 square kilometer. Square kilometer is a big thing. Now I can express this in hectare also. Bhangadwani was 30, but down to 19. All these are tiger habitat. So you are not actually concerned with the refugee tigers, aren't you? All social science, they don't consider refugees, tiger as refugees. But you have a problem there. What do you accommodate them? Because you have sandwiched them because of the advancing human population and advancing sea, one from the north and one from the south. But anyway, tigers don't vote, so you may not consider them. So this is a loss of the people who vote. So this is Dakshin Surendraganj, Sagar, Namkhana, Mousumi, Ghodamara, all sea-facing islands I have shown. Up to 2020. So these are hard data with satellite, this thing. I can overlay and I can show you that how many people are displaced in 20 years. Around 50,000 people. So when I talk from Jadavpur University, nobody listens. But when climate centrals publish maps like that, a lot of halla comes. Yeah, this is the inundation map by Climate Central. Entire part of Bangladesh, our Indian Sundarban and East Midnapur coast to Odisha is occasionally, time to time, mostly submerged by say 2050. If you want to know the details that whether my house will be submerged, because when I was discussing it in the Voice of America Bangla program, sea level rise and this, what will be the impact? So a person from Japan probably called me in a tele interview. And what will happen? Do I need to shift to the mountains? I'm living on the coast. Right? I just asked, how old are you? So I'm 80 years. You stay back. Don't move. So it is very slow. It is a millimeter scale. You should understand that these deltas are formed by increasing lands toward the sea, building lands toward the sea at a time when sea level was rising very fast. That is, after the Pleistocene glaciation, the sea level was 120 meter down. And in the last 10,000 years, that is we call Holocene, it has rapidly gone up to this level. And last 10,000 years, it is quite okay, more or less stabilized. The point is then how the deltas of the Holocene all over the world were built at the time of sea level rise. Isn't it like the great novel like Love in the Time of Cholera? The delta building at the time of sea level rise. Okay. There were a lot of sediment supply. How? Why there was more sediment supply? There was no dams, of course. And those proto-historic civilization people, they didn't know how to make dams. So there was no arresting of sediment. But actually, there was no monsoon also. The monsoon became stronger and our civilization flourished. A lot of sediment supplies were there, deltas were built. And the Sundarban surface was built by last 6 to 7,000 years. Okay, so what is the key factor for then delta building in spite of sea level rise? That is the supply of sediment. The sediment, if the rate of sediment supply is more than the rate of sea level rise, you have your delta moving towards the sea. That is happening in Bangladesh. There are plenty of 30,000 cubic of water from Brahmaputra. And with the sediment, they are going down and building that eastern Sundarban part. The western Sundarban part of their delta is suffering. They have 73% of their Sundarban forest with Heritaria Sundari tree, and ours is less than 4%. We don't have fresh water. We don't have sediments. India, Bongo Bongo, whatever you are telling, that these are all affected our society. The refugee influx from that side of that. But mostly it affected my water resource. And I think there are very few people now in India or in Bangladesh are concerned that we need an united management of the water resource. Otherwise, we are not going to save the Sundarbans or the tiger or the Heritaria fomes, whatever saplings that you have presented. Nothing will be there. So that is the world sea level trade. So this is the we publish that what will be the future of mangrove, and future of mangrove means future of Sundarban. These are the slopes and these topographic slope, dikes and everything we have plotted in our program called SLAM. This is a model that we run. Principal input layers or like this, and the sea level positions at different RCPs. You are familiar with the RCP, the term regional concentration pathway. That is our greenhouse gas emission, and we are not trying to put it down as we thought that COVID will finally help. Nothing helped. So now it is Gaza and everything. Now people are telling that, okay, we'll not adhere to the climate change treaty at all. There is no limit that where we can actually try to bring down global warming. So I think these will be obsolete concept now, but these are the three types of sea level: 1995, 2025, 55, 85. These are the values up to 0.7 meter in RCP 4.5, which is this is the most plausible pathway concentration pathway that we are following for Sundarbans and India. RCP 8.5 is actually we are trying to move towards the high sea level rise condition that will have a 1 meter, more than 1 meter sea level rise by melting of Antarctic glaciers and Greenland glaciers. And so the sea level will rise up by 2100 up to 1. So with this thing, we have run the scenarios of Sundarban mangroves. And you can see that this we have had two options. One option is that we'll continue protection of the human population with dikes, 2 to 5 meter high, different types of embankment is still protecting them from daily tides, high tide and low tide. If I remove them, they have to leave certain place if they want to stay. But the thing is that what I tried to draw your attention that this model is suggesting that from 2050, can you observe that the mangroves are trying to move northward? This will be very evident, particularly in the next scenario. But we have lost the islands of Sundarbans here in this scenario. We are losing now also. Gradually it will be lost. How many percent? What have I written? Say 30% by 2050 with 4.5 scenario. 52% if, because it is also concentrated with the accretion in the mangrove area. Say if it is a 3 millimeter accretion, then you have one scenario. If you can increase the accretion 6 millimeter, there's another scenario. So are you getting any direction that why we have to move? If you have to plan at this point of time, there is a one option is the managed realignment that in the morning we are talking about, that there will be a lot of movement of people might be necessary if I remove the embankments. So in this situation, if I remove the embankment, then by 2100 I lose 52% of the area because a lot of mangroves will be created in the northern end. You can see. And in this scenario, 6 millimeter, again the similar situation will be there, but we can actually in this scenario with managed retreat, that means allowing mangroves to move north, you can have a break even that by 2100 no loss of mangroves will be there, but then you need a 6 millimeter sedimentation. But with this 3 millimeter sedimentation and 2.5 millimeter of subsidence that we have measured, but you can measure by satellite data, SAR data, you can save, but not that in RCP 8.5 you cannot save. RCP 2.6 you can have a break even, but we are not going for RCP 2.6. What we are going for? So Anurag is there in front. So this we thought that what if I allow the river to make its own embankment? I remove it. Forget it. So we installed terracotta rings along Sarjelia Island, bank of Sarjelia. So it was gradually filled up by sediments, and dhani ghash or precarious started coming. And next, after 10 months, see the mangrove natural growth. So simultaneously, in the same situation, we could prove that sedimentation can be promoted. Assisted sedimentation, as just I was talking in the morning, the assisted migration. The migration is happening from Sundarban, but nobody is helping them. Everybody says migration is a taboo. It's bad, bad, bad. I am here by migration in Calcutta from Birbhum. So one option is this nature-based solution. That paper will come up very soon. Is a new effort that we're trying to do in the forest area, WWF India. Is a multi-tier seal traps installed in the buffer zone. People are quite excited after seeing our result of the experiment. How to save Sundarban. Or you can have another option, sorry, that probably you have read in the Nodi Bandhan kind of newspaper. Anurag may see now what things you can include in the Nodi Bandhan 2,500 crores. We have already placed it to, I think, World Bank or Asian Development Bank. And they've agreed. So there are 14 points that Twin Bhadro, who is my student now teaching in Adamas, they have identified that there are 14 points, but if we reconnect, the fresh water will come. It will decrease the salinity and increase the sedimentation here. Because the sedimentation we are arresting now is coming from the breakdown of the tidal prism from the sea. Because there is no fresh water coming in Sundarban. Hooghly is moving 100 kilometers away from mangroves. This can be the one option. That is Nodi Bandhan within the Sundarban Delta. Or this is the plan that I have given to Dr. Rudra and his team for high pressure committee formed after Amphan. But nobody accepted it, of course. Why they will accept? So these so far we have tried to protect the Sundarban from land side. Because our perception is the land. What I'm trying to suggest, you try to save the Sundarban from the seaside. So I suggested some submerged bars, submerged artificial reef. See in front of Sagar Island, in front of Kopipuri Temple, 300 meters away, below the low tide line. It can be made of, say, I think Bangalore, this can be made of concrete, but as being a person who is also interested about the ecology of the Sundarban, I may go for an artificial oyster reef as we tried in Kutubia in Bangladesh. Or we can have geojute, this kind of thing, so that the erosion material, whatever is coming from the Sagar in front of Kopilmuni temple, will be accumulated here in between, and gradually the mangroves will colonize. Just it was colonizing in James Bond. These are the areas that I suggested from Digha, but particularly you see Sagar and Bulcheri, G-plot. Here you will need artificial reefs from the seaside, because you will not be able to go to with the tigers will come and give labor for, I mean, construction of embankment. So you need to protect the forest now. Not that the forest is going to protect you. You have to also protect the forest. So that is the concept, change in the concept. Otherwise, you don't like this. But from every block by 2030 and 2050, this will be the population movement. At a paper in 2002, I suggested from different blocks of Sundarban, 70,000 people will move by 2030. 2020. More than those number of people have moved out permanently. Again, I'm suggesting that unless you do something, these are the number of people who had to move from different blocks. You can assist them by doing how to do safe migration and so on. So you have to choose between these four options that I have suggested. And thank you. And sorry for taking quite a long time, but it's a difficult thing. And I think I saved my time from tomorrow's discussion. It is.
Yeah, sure. I try to finish within 20 minutes. Good morning. So, till now we are listening a very interesting lecture by Professor Hazra regarding sea level rise. So, I'll be talking about the salinization. This is the one of the biggest problem for the livelihood of the people of the Sundarban, because Sundarban agriculture is the backbone for the Sundarban people, and but due to low productivity, maybe due to one of the reason of the salinizations, their poverty is very less. Poverty income is very less, and if you see that problems in terms of degradation of the soil and water, that is a critical input for the agriculture, is highly saline. And I'll try to explain you what is happening, how the salinization is uh, affecting the soils and the water, that and ultimately the agriculture. But I'll be concentrated more the fact rather than the technical means the agriculture technological part. So if you see the soils, it's generally occupying that is deltaic geomorphic positions, and mostly alluvial soils, and mostly orders it's insect salts because it's recently developed. And the texture of the soil, mostly it's a clay to silty clay loam, and some cases you will find the sandy and sandy loam soils. And major soil groups, two types of soils are available in the Sundarbans, mostly saline soil and the acid sulfate soil. Both are salt affected soil, but they are having the different characteristics and different management practices. And how we see that how the salinization is uh, means the major process of salinization of the soils in the Sundarbans. One is the embankment beaching, during that very cyclonic storm, it is generally happens. This is one of the picture of the island. The flood water is inundating the agricultural lands, and that is creating the salinity. This is one of the reason. And another, you see that the mean sea level of the particular many agricultural lands is below near sea level, or 1 to 2 meter below sea level, means within the sea level, means above the sea level, or some cases it's below sea level. So there may be chances of seepage of the river water, because most of the river, I'll show how the quality of the water in the rivers in the Sundarbans area, and most of the river water is carrying the saline water, and that is the seepage of the saline water from the river to the agricultural land is one of the process of salinization. And one of the more interesting thing is that we have different layers of water in the in the Sundarban area. One layer that is very near to surface is the parched water table that is highly saline. And due to that, during the summer season, due to evaporation, to capillarity rise, it is coming to the surface. That's why if you'll see that and that if you see, so how this is the one of the piezometer installed in the different locations. If you see, that is a periodically how the salinity in the piezometer is depicting that quality of the water of the parched water table. And particularly during summer season, you can see the salinity is high, but the and different location we have installed, very near freshwater resources, the salinity will be less, but and the river side or seaside, there is salinity is high. There are also impact of the nearby water resources in the parched water table. And I just want to show you, and this water, particularly summer, through evaporation coming to the soils, and that is creating the salinity in the soil. That's why the salinity problem is to face during the summer season. But in the Rabi, Kharif season or the monsoon season, there are not much effect of the salinity. There may be problems of other waterlogging problems. And nowadays we are using that dual EM probe, electromagnetic probe. It's a very though it's very costly instrument for salinization monitoring. Simultaneously, we can monitor the vertically and horizontally. A very rapid method of salinization measurement of the process. But we have tried that there is in the standardized in the this instrument for salinization, but it's a very rapid and very quick method of measuring salinity, and particularly very deeper layer also. And frequently you can, for survey purpose, you can use. But you see, just I like to show what is the salinity soil affected area in the Sundarbans. This is I'm showing the salinity map of the coastal West Bengal. And if you see that compared to, we have compared the data, particularly in Sundarban, we see that in 1973, it was around 73% of the agriculture land. We have not included the mangrove forests because we are dealing with agriculture lands only, agriculture aspect. So 73% land was under soil affected during 73, but with due course of time, that area of the salt affected area has been increased. From, it was 2015, our estimate was 78%, but now latest estimate is 85% of the agricultural land of the Indian Sundarban is affected by the salinity. And we can see the total area of West Bengal, it is 5,370 square kilometer is affected. And out of that, South Parganas having the highest area of salinization in the, that is comes under Sundarban area. And we also analyze that through satellite data, entire Ganges Delta, including our Sundarban and the Indian Bangladesh part of the Sundarban, the scenario you can see that there is also huge area, about 73% in West Bengal and 33% area of the entire Ganges, including India and Bangladesh, that comes under Sundarban also, is affected by salinity. And salinity is very high. And average, you can see 6 point, a normal soil is generally considered less than 4, this is 7 per meter. And this salinity, I was talking that it's summer to capillarity is coming to the surface. That's why the salinity problem is a very periodic. It's a salinity problem we generally face in the summer season, and during the other season, the monsoon season, due to high rainfall we have received in that area, the salinity is reducing. So depending on this variability or buildup of the soil, we have to follow the different management practice. That is my concern to show this periodical changes of the soil. If you see that just below layer of the soil, means different layers of the soil, just one of the example I've given that, and the different layers will find the different salinity problems, different, mostly the lower layer, if you see the salinity in the lower layer is very high compared to the surface. And because that parched water table that is very near to surface, that is one of the effect. But nutrient, if you see that soils of the Sundarban, in terms of the agriculture productivity, mostly the fertility status is low, and but having the very high reach of potassium and micronutrient content is good, except the zinc. Some area will find the zinc deficiency, and the availability of nitrogen, that phosphorus availability is varying. It's low to some cases also very high. But if you come the another soils, this is the pH map of this the coastal state of West Bengal, and it is showing, earlier I showed that salinity problem, and some area will find the low pH. That means that combination of the salinity and the pH indicates that there the presence of acid sulfate soil. Acid sulfate soil is having the problem of both acidity and sulfate soil. This is a typical picture where the acid sulfate soil is there. Their productivity is very, very low due to high acidity problem, salinity problem, having the other problems like the high toxicity of the iron and aluminum in the soils. And there is a deficiency of the phosphorus in the particularly acid sulfur soil compared to the saline soil. But saline soil there is no deficiency, but in the phosphorus acid sulfur soil they are having the fixing capacity. That's why phosphorus availability is very, very less to the agricultural plants. So this is the typical layer of different of the acid sulfate soil. If you see that pH is very, very low, and some cases there is organic content compared to the surface acid sulfate saline soil. Some cases it is high, and here is the problems of the other nutrient also. It's a, we need the different management practices for that acid sulfate soil and the saline soils. And another problem of salinization, you know, the adverse impact of the brackish water aquaculture. It's now in the Sundarban, in other coastal areas of the India, even our neighboring country, most of the farmers converting their land, agricultural land, to this so that one brackish water aquaculture. That is one of the reasons for the degradation of the water soils as well as the water quality. This is one of the picture I have shown that brackish water agriculture farm and adjoining area where the farmers were growing the rice, now it is not able, suitable due to seepage of the water. And periodically we have seen the different months how much salinity is developing in the nearby area. So this is one of the reasons of salinization. This is one of the anthropologic activities causing the degradation of the soils. And if you see that land use classification, just I am showing because if you see that compared to 75 to 2015, if you see that there is an increase of the aquaculture. That's been brackish water aquaculture, tremendously increasing. That now we have predicted for the 1947 also, 2047, there is a more increase of the, I'm not showing here, aquaculture land. So this is one of the constant for us for the agriculture productivity or the salination point of view of the soils and water. And Professor Hajra was saying that sea level rise. We have also analyzed that some of the based on the mean sea level database from the Permanent Service for Mean Sea Level, and that is also showing similarly in the around in Sundarbans around 3 to 7.4 8 million hectare millimeter per year. It is annual changes compared to the east coast or west coast. Some of the you can see that Mumbai and Cochin and Chennai compared to West Bengal sea level rise. That Professor Hajar already showed that on. I'll not go to this. Our analysis also showing the same because this is one of the concern for the salination of the water and agriculture land in the Sundarbans. And we also try to project the inundation area based on the RCP 8.5. It is showing that around 1300 kilometers of square kilometer area may be inundated during the 2070. And it is those who are analyzing this salinity and sea level rise, they are almost same trend is showing the Indian Sundarban area. And one of the example I am showing here, during the sea level rise or inundation of the sea water, the embankment beaching, there will be inundation of the sea water in the agriculture land. Just a cyclone Amplan, I have given one example how that in the deeper layer salinity is developing. One is that water is receded. If you see that in the below layer, means the below surface layer, deeper layer, there is not much salinity development. But where is it stagnation of the water? Water stagnation is the more salinity towards the deeper layers. This is most important for the agriculture management purpose. If the drainage condition is very good or the more rainfall area we have, there will be rapid means reclamation of the salinity water what is increased during the cyclone. It is one of the estimates that around 540 millimeter of rainfall which generally received in June and July is sufficient to reduce the salinity of the surface layer from 20 to 4. That is a permissible limit for the agriculture productivity. This is a good because we have received very high rainfall. So only thing is that there should be very good drainage conditions in the field. Then there will be not much problem during that ingression of the saline water. And now I'm coming to surface water salinity. How the surface water, whether it is suitable for our agriculture purpose or other purposes. If you see that this 2022-24, the Bali Island in the Sundarban, we have analyzed the different sources of the water from the pond, then the Nayanjali, that is, the Nayanjali drainage channel, sluice gate, river water. Just the upper layer, if you see, that salinity is very, very high, particularly in the Nayanjali, sluice gate, near sluice gate, or the river water, is not at all suitable for that agriculture purpose, or salinity is so high. But compared to the pond water, the rainwater harvesting is very good for the agriculture. But this indicating that this is one of the major, one of the best options for storing the rainwater or harvesting the rainwater in the farm or other locations for the using the dry season. We also try to analyze the river water different season throughout the Sundarban, different river systems. If you see that in the summer, salinity, we have also taken the data from the Ganges also, Hooghly River, that minimum in the summer you see 1.4, or maybe in the monsoon, Kharif season or Rabi season is less than 1. It is during the, this is from the river, Ganges water, but in other places is coming to the very high, in maximum 334 to, even in case of Rabi season 40%, 42 decimin per day. So it's showing that except the river, Hooghly River water, other river water is now not at all suitable for the agriculture purpose during the summer season or Rabi season, which is where the water is required for the agriculture purposes. And mostly we have seen that soil water salinity is higher in the south and southeastern part of the Sundarbans. River water in the south is having the high salinity compared to other parts of the country. This is recently we have analyzed the surface water quality in this rivers in the Sundarban. So we also try to analyze the how with the distance of the sea, how that nutrient quality or the salinity is affecting. You know that most of the rivers in the tidal fed. So we have seen that it's a very seasonal basis, like the earlier graph we have seen, and nutrient concentration we generally receive the higher during the monsoon due to the runoff water is coming to the river system. That's why the nutrient quality is concentration is high during the monsoon season compared to that. So this type of information we have collected because this is very useful information for the agricultural management practices. So keeping in view in the all, this is the most agriculture challenges soil and water point of view is that high water salinity or scarcity of water during the Rabi seasons, and along with the high salinity, this is show that salinity graph during the summer season is very high, but water logging depth of water that I have shown that in the summer season is less, but the monsoon season is a critical problem. We need some of the special management practices for that monsoon season because we received high rainfall and the elevation of the soils is less. So that's why there are more inundation of the. This is the critical challenges for that agriculture point of view. I'll not go for the management. Just I have to noted down some of the major points for the management of the soil and water, like the soil management, the crop management, go for the other different water integrated systems. So you can go and sustainable land management. We can go for the land transformation agriculture land to different land forms or conservation agriculture, something like that. So I'll not going to show. So I'm come to conclusion that soil and water characteristics which are we have analyzed in the Sundarban is temporarily variable in the Sundarban, and river and is, you know, that it's a tidal fed, and now that the river flow is coming down, means reducing from the Ganges, and that is creating the salinity problem because more water coming from that sea to the river system, and but there is a considerable management strategies also available. Only thing that we cannot manage the salinity, we cannot reduce the salinity, or you can not reclaim the saline soil in the Sundarban. We have to live with the salinity. Only we can go for the best management practice so the agriculture productivity and the income of the farmers will be increased. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please be very big. If you can do it in 10 minutes, we have lost much more time. Make it in 10 minutes very.
Movement this one forward, this backward, and this laser pointer.
From here?
Oh, sorry, anywhere you can point this laser pointer. You can do this. Once I will do this full screen.
Is this working? Yeah, fine.
Yes, yes. You can
Fine.
use this one.
Fine. Oh, it's fine.
So let me make it full screen.
Yeah. Agriculture, fisheries, salinity, these are separately covered. So you can. Exactly. I'm coming to the point because already we have used 1.5 hours with 2 presenters. So naturally, the last presenters will get less time. So this will happen here also. The same thing. So I'm not going with this already, but this should be, I have to show that what are the drivers of the key drivers. Normally, the climate change key drivers already have seen that temperature and precipitation are the major drivers. Here also the same thing, the temperature and the rainfall variability are the major driver. Already, our earlier speakers already told that the saltwater intrusion is the one of the major, and the coastal flooding and the river flooding also one of the major. So these are regarding the sea level rise. There are very various data we have seen, but I have taken only one data, which is ours. I know him very well. So that I have taken that 1.2 to 1.48 within 2000, 100, 2100 by 2100 we have to be there. So this will happen in that business as usual scenario. And the cyclonic activity is the frequency and the intensity of the tropical. These are the major drivers we have seen, and these drivers, how these drivers are impacting on economy, how these drivers impacting on social life, I'm showing you. So the impacting on human life. So we have given some categories: the overall scenario, population at risk, livelihood losses, and health issues. So I'm not going with the overall scenario. I'll let you know later on, because already you have understood that 800 meters of embankment are risk, and cyclone already have seen a lot of cyclone. We have seen Ayla, Amphan, Yash, already Bulbul, all are we have seen required. Okay. Is it fine? So already we have seen that population, major population, more than 1 million population are at risk. And regarding the livelihood loss, already you have seen that 51% of dependent on farming, and 45% of hillside fishermen already left their profession. That already you have seen. So already different data we have collected from the different scientific literature. And regarding health issues, still now, if you go to the Sundarban, you can see the mobile health van, or that health boat, that they are supported by some NGOs. So still they don't have the very good health facilities in their delta. So 40% are already you have seen that 40% children are underweight, and the 51% are malnutrition, suffering from malnutrition, and 64% women are anemic, and poor access to clean water and health water. Already you have seen the very poor access of clean water and health water. Already our earlier speaker already said that. So these are the key challenges we are facing due to during in Sundarban, impact on human life. Regarding the displacement, already Professor Hajra said that 1 million people will be displaced by 2050 due to rising sea level. And Professor Hajra also saying that migration is a very positive, because he also migrated. I also migrated from Bakura, but there are some issues. If the migration is a positive migration, that can be supported. If the migration is supported by some other person, that cannot be supported. If the migration is supported by some other person, that can be. I've done some research in 2022, that I have seen in Sandeskali, I have seen in Dhamakali, I have seen in Hingalgad, that people are supported by somebody else, the third party, or that third party take the girl or take the child to the brothels, and they sell it to the brothels, and that in that way human trafficking is increasing. In that way, the domestic labor, domestic labor is also increasing, and that increasing the modern slavery is also increasing. So in that way, and then migration trends, rural to urban migration, Kolkata to nearby towns, already we have seen in many studies, and we had done a good study from 2014 to 2018 mid. That study already found. I was a part of that study, and the PI and co-PI also here. Professor Tuhin Ghosh and Professor Hajra are also here, and we have seen a lot of data. We have collected a lot of data from there only. And population pressure is also increasing the population burden on cities. It's a normal phenomena. And waterborne disease, already somebody talked about the waterborne disease, that's cholera and diarrhea. So it is happening, and malnutrition, already I've talked about the data. And stress, yeah, mental state is very much increasing day by day. Mental stress, somebody is increasing, like over the 50% household are living in the uncertainty. Every day thinking about that, okay, so monsoon is coming, again the cyclone will come. So in that way, and the declining agriculture, declining fisheries. So what they will do? What normal livelihood options are? Major livelihood options are two livelihood. One is the fisheries. Second one is the agriculture. So these two livelihood options are there. So, and both are declining. So what they do? Now coming to the point of the economic impact. Sir told me that please come to the point. So I'm coming to the point only, the impact on agriculture, impact on economy. We have seen in 2019, that was the first paper and that was the last paper till now. So we have projected that 2050, that the GDP will decline by 12%. 12% is the average one, and the range is 8 to 6%. 8% is the business as usual scenario, and the 16% is the 20. If the 20%, 25% land will some parts, then that will happen. This is for Sundarban. Inaki Atto. I was the co-author of that paper. And agricultural output may drop by 17%, affecting the food security and employment, and the fishery industry also sinking, the job loss and economic downturn. So this will happen because and infrastructure damage. We have seen a lot of infrastructure damage, and that damage, what will happen? That damage, and that damage will give us that could account the 7% of GDP per capita loss by 2050. So that entire data taken by whatever we have received from our research in 2014 to 2018. Already agriculture already learned a lot, so I'm not going with this agricultural slide. Fisheries, already somebody will tell, I think, fishery. But I can tell one thing, that fisheries contribution also decreasing, that in the GDP. Regarding infrastructural damage loss, these are all data we have collected from different papers, different government data. So we have seen the cyclone, we have seen Bulbul, we have seen Ayla, but the major loss we have seen in Amphan. So that Amphan already government estimated 1.02 lakh crore, and and projected infrastructure damage. We have before Amphan, we have projected the infrastructure loss will be come around 7% GDP per capita. What will be the impact on the trade? Professor Hajra and other presenter already told that sedimentation is increasing. Okay, so how sedimentation will impact on the trade? The sea will not able to come. So that is happening, and the other case, that fishing is declining, agricultural activity is declining, so the entire trade activity is hampering. And the agricultural protected decline is 8% per GDP, and the fisheries will loss projected 1% per GDP, and the more than 51% population are dependent on agriculture, already I have told, and regarding 13%, out of that 13% on dependent on fisheries. What will happen in the decline in the revenue? I have not received the data on revenue on tourism, but I'm not able to collect. But we have seen that more than 1 lakh people are visiting every year, and that revenue decline up to 2015. I have the data, and I've seen the data is decreasing day by day, and decreasing just because of every year the cyclone is happening, and the people are not getting the charm of that Sundarban. And so government spending, already we know all those things, that already we have received 1,000 crore. I don't know how you have received or not, that was announced. And regarding Bulbul, 51 like 5 lakh houses are damaged, and all these are damage cost, and financial burden are increasing. And regarding monthly food allowance is insufficient, and the local person has to borrow money. That is the major thing. Local person has to borrow money. because they don't have food, they don't have any job. So when the person has to get the money, has to the middleman is coming, and that middleman is helping them due to some greater benefit, better benefit will get from them. What are the we have done? This is also we have what we have done in 2014 to 2018. That we have seen that ecosystem-based adaptation already taken. Still, I have just a few months back I was in Sagar, so I have seen that some of the companies already taken care of that mangrove plantation, and I have seen that CRISIL and some nationalized banks are giving money. And regarding sustainable agriculture, already introduced salt-tolerant crops. Regarding livelihood diversification, promotion of horticulture, aquaculture, and agroforestry is happening. And okay. So regarding, I think we have already session one on climate finance also. So I'm not talking about the climate finance. And regarding the disaster direction, already I think somebody will told or somebody will tell that. So regarding that cyclone shelter, flood shelter, and embankment, early warning system, post-disaster recovery is happening. Sustainable agriculture already we have learned, and mangrove restoration and that conservation part, we can see that regarding carbon sequestration is higher in Sundarban, and the community-based adaptation already regarding international funding. Regarding international funding, current government already we have received some NAFCC fund, and we have what are the limitation fund we have seen? The limitation of green climate fund, limitation of infrastructure. Okay. So the future projections, I think already done somebody. Already economics loss projection already done, and the recommendation is like already have told that diversification of local economy is required, and the climate resilient infrastructure is required. Global funding is should be there, and regarding on that climate resilience, and private sector already have told, and regarding that NGO-led WWF is there. I think since 1970, Anuragda is here. And regarding disaster and resilience, rehabilitation, Red Cross, Seed India, ActionAid, we have seen. Regarding the training programs, Pradhan and CSC is doing, and some other local NGOs are doing sustainable fisheries and aquaculture projects. So educational campaign and local adaptation. Some of the climate success, adaptation success, we can show that cyclone shelter, we have seen some in some places, we have seen some, okay. Okay, so my motto is to present this paper just because where we are now, what to do, and how we can stronger collaboration and stronger protection will, if we do some collaborative effort, then we can protect better Sundarban. That is the message for this presentation.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all. And respected chairman and co-chairs of these sessions. I, on behalf of Dr. Sumanto Kundo, I'll present his slide, impact of climate change on agriculture in Sundarban area. already the climate change in India already covered by the other dignitaries here. They have presented here already. You have already known the temperature rises, sea level rises, all the things are there. I am not going to this slide. And also the heat waves during last in this last year 2024 was the world warmest year since record began in 1850. And the 2022 India heat wave impacted key geographies of wheat production in northwest and central India also. Due to this heat wave, already agriculture production, just like wheat production, has been drastically 4.5% has been fallen. For these reasons, the climate change projection and likely reduction in the yields of the major crops in India, the modeling approach just like that, rainfed rice yield will be decreased 20% in 2050 and 47% in 2080 scenario. And irrigated rice yields by 3.5% will be decreased in 2050 and 5% in 2080 scenario. And wheat yield by 19.3% in 2050 and 40% in 2080 scenario. And kharif maize yields will be decreased 18 to 23% in 2050 and 2080 scenario. And come to the Sundarban area. This is the climatic vulnerable zonation map of Indian Sundarban area. And these slides already are denoted. The red portion is the high risk zone, and the other are faded red portion zone is the moderate risk zone, and the already faded zone is the low risk zone, and the green coloration is the mangrove forest area. The climate vulnerability in Sundarban already some speakers have told there is rising the sea level, and due to this sea level rises, submergence of land and increase the soil salinity also, and loss of agricultural land and freshwater sources. Increased salinity, that causes the saltwater intrusion due to the rising of sea level and reduce the freshwater flow from rivers, because freshwater flow from the rivers during the time of monsoon, it is already the salinity is like 0, and it will act as freshwater resources. But due to the saltwater intrusion, this water is coming to the soil salinity and decreased soil fertility, impact crop yields. And cyclone and storm surges, already all the speakers are already told. And last few decades, we have faced different types of cyclone storms, Aila, Amphan, Bulbul, already there is, and it causes the damage of embankment and leading to saline water intrusions. And mostly the main thing is the erratic rainfall and droughts. These erratic rainfalls, the unpredictable rainfalls and heavy rainfalls is there, stagnation of water, prolonged submergence, and delay in sowing and planting, and crop loss, escape of fish from the pond. And after the monsoon, there is the dry spell is there. The dry spell causes the delay of transplantation, aging of seedling, and spikelets start flowering, and mealybugs, pinnacles mite, different types of insecticide is there, and water scarcity of crops and livestock. And temperature rise causes the heat stress affecting the crop productivity, livestock, health, and fish breeding scenario. And these changes of the climate vulnerability, the change in agricultural patterns, that is the declining agriculture area. Between 2002 and 2009, the agricultural land in the Sundarban area, the West Bengal decreases significantly and sinking by approximately 458 square kilometer. That is already reported in the West Bengal State Action Plan on Climate Change. And farmers are going for the monoculture, because only the single crops they are sowing during the Kharif seasons. And this leads to the low cropping intensity. Already one speaker has already reported that 128% cropping intensity in the in Sundarban area. Another in North Chobbish Pargana district, the other parts of the North Chobbish Pargana district, they are already cropping intensity and 221% is there. And another part is the limited irrigation. Only the small fraction, 12%, at about 12% of the crop are benefited from irrigation, mainly through the rainwater depending rainwater harvesting structure, just like the pond, tanks, and canals. You already known that in the Sundarban area there are different types of freshwater canal is there, and these canals are already connected with the rivers. During the time of the saltwater intrusion from the destruction of the sluice gate, all the freshwater river canals are inundated by the saltwater intrusion and the erratic rainfall, and these all the things are leads to the food security concerns. And the impact of the agriculture, and categorically we have divided into crops, livestock, and fisheries. The impact on the crops: declining yield due to the salinity and erratic rainfall, reduce rice, mustard, and the vegetable production. Crop loss from cyclones, strong winds, and flooding destroy the standing crops. And shifting in farming practices, farmers are forced to adopt the salt-tolerant crops and rainwater harvesting technique. And fallow land after harvesting kharif rice, January to June, because of there is no such water availability, freshwater water availability is there. Capillary movement of the saline groundwater to soil surface, and the increase in soil salinity in topsoil. And impact for the livestock: the fodder shortage, because of the water scarcity, the fodder shortage is there. Salinity affect the grass and the fodder availability. Livestock mortality, heat stress, and waterborne diseases increases. And loss of shelters, cyclones damage sheds, leading to animal deaths and financial losses. Impact on fisheries: already one speaker has covered. Decline the fish stocks, the degradation of the habitat for the breeding ground, and cyclone damage the fishing boat, nets, fish farm destroyed already. And shifting to brackish water aquaculture. People are going for the shrimp farming. Shrimp farming already is rising state, but it has long-term ecological concern is there. Already you have known. The cyclone impacted all these things I have covered. And another thing is that the pollution of the in Sundarban, the reduced freshwater flow, because of the heavy siltation and water disposal from the nearby cities, in that the flow of fresh water from the Ganges River into the Sundarban. The river is primarily tidal fed and with limited freshwater input, mainly during the monsoon season, May and October. The ecological changes is there, heavy metals contamination is there, and pesticide residues is there, and the impact of the and it leads to the impact on the biodiversity. So, according to address these the problems, the government of India through the farmers Ministry of Farmers Welfare and Indian Council of Agricultural Research from 2011, they have initiated a national innovations in climate resilient agriculture, and that is called as NICDA. And this program has been focused for strategic research, applied research, and also for the ground level in the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, that is leads to the technology demonstration component program is there. Already the total 73 research station is there for this to address this climate vulnerability and to adaptation strategies. And for the demonstration purpose, technology demonstration purpose, the Krishi Vigyan Kendra is there. 151 Krishi Vigyan Kendra is running the NICDA projects, and 448 villages already adopted. In this project, all the agricultural component had been integrated, that is crops, horticulture, livestock, fisheries, and also the NRM activity. NRM activities means natural resource management activities, and it will mitigate the soil degradation problem, and as well as the freshwater, for freshwater availability, all the things it will be addressed. This is just some significant output in this NICDA program all over the India, and some additional fund and upscaling this climate resilient technology. Different types of funding authority has been already entered to this project. And come to these slides, because this is the implemented demonstration work that has been carried out by the Krishi Vigyan Kendra from North Chobbish Pargana Krishi Vigyan Kendra, that is the natural resource management. To harvest the rainwater, we have going for the desiltation program. not for the new pond construction program, because new pond construction, it will be leads to the biodiversity and the ecological imbalance is there. So we have taken the desiltation program, because due to the storm and cyclone flooding condition, the siltation is there. For this siltation, the water holding capacity is decreased. So we have go for the desiltation program. During the desiltation program, we have noticed that during the time of the desiltation of the bottom soil, about 2 to 2.5 feet. But there is a main problem is that acid sulfate soil is there. The black soil is there. So we have taken the 6 inches soil from the pond bottom and kept aside. Then we go for the 1.5 feet, 1.5 feet dugout soil, and this dugout soil we have taken to the consideration of the pond dike embankment will be raised at the 2.5 feet, and this 6 inches first layer soil we have spread it to the pond bottom. It's address the black soil will not be exposed to the air, and this pond will be reclaimed, and this pond will be act as a productive soil for the fish cultivation. And the uh, the total embankment in the dike, there will be aerial cultivation will be there for the viney vegetables, and that will be help for the vegetable cultivation, and the life civil irrigation and the irrigation will be from this pond, and the fish cultivation will be there. Other things we have addressed, we have taken in consideration, that is the improvement of diversified horticulture practices through land embankment cultivation. Because we have known that all the areas of the Sundarbans are low-lying situation area. So we have taken the land area that is low-lying situation, and it is a monocrop land. So we have taken the soil from the periphery of the land, and from this soil, from the dugout soil, there will be trench will be created will be there, and this soil will be taken for the aisle cultivation, and aisle will be at the level of the 1.5 feet or 2 feet will be there, and because of the during the flooding situation, if floods occur, then this land will not be devastated. And this will be the structure, and this according to this trench, that will be act as a water harvesting structure, as well as it will be create for the life saving irrigation. And all the vegetable in the middle portion, upland portion, will be created for rice cultivation, and during the rabi season it will be act for the vegetable cultivation, and in the dike of the aisle, that will be helpful for the viney vegetables cultivation in the aerial cultivation, that is called the no land cultivation. And the other things transform the monocrop land into a multiple one with the integration of the fish and duck. And this situation, the total the design will be like that. The 1/4 portion of the total land, it will be created one pond, and from this pond dugout soil, it will be smear all another total part of the land, and it will be helpful for the area will be at the higher level, and it will be create a upland situation. And these upland situations, farmers are going for the rice cultivation, as well as the vegetable cultivation will be there, and in the pond structure, it will act as a water harvesting structure, and as well as the fish cultivation will be there. These some photographs is there, and we have introduced one new thing for the delayed monsoon, as well as the prolonged submergence is there, and farmers are not going for the seedling preparation, as well as the timely the sowing process will be there. So taking into consideration this problem, we have introduced floating rice bed seed cultivation. this floating rice bed seed cultivation we have initiated as a pilot basis for 0.065 hectare area, and we have constructed this by the bamboo structures, and in this structure there will be a polythene lining will be there, and the floater will be from the straw or otherwise of the thermocols, and in the middle portions of the soil will be vermicompost with the mix of the soils, and we are firstly going for the aromatic rice cultivation, but after the successful implementation of this program, the farmers are going for the series of community seedbed preparations, and they are going for the freshwater canal is there. In this freshwater canals, they are going for the community seedbed preparation, because earlier they are for the submergence and the flooding situation, they have taken this rice seedlings from the other part of the land where the upland situation is there. But now the farmers are going to transform this through this cultivation process, and they are well equipped and empowered with this rice seedling process, and they are going for the community seed based preparations. And
so all these things, we have a session in the afternoon. I request you to be present that time also, because there will be a special session on that. Adaptive technologies and practices. Okay?
just one slide is this, and another part is the floating dark house, floating dark house, because due to the flooding situation, the Sundarban regions people are prefer for the dark cultivation, but this dark house has been devastated during the flooding situation, so we have initiated the floating dark house structures into the pond area for the 2020 ducks. It will be for 0.065 unit area, and another part is the seed production of the scampi in brackish water pond. Seed production is breeding program in the brackish water inundated pond. Farmers are taking into consideration this. All these technologies we have clubbed together, and we have generated a model that is a climate resilient integrated farming system model. Already state government has adopted this model, and this year they have initiated 1 crore 34 lakhs. All the technology we have clubbed into a 0.065 unit area. All the technology will be there, because there was the pond, there was desiltation program, embankment rises program, floating rice seedbed, floating dark house cultivation, and the aerial cultivation. All these things will be on one platform in a 0.065 unit area. And state government has already initiated this 1.34 crores for the 6 coastal blocks of the North East districts, 120 demonstration in a pilot basis to our KVK. So I'm going to
still in the pilot stage.
In a pilot stage, because our has Department of Agriculture from the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana program. Department of Agriculture. So
it is not yet fit for a large scale replication.
We have all the technology we have initiated in 2 years, because our program has started in 2022. So after 2 years, we have recommended this technology, and state government has adopted, and they have initiated this program for the
How many numbers of demonstrations?
120 demonstrations.
120
Per blocks, 20 demonstration will be there.
6 blocks and 20 per block.
Per blocks. And this is the multiple strategies is there already. All the speakers have already told. Investing the disaster preparedness will be there, protecting the restoring mangrove forest, and promotion of the sustainable agriculture and the community capacity. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you to all for patience.
This session will have a lot of time constraints. So leave some time for discussion, because we are terribly short of time.
Okay. এটা না দেওয়াই ছিল তো।
Yes. This one. pointer. So this for moving forward.
Good morning, all of you. Till it is today's topic is my impact of climate change on fisheries in Sundarban, West Bengal. I am working in this under this university's KVK, that is Socio-ecological KVK, and our area is South 24 Parganas. So some work we have done, that one I am sharing here. First of all, that we know that as per the report of IPCC, that is Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, that this shows that global mean surface temperatures is day by day increasing. So that impact obviously have, but in Sundarban we are concentrating only the brackish water or saline water, but that is a God bless that we know that outer water only that brackish, but inside the water that is sweet water or fresh water. With that only the human beings are alive. So this for that reason we in Sundarban have two type of fisheries. In inland they are culturing freshwater fishes, and in that very are like that areas they are culturing that brackish water species. So in that case I can tell you that regarding climate change, we can, if one time we can forecast of that more non-seasonal rain they are having. So already said about Dhiman said about soil and all those things. I am not going on that, and the time also too short. So another one thing is crab and Sundarban have, because here all the presentation we have seen, no, we all are interconnected. Like crabs have very good role with the mangroves. If we want to restore mangroves, said we have to prepare our reefs, artificial reefs, and so many things. But crab need to be hold the soil. Then only that what they are that things will be reach out to the outside and mangrove will be alive. But what is there? Another one fellow previously presented that some poacher have, those who are collecting unnecessary crabs. What is there in international market? The gravit crab is so demand. But what happened? That gravit crab taking millions of crablets or crab eggs, that one will be captured. So crab population is day by day very decreasing. So that things we have to ecological purpose, we have to think that we have to save with the crabs with properly. That is the main thing. Another one, we have to train them, the crab collector, because we are still depend in crab collector. We have ICR, there are so many institutes, but crab breeding is too hard because they have one stage larva that is called megalopa larva. In that stage or some other stage also, they are highly cannibalistic. So survival rate is I think 8% to 11%. So that is the concern. And in Sundarban, crab is one of the major economic things. So that thing we have to think about that. And there are so many things they are doing, like hook and lines, crafts and gears they are using for collecting fishes. So that is another, these things also. So how they are catching fishes, you can see there. That one of my students from this university also, he visited and he did one work on that regarding how they are going to collect the crablets or crab that is called soft crab. They are collecting and they are doing crab fattening. So in that case, so this type of boats they are using in the kharis, and they are collecting that crabs and crablets. And so many people also injured for that also. I lost my 2 or 3 farmers regarding this. And regarding climate change, for that inside the freshwater fish also, they are breeding have some problem. Due to that, sir already said that temperature is and sea level is rising. So some in our inland fishes, those who are male may be matured, female not matured. Sometimes happen female matured, male not matured. And the salinity said when the saline water comes due to the amphan and like this, so what will happen, that that things will be damaged because of saline water comes to the freshwater fishes. So their entire gonadal development will be suffered. So these things, another one thing I have given one flowchart that impact came. One is climate vulnerability. That one we have to measure. And second thing is production and ecology. Sundarban also, I am working in South 24. We did have two wetlands. One is freshwater East Kolkata wetlands. Another one is Sundarban. Both are economic as per the Ramsar site. That is Mr. I just recalling these things, because this Sundarban, that wetlands have very more impact of our indigenous fish species. So that one I am losing already. So many fishes are extinct or going to be. So for that we have to need to recollect which were we have till date. The production and ecology we have to check. Then farming and fishing opportunities, that one huge opportunities they having. Then community and livelihood we have to work. Then wider society and economy we have to work. Then adoption strategy and measures. These are all we have to do. The diversity of livelihood option, that social capital, both, as well as we have to diversify the farming and fishing operation. Like some people are depend for hilsa catching. So hilsa have some close season. They have at least for 3 or 4 months, they can't able to catch hilsa. On that time, what they have to do? So that we are saying that you should not go to collect the crabs in the jungle. So what they have to do? So regarding some work we have to give to them. I will come that. Then another one thing, the effects of climate change. So first is climate variability, that already discussed. I not want to repeat. Then production and ecology, fishing operation, community and livelihood. Then these are all are correlated and we have to work togetherly. So vulnerability assessment, what we have to do, the species vulnerability, ecological vulnerability, reproductive vulnerability, and stakeholder that who have driven approach, that all things we have to make in one program. So another one thing, I am not going see. I worked on this species particularly. I just show you that is locally called. It is an Nandos fish, and it's also now going to be extinct. And our KVK, we got one project from DST. We bred it captivity, and now we have getting these fishes, and we gave to the farmers this seedlings, and now it is you can get it in Godia market also, this species, even it is anytime. So it is a game. So we are doing on that. Huh? না না এটা হচ্ছে ন্যাদোস মাছ বলে, ন্যান্দাস. So like that, this species is for brackish water species, that is called khaira. It is hugely catched, and that is going to be distinct on that. So another one thing, this is a Uri-Helen species called Golda chingri. That species we have worked from 2015. That species can alive both in inside and outside. Means that freshwater as well as the brackish water. That's a very good candidate species, which one we can culture in our as well as in outside the brackish water as well as the our fresh water also. So this some problem tree is there. During PRA we got some this is particularly for brackish water. I can say told you some fish species. I can show you that in Sundarban area, that the Cynoglossus arel, actually that species is have huge market demand in worldwide. That species where they are losing their breeding grounds. They are breeding naturally, so they are losing their breeding grounds because of this type of sea level rising. And total fish population, no, see, one fish have, that is called mackerel, Indian mackerel. That fish not at all available in its east coast previously up to Odisha, but after Amphan, that fish available in our a huge number in Midnapur, and that fish name given by Bengal is that Ayla fish. After Ayla. So like that happening. So these are all with our farmers. We got some, this is the thing, how to mitigate this problem. I feel that we can try to mitigate with our experts, but after all, I saw after joining this year around 4 to 5 natural calamities, and that is a huge one. We have gave campaigning also to them, and I show you. So number one is catfish breeding. Catfish can freshwater as well as nona tangra, like that other catfish some for brackish water, and it is very easy to breed and farmer friendly. So that technology we have, and that technology we are given to our farmers. Around our 25 farmers doing in Sundarban areas with that catfish breeding, and very small areas they are gathering so many fishes, and the migration we have stopped very. So all those who are related to this activity, they are previously migrating, but not nowadays. And these are all how they have to do. That is a flow chart. And some nearby Calcutta, like Boj 1, 2, even not it is as Sundarban areas, but very near to Sundarban, that fellows we have given some ornamental fish training. This is another one good candidate species, that is called mullet. In Bengali, it is called parse. It is very good candidate species for Sundarban, and they are a natural breeding ground. So this farmer, what he is doing, due to tidal amplitude, that juveniles comes to the near to the shore, and they are caught for the collection of our the Bagda chingri, that is calling tiger shrimp mean. So what we have given to campaign to them, you just isolate that fish larvae and you have to throw in one pond. They are herbivorous fishes. They are used to take lab. So in that case, this culture giving a huge profit to the our farmers. Next is as my previous speaker already said regarding IFS, that is one of the best model integrated farming system we have to do with the duck or chick. And another one thing is climate in there you can see here so many indigenous species which we are going to be lost. I already said this. And so what we can do, some pen culture we can do. Pen is one of the very good recommendation for even it is recommended by Sifri Barakpur, and they are telling. And also we have done in our farmer field that those who are very big varies in Sundarban areas, there we can put a pen and we can make some fish culture. So these are all easily they are getting from the pen. And then another one is cage have some problem in because of our turbid areas, but if we go some away from the turbid areas crossing the sagar, if we put cages, oceanic cages, it is a future. Because I saw last 2 years before in Singapore, the entire coastal areas they are using these cages, so it have a future. We definitely can do. Our Sifri also working on that, and CMFRI both. Biswajit Da is very close to me, who want to come. He also working on this cage. And next is emerging area. Obviously, emerging this climate change, we all are suffering as our own aspects. But I can say the eco restoration and degraded ecosystem and policy and other excavation of conservation, ecosystem functioning, sustainable use of the livelihood security is the major concern of that. So these are all the species we are going to be extinct. We are last few slide we have. I just like that farm clinic we are giving to the farmers. Then field day we are doing like that. We climate advisory also we did in Bali. And I can say I just one thing I just say, I just going see, this is the crab farmer. This is in Kumirmari Island. It is the end of the Sundarban. And I saw last 2 years before there are different types of crab farmer they are using to collect crabs. I made them to show all the ICR Institute what activity these are going on. And so we can conclude, sir, now. I just showing these things.
So we'll have a very brief wrap-up session. So we have got questions. We'll take 2 or 3 questions because we are running out of time. Please be very brief in your question, please. Yes.
করে দিও।
I'll be asking him. Hazra sir. Sir, as you said that there is a advancement, encroachment from north to south for the habitat establishment in the Sundarban region, and sea level is also rising from south. So the mangrove is trying to get to the northern portion. It's trying to get out to the northern portion. So in between of this, can there be a area where there can be the proper settlement of the mangroves, like the segment where the mangroves can be established properly without the encroachment hampering it, and also the salinity problem over there in the southern section?
I mean, even if you can restore mangrove forest in some areas in future, that will not be a contiguous tiger reserve. Okay, so the point is that you can save some blue carbon, you can generate some carbon credit, but you will not be able to generate tiger habitat. So you need to consider these things while you are compensating from the loss in the south, and then, I mean, thinking that some new areas of mangrove colonization will take place. That is shown in our model, but this may have some other ecological implications. So we need to reconsider that while we are doing suggesting these options.
And
the agricultural land or other land? Making colonization?
Yeah, I mean, that model, what it is showing that the mangroves are moving to the north when we remove the barriers, that means the embankments. So if that happens, that anyway the people of those areas that I have shown the blocks, that how many people have to leave those areas, they have to leave, otherwise, because if you have mangroves there, then it is a swamp. You cannot live there. You cannot do agriculture there. So only mangroves can be generated. You cannot cut down the mangroves in the south, and with that 35 salinity, you can go on doing agriculture. That is not a feasibility. So if there is a sea level rise, you have to vacate, and then that area can be regenerated with mangrove. But then you have to think of the people then. So it is a very complex.
So agricultural land will become wetland.
Of course,
Wetland will become
and the brackish wetland.
New
Mangrove habitat.
Second question is to Dr. Dash. You were talking about the fish, where the fish mean, the particularly the juvenile fishes, they are losing day by day because of the extent of the fishing we are going over there, the overfishing. So there are prohibition times, like in Bangladesh, there is a time in the monsoon season when the breeding ground is for the hilsa is going on. So the fishing is prohibited over there. So can it be done in our part as well, so that the thing can be like that, the fishes might be protected on the breeding season?
With government concern, we have also close season, but you are telling about till you are getting some fishes, but that is a controversial question. But I am telling that in our West Bengal also we have that close season system. We have some break. That's why I am telling on that time we are suggesting to them during breeding time, we are giving to farmers a short-term culture system, that is tilapia farm. It will be within 3 to 4 months. That is called monosex tilapia, which is fully all male tilapia. They can easily, it will grow, and within very short period they can culture and they can get during that time. So that is the suggestion of us. Yeah, that named they given.
Sir, what's about the livelihood security of the people in the Indian Sundarban to cope with the climate change impacts? Specifically, just to try to give
It's a very big question.
No, it's not a big question. to the
whom?
board.
To Somnath, I think. Esaja suggesting another Esaja.
Livelihood security.
Yeah, exactly. Livelihood. Exactly. So I should like say one thing and one word, like that livelihood is basically based on fisheries and agriculture. If you do better fishery, if you do better agriculture, then you can secure your livelihood. That's it. Yeah, that's what I'm telling, that salt tolerant paddy or something, he's saying that how the fisheries can do. So in that way, that can be secured.
That's one line. That we did a survey in 2020 during the COVID period. The majority of the livelihood of the Sundarban people is now not agriculture, principal livelihood, more than 50% of the income. It is coming from what? It's coming from manual labor, MG energy and other things, making embankments and this, that, or working some outside, or migration. 18% of people. And now, if you stop MG energy, then you have a serious problem. Don't have to think about climate change.
So I have a question, Professor Hajra.
Yes.
And that is what is the average sea level rise the currently in Sundarban? There are a lot of different areas, different kind of rise, but what is the average and what is the projected rise in the current scenario? RCP, there are various scenarios.
4 points.
So RCP, 8, that is
Let's not talk about that.
And now RCP model has also been replaced by SRES model by the IPCC.
Social
the last thing. Now, what we can say, because there are wide varieties of wide ranges of statistics, so we are a little bit confused. What actually is the current average SLR in Sundarban, and what is the projected rise in 2050? Because we are
5 millimeter is now. If you start with that, go up to 6 millimeter per year by 2050.
So the 14 something millimeter, that is not correct.
No, that is also correct, but that is in a particular time period. Say between 2003 to 14, it was like that because there are 3 to 4 El Ninos and there are cyclones like Aila. So all the levels were high.
So we would be safe if you are saying it is 5
No,
millimeter.
but that is for calculation, average calculation. But average is not affecting the people. People are affected by extreme sea level. That is very important.
So what
That
will be
if you have
the
12 millimeter for 3 years, so you are gone. So what is in a mathematical sea level? World sea level is rising in this rate, but not in my place. The reality is different than what you do in projections or mathematics. As for the parliament sea level and the actual sea level in the
Parliament sea level? That is which year the question was? Parliament question?
2019, sir.
2019. So what will be the safe if we write in our report? What will be the safe?
Whatever is published, that is Ministry of Environmental Science, MOES is still giving in the parliament. So you write that.
So could you write 5 to 14?
No.
You cannot.
14 kahan se mila?
14, I read it in some paper. I think in that CSC report. Living with climate change CSC report. I was writing something like 14. Quoting somewhere.
No. But these 14 and this thing can be very localized for a particular place like Jotatdev. It is subsiding at the rate of 10 millimeter per year. So the sea level will be much more there. But there is no sea at Jotatdev, only Moni River, and it has a tidal connection, so it will be inundated. There are a lot of mangrove forests are also subsiding.
So this 5 mm.
You go with that. What happens is 5 is 14 because nobody is paying any attention to that.
Actually, a lot of data we have seen on the basis of sea level rise. Which one is correct, we don't know.
Our calculation is around
Nothing is about correct. Nothing is about correction. Correct.
So
there are a lot of
So is the 5 is higher than the global average?
Yes.
Global average is 4. So not much different. Right? Huh? 1.5 to 4. Okay. Any other question? Yes.
Yes. You have a question.
No, Devajyoti.
Yeah, thank you.
For his lecture. Actually, she has asked.
No, Devajyoti.
Okay, so I was interested to know that rapidly China is planning to divert the Brahmaputra, and which will happen in the coming years. Like it is very much inevitable. If the China wants, they would divert. So what will happen to the salinity level then, if like fresh water is kind of then diverted? That is the first question. And the second thing, we are focusing a lot on climate change. What about phosphorus cycle? What about the other cycles, the other
Nitrogen
nitrogen and phosphorus,
Right.
that is having a huge impact on kind of soil productivity, on crop production. So are we kind of giving a holistic understanding of the impact, or just we are focusing on climate change and resilience? That is my
Sir?
Yeah, we are also analyzing the impact of the climate change in fertility, salinization. We are doing based on the what is happening in future, like sea level rise going to rise this much in future, and what will be impact of that, and how much area will be inundated, and what will be affect of the productivity. Like that, we are also doing on that. Not only the how much temperature is it. It's not our concern. What will impact on the livelihood in terms of agriculture productivity? We are doing that one.
And in Sundarbans, all agricultural fields have much higher nitrogen and phosphorus. It is okay like any living area, but they have very high amount of potassium. And thanks to the, I mean, companies and the compounders, they are pushing potash every time. And so you have excess potassium in Sundarbans soil. So this is a very complex situation. It needs a holistic assessment, but that holistic assessment is not there.
So only one information I'd like to share here, because in the potash, we had one 20 years long-term experiment on the rice-based cropping system. And we didn't find any benefit of potassium. Without potassium and with potassium, the same yield. There is no impact of addiction.
Because that is not biologically available potassium anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
But
No.
they are putting potash like anything.
Only thing that
3, 2, 1.
Sundarbans soil is having a lot of potash. No need to apply, but sometimes farmers are applying because of different other purposes, like they are making their disease resistant and strength. It gives a better strength to the farmers. Yeah, that is silicon.
No science is.
Oh, you had a question.
Yes.
So my question is that you stated before that the East Coast is having high sea level and the West Coast is the low sea level. And it is happening because of the aquaculture of the fish culture. Right?
No,
Why?
he is
this
not
is
talking
happening?
about aquaculture. It is about earth rotation that I told. As it is moving from west to east, so it can be a little higher. Okay.
That's why I was thinking that how.
No, aquaculture is not the fish. I have told about there is a movement away from the coast, seawater. Then there is a, I mean, rising of the Antarctic bottom current, and they bringing nutrients from outside. So west coast fisheries are very much, I mean, more efficient, more productive.
Sir,
Yeah.
use one term, upwelling. That one we have
Yes.
No, not aquaculture.
Yeah, that's why I just.
Anyway, so that is the test.
Any other question?
Yes. Great. Sir, Astor.
So we're closing it. We're closing it. And so you try to be, you are reducing your tea time by 15 minutes.
Sure.
Okay. So that means it is 11:25 now. So we'll reassemble 11:45.
Thank you.
11:40. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all panelists and
Yeah, what is it? Yeah,
I
it
was
is.
just going to ask, but it might have taken long time, so I couldn't answer. So it might have
Now building has started.
because horseshoe crab is being exploited for the area of medical purpose.
No, that is officially getting it.
That's what the thing is that
So we will hope that the lot of I mean, it's not there are more ways to
that's what the people say. And exploited for the yeah, exactly. Drug testing, exactly. That has been a major threat also for the not
what is their
হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে এখানে আছে ওখানে থাক ওখানে থাক ওখানে যখন যাবে হ্যাঁ ওখানে থাক সাউন্ড সিস্টেম একটু অফ করতে
tea break. And now we are moving into your next session on the topic Existential Crisis in Sundarban, Poverty, Livelihood, and Migration. Now, I'm going to request to all the speakers, respected Dr. Dibbajyoti Dash, Honorable Dr. Upasana Ghosh ma'am, Honorable Dr. Srija Basu ma'am, and respectable Dr. Rupak Goswami sir to come into the stage to join us. And also, Dr. Mehta Mehta ma'am will join us online, and she is also joined us right now. So I'll request everyone to join us on the stage. Now I will ask my fellow classmates to felicitate our speakers with mangrove saplings. And now I will request to our respected Dr. Rupak Goswami sir, Associate Professor, School of Agriculture and Rural Development, RKMVRI Narendrapur, to chair the session, as well as will be provide us the keynote objectives of our session. Now I'm requesting sir to take over the session. It's over to you, sir.
Revered Swami Shivapurnanandaji Maharaj, kindly accept my respectful pranam. My respect to all the dignitaries and the speakers of this session. And my heartfelt thanks to Professor Chakraborty for allowing me to chair this session, which is a not so pleasant responsibility. There are two reasons for that. First is that I don't really think that I qualify fully to chair this session, and it's simply because of my lack of training that aligns with the theme of this session. And the second is the kind of speakers that we have in the session. I think they could have better qualified as a chairman or chairperson of the session. But if we do that, so I will start with an introduction to the speakers. We have 4 speakers for the session. We have Dr. Debajyoti Dash. So Dr. Dash is a lecturer, the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, UK, and he has made significant contributions to the field of anthropology, environmental change, and political ecology, focusing particularly on the Bay of Bengal and Sundarbans. Dr. Dash has been awarded various research grants, including the British Library Endangered Archives Program Grant and the ESRC Early Career Grant. Dr. Dash's work explores issues like land reclamation, ethnicity, climate change, and shifting cultivation in Northeast India. So I will not read out everything. So he's also been a member of the Indian Social Policy Association and regularly contributes to the newspapers and blogs. And his ongoing research includes the studies of social ecology of swine farming and political dimensions of the Sundarbans. Our second speaker will be Dr. Upasana Ghosh, an associate professor at the Indian Institute of Public Health, Bhubaneswar, Odisha. Dr. Ghosh has done PhD in social anthropology and also have MPhil in women's studies. So in her decade-long ethnographic research, she has focused on the linkage between climate, society, and health. Her research further explored the history of marginalization and present political ecology of the region to unearth systems challenges, which includes vulnerability analysis of the region. So I will not read everything, so I will move to the next speakers. Dr. Srija Basu. Dr. Basu is an independent consultant and has pursued her PhD in climate change, gender, and policy in the global South countries as a comparative between Asia and Africa from the Center of African Studies, University of Mumbai, India. And she also holds ME in Gender Studies, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East from the School of Oriental and African Studies, UK. She has been a published author and panel speaker on climate migration and displacement. And Dr. Basu engages in interdisciplinary research domains such as climate change and policy, livelihoods and social protection, and gender equity. So we have Dr. Meghna Mehta, who will be joining online. Dr. Mehta is an assistant professor in social anthropology at the Department of Risk and Disaster Reduction, University College London. And she is currently working on a book manuscript titled Conserving Life, Political Imaginaries from a Submerging Forest, based on long-term ethnographic fieldwork in the mangrove forest of the Sundarbans. She is currently working in the field of migration, informality, health, and social reproduction, as these themes intersect with climate adaptation policies, land disposition, and long-standing vulnerabilities. The current research is multi-sited and follows a rural to urban continuum of migrant labor from the coastlines of Bengal to a range of work sites, including factory shop floors and construction sites across India, Bangladesh, and Italy. So I will start with a very brief keynote address. I prefer not to say this keynote address because I'm not a policy researcher. So we will mostly be sharing some of the research findings or insights that we have gained over a decade. And I have aligned the talk in a way so that we can directly go to the takeaway points. So but at the same time, I have tried to demystify the science from the presentation, but at the same time, I have asked some fundamental questions so that I can impress upon the budding researchers of the next generation. So Professor Chakraborty. That's it. Since I'm primarily trained in agricultural sciences, so I will take the entry point through agriculture, and then I will try to touch upon some of the key issues of the session. So I've been doing a bit of agricultural systems research here, but at the micro level, mostly with the students project and small funded projects. So I will start with the complexity of complex systems, and complex systems which are also called to be wicked problems of today's world, and Sundarban perfectly embodies a complex system. So this is one example of introducing a leguminous crop. It may seem a very, very simple act of introducing a leguminous crop, but if you see that, you will be able to understand that it has its relationship with soil dynamics, soil carbon dynamics. It is related to the emissions and energetics of farming. And it takes another route through the fodder and the quality of animal product leading to human health and nutrition, another through the production market, and again, sending a feedback loop to affect the human health, income, and human nutrition. Another example is I'm actually crossing the boundary. It's more related to the migration research. So when we started working on migration, left behind nexus and then left working on that. So we really understood that it's not a very simple story and straightforward story. It starts from male out migration. It's leading to women taking more and more proactive role in agriculture, and they are becoming a kind of causing a huge feminization of agriculture in Sundarbans, both managerial feminization as well as labor feminization. There are many mediating factors that actually impacting the outcomes. So I'm not getting into the details. So these are two examples, one from a kind of NRM projects, another from a purely migration research. They can show us that how nonlinear thinking can seriously limit our understanding about the complexity of the system. This is the only verbose slide that I'm going to present. This is for the students primarily. Now, what we understand that reductionist science is not going to answer most of the questions that we need to answer to solve micro, meso, and even policy level problems of Sundarbans. I take the example of agriculture as an entry point. So the kind of archetypal questions that we started in the 1960s and 70s were, what is the most important, a suitable crop or variety or technology in terms of yield and profitability? And then we started to expand our question. So what is the most suitable crop, variety, or technology in terms of input use efficiency, environmental externalities, nutrition, socio-cultural preferences of stakeholders? If we took a step ahead and then we are asking what are the suitable innovations for socio-ecological niches. It's not only about the assessment of the technology, but for whom it works best. We move a step ahead and ask that what are the most suitable agri-food systems or agri-value chain in terms of a defined set of parameters, and how will distinct farming systems perform under different scenarios of market and climate. The next is the action point, that how do we design such equitable farming systems or agri-food systems that are resilient to stresses like biotic, abiotic, climate, and market? And how can stakeholders be engaged in designing these equitable, resilient farming systems? And what are the pathways of impact creation using agricultural innovation? So these are some of the questions that we are trying to address in a very small way from our research group. And that's a long way and we need a lot of research, but I request students to ask more and more critical questions, more kind of holistic questions to solve complex or wicked problems. As the first lesson or takeaway is that understanding the heterogeneity is key to targeting. So for long, the social scientists have tried to understand the caste, class, gender, length, they've employed that, and then agricultural economists that we have used landholding, and often we have a kind of defined project mandate. But bringing this biophysical, socioeconomic, and demographic, cultural, and even the satellite imagery or any specialized mapping exercises together at the micro landscape, and then maybe beyond that, that can really help us target the interventions more meaningfully. And that can be done either participatorily or by using complex quantitative methods, and they can be also scaled up. So this picture is just being shown to show that this is something very simple that can be a participatory exercise, or this can be something which is based on some multivariate statistics and kind of classification regression tree analysis. But we came up with a set of questions that we ask to a group of persons in a place and then move to other places, and we ask the same set of questions, and the answer can really help us identify the niches. The next is an application of this classification that can show that in one of our research work, we have seen that a group of farm is really trapped in an unsustainability regime, and some others are actually striving to get out of that. This color is actually representing the amount of remittance or non-farm income that they are earning, and you'll be able to see that only one group of farmers, they are actually surviving because of agriculture. Professor Hajra just said that agriculture is no more the primary source of income for most of the farmers there, most of the villagers there. Lesson 2 is the strategic choice of technology. There are a lot of technologies, so I will not definitely go into that. The two principles that is very important is circularity and endogeneity. And circularity and endogeneity, when I say that, it is not only in terms of resources, this is also in terms of knowledge and institutions. So this is one example of integrated farming system. So there has been a lot of work. The land shaping model has well been published and propagated. And this is another group of technologies that we are currently experimenting with the CSIR funding, that is sustainability intensification. So we are introducing that vegetables with rice in the kharif to enhance the economic return, and then zero tillage potato under the straw mulch condition to use the residual moisture. Lesson 3, yes, it's visible. Lesson 3 is, I think this is going to be a very good framework for the decision makers in the coming years, because so far we have used mostly that conventional economics or econometric models to understand the impact of a technological intervention. But now we are working with a group of scientists, so they are called system economists. Martha Mondardino group at CSIR, so we're working with Martha to integrate profit, then some crop modeling that actually takes care of that environmental uncertainties. So my colleague Shukomol is a master of FC modeling, he's sitting there. And then a kind of predictive adoption model, and then putting them together to say that if we introduce this technology, so what is going to happen in terms of its adoption and overall economic average in the next 10 years or 20 years, accounting for the climatic variation as well as market instability. So I'm not explaining all these things. So these are some of the kind of output that we can expect from such models. The lesson 4, this has already been discussed extensively yesterday, that multifunctionality needs to be captured, whether you call it ecosystem services, whether you call it intangible heritage. So there must be established frameworks that accounts for this multifunctionality. Otherwise, the sustainable forms of farming, sustainability only sells when it is sustainable. So this is just one example. So there are complex analysis, and one more important thing is that we need to understand that how these different parameters have trade-offs between themselves. So that also needs to be understood. I'm not specialist in this, so my colleague Sanchoita and Polomi, so they are working on this. We're trying to understand when we introduce kind of technology, so how it affects the outcome, gendered outcome. So they are using via women empowerment in the context of agricultural technologies, and they are getting some results that is not yet published. So I cannot really comment on that. So if you are interested to know that, you can talk with Dr. Mishra or Polomi during the break. The next lesson is that we have not leveraged the power of social networks yet. So this is one of our old works. So we have shown clearly that after the ILA, this disaster resilience was more for the persons who are more central to the network. And there was fascinating dynamics of evolution of these networks that I cannot explain in this talk. But what we have understood that social network has a tremendous power to enhance the resilience of these people. So this is another example. So how social network helps in speeding up the technology diffusion. So we are tracking this now. For this year, maybe we'll be covering 10 years of diffusion data. And this is not the geotag data, but you can see that how innovation spreads from one island to another island. Another work my colleague is also doing with International Rice Research Institute is that if you can identify really the central actors in the social networks and build their capacity, that can really speed up the innovations. You can see that that is the before and after networks. And the after network is so much denser. And it happened within a span of 6 months. And she has also done a fantastic project in Sundarbans where the central actors were given kind of mobile phones and internet connectivity. So we provided advisory service, season-long advisory service. Then after that, we measured what happened to the social networks, and we saw that how it actually increased the information flow. And more interesting from the perspective of a social researcher is that the relative position of women in the society that went up. So now they are more central in comparison to the male members. So that's a power that we have not yet leveraged. The seventh lesson is that we have 8 lessons, so one more lesson. Seventh lesson is that stakeholder wisdom or decision making. So we are increasingly talking about the citizens' knowledge. So this is one application where we have drawn on the knowledge of diverse stakeholders. This is called a cognitive mapping. We call it a fuzzy cognitive mapping. So cognitive mapping of different stakeholders were put together to develop a kind of shared model for the region, shared model for a complex system. And that model can reasonably predict that what might happen if we undertake a set of interventions and not the others. So this is one example in the context of Amphan and then lockdown happening together. This is something very important. I mean, I'm sorry, it's a little cluttered, but this is a summary of 30 natural resource management projects that took place in West Bengal in the last 5 years. So we studied all these projects and interviewed all the stakeholders associated with these projects. So this is actually representing the cognitive map of 300 plus persons who are saying that what works and what doesn't work. So I'm not reading all these things. So they have clearly shown us that what actually works and what doesn't work. Although this is not a kind of precise prediction, but it can actually give us a kind of anticipation that what are the, if there is a kind of trade-off of making decisions, we have resource constraints of what should be the priority. So I will end here, but I will not take other time. So thank you for all my collaborators, all my students and the scholars and the funding agencies for being so generous to us. So I'm not sure, sir, whether I've been able to justify that, but this is the things that we have done. Thank you. Sir, Dr. Dash.
This one is
forward and this one that one is the laser pointers.
which one is forward?
This one is forward.
Yeah.
On next slide. And above is the laser slide.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to this August gathering. And I would like to say that Dr. Goswami has already set the tone of this session in terms of how we are going to look at these problems that are currently faced by people in the Sundarban from a holistic perspective. So my topic is changing climate, migration and precarious livelihood in the Sundarban Delta. And I'm choosing this term changing climate instead of saying climate change, because I want to see things from the people's perspective and in the present tense. So if you look at the colonial past, and it's very important to understand the colonial history of this place, particularly the Deltic region of Bengal, which includes both parts of current day Bangladesh and India. We have been talking about kind of planned migration. We have been talking about relocating people from the Sundarban Delta to the mainland in the rest of India. Then we have to focus on the colonial past, because it is the colonial policies which led the people to come to this region. If you read kind of pre-colonial history, we have instances of people who have migrated to this region or settled, like for example, the Bengal peasantry, if you look at Richard Eaton and his work. But those migrations were quite sporadic. They were not necessarily people who settled there permanently, but with British colonialism or the British Raj, and Bengal being the headquarters of the British Empire in South Asia, they were very much keen to, reclaim the land from the sea, and that was very much based on this whole idea of revenue generation. So the British policy was very clear. They wanted to sustain the Bengal's economy by expropriating resources from land. So they were less kind of interested in conservation. In fact, the British were the first kind of colonial powers who were kind of destroying the tigers. If you read the famous work of Jim Corbett, the whole idea was that to kind of hunt tigers. So when we talk about conservation, we also have to look into our colonial past and need to reframe our kind of discourse. And that's why I'm talking about these strategies which were followed by British administrators, philanthropists. So if you look at Tilman Henkel, he kind of, if you read W.W. Hunter's account of Bengal, there was kind of land reclamation and resettlement of landless peasantry from central Indian province, from other parts of India, from even from the Bengal, if you look at other parts of Bengal, people were moving into the Sundarbans Delta as part of the land reclamation program. So the Delta is no longer seen today as a liquid space. If you look at colonial cartographic accounts, you would see that the colonial state and the colonial kind of administrators, they were very much invested in defining the Bengal Delta as a settled landscape. So land reclamation played a very important role, and that's why we see the emergence of embankment. So the emergence of embankment comes with the land reclamation policy. And also we have to understand the power of the language that is being used. Like if you look at our traditional literature, maybe we'll term it as folk literature, although it will not be very appropriate to say folk literature. The ideas that come up about the Sundarban it is defined as Patal Lok, or it is called the land of 18 tides. But as soon as the British entered this landscape, they changed the terms of the discourse. They call it as the beautiful forest. So the Sundri tree is given the primary importance, although we don't know whether it is the Sundri tree which led to the emergence of the beautiful forest. And terms like Dampier line, these were all developed by ecologists, the scientific experts. So we also need to question colonial science. There's a very interesting book written by Deepak Kumar, Science and the Raj, which tries to kind of demystify the idea of colonial science and whether colonial science is that helpful to understand our ecological practices, because we also have an alternative system of knowing, and that is based on our tacit understanding of the environment, what we also call today as indigenous knowledge or local knowledge of the place. Because as Professor Sugata Hajra was mentioning, that observational knowledge is also important besides the scientific understanding and reasoning. So I'll go to the next slide now. Then we come, it's not moving to the next slide. Is this one? Or do we do this manually? Okay, I can do it here. Okay. So as we move from the colonial past to the post-colonial period, there is a dramatic change. We see huge migration of people from East Bengal to West Bengal, particularly during the post-partition phase. And you have to understand the partition of India is quite different if you compare it with Western sector, because here refugees kept on coming. It was not 1947 that was the deadline for refugee migration. We have people coming up to the 1960s, 70s, and even today. So the Bengal Delta has become a hotbed of post-partition refugees, and that also kind of creates pressure on the land. And we also see the change in kind of demography in terms of the Mednipuri population, who were more dominant in the first phase when the colonial reclamation project started. And if you look at the current contemporary period or the post-colonial period, you'll see people coming from Borishal, Khulna, and all these parts of East Bengal to the Sundarban Delta. Now, if you look at the contemporary period, we'll see that there is a reversal of this migration. So we talk about reversal of migration during the lockdown period. I'm not talking about that reversal. I'm talking about the reversal that started in a pre-Aila cyclone, when people were stressed because of the lack of livelihood, the challenges that they faced in their local environment. People were moving out because of the climate vulnerability and the dilemmas of not having a good harvest that we discussed in the first session, where there are different kinds of challenges, climate vulnerabilities which are caused because of temporal and seasonal changes in weather. So we have to look at the intersectionality of factors. Not everyone is equally affected by these changes. So I'm more interested in that. And it depends on questions of gender, landholding capacity, types of farming, and other factors that we have seen post 1980s. So this is the rough sketch of what has been happening over the past 50, 60 years since India's independence. And the other question that I'm very much interested is why we are trying to just focus on climate change. We need to also focus on the current contextual challenges that people face, because people who are in the villages with whom I've interviewed, they're less worried about the future, but the present vulnerability for which they're seeking solution. And that's why they're migrating out of the villages. So we have to talk also in present tense. We cannot always think in the future tense or in the past tense. In an interview I did during 2022, my interlocutors observed, and I quote, "This year they have witnessed the late arrival of monsoon. And when the rain arrived, ultimately their standing crop was destroyed. Government help came too late. Many farmers became indebted, and they borrowed money from self-help groups and moneylenders to buy seed and farm supplies. Many were forced to migrate to neighboring states to supplement the loss of income and to pay their debts." So it is increasingly becoming very clear that people are not necessarily dependent on agriculture. They also substitute their income by going for seasonal work to outside states. Particularly, what is becoming an increasing trend now is people's migration to the post-harvest season or during the sowing season to Andhra Pradesh. That's a big income source. So we also understand that people who are migrating from Sundarbans, they are actually migrating to urban cities or centers. That is not the case anymore. There is a rural to rural migration, and that's the new trend that we see. And rural environments are actually generating a successful income for people. They're earning more. So here vulnerability is targeted by unpredictable weather condition, that is the rainfall pattern, but the social impact of the vulnerability is multi-scalar, leading to indebtedness, loss of income, farmer suicide, and precarious occupation that lead to tiger and crocodile attack. We often just think that people are migrating or they are scared about the tiger, but the crocodile attack is also a very important aspect that is often underreported. Therefore, the vulnerability is multidimensional, that we see the socio-political and the economic dimension beside being a natural cause and effect relationship. So we cannot just say, because there is climate change, which is something which is predicted and contested to some extent, there is livelihood insecurity. The livelihood insecurity is also determined by the socio-political situation in which people live. So often slow onset and rapid onset impact of climate change principles don't capture these nuances. And these challenges are embedded in the political economy of the land, particularly in relation to male-female relationships of migration, how much land they own, and who has the capacity to migrate, because not everybody is migrating from the villages. That is also a fact, a reality. So our vision is caught between a dystopic and an utopian logic. So the dystopic logic suggests that environmental ruination is happening everywhere, and it is going to lead to mass migration of people. And the only respite is planned retreat or managed retreat or planned relocation that we are currently debating and putting it in our policy framework. This is undergirded by the utopian vision. Then once the human settlements are segregated from the delta buffer zone, a vibrant biodiversity can be conserved. So this is our assumption. This is our hunch. What is missing from this grand vision is communities' voice and what they really want. Communities in the delta are tied up to their circumstances, which is defined by the availability of land that they have, per capita availability of land, the water-based livelihood, they have fisheries, forest-going activities, and all these challenges that they face from the forest forest department and other kind of stakeholders in the Sundarban, those are the kind of real challenges that people are confronted with. Migration to the city and planned evacuation is not the permanent solution, because people are not migrating permanently to the cities. They are actually migrating in a circulatory fashion. They are either going temporarily or they are going seasonally, and that is what we have observed in our fieldwork. And the migration pattern has itself taken many dimensions, and often people are trapped. So I will come to the point of trapped population who cannot migrate, and there are reasons why they cannot migrate. So this is a very interesting book written by Camelia Diwan, and it's based on a study done in Bangladesh. It's called Misreading the Bengal Delta, Climate Change, Development and Livelihood in Coastal Bangladesh. So she argues that climate activists, or let's say climate consultants, argue for, they often use climate change as a spice. That is what she uses in her article that she published in 2020 called Climate Change as Spice. So brokerage is done so that whenever you use the title climate change in any research proposal, it gets easily funded. The problem lies in understanding the multidimensional nature of poverty, inequality, and iniquities among Sundarban communities in terms of landholding, as I said, restriction toward access to commons, like for example, minor forest products, collection of wax, honey, firewood, and gender norms that we have in society, the patriarchal norms, low level of education and healthcare facilities, and loss of food security and sovereignty. Now, these are some of the major issues that we have in the Sundarban Delta, which need to be addressed before we can talk about a systematic resilience plan or a systematic sustainable development plan for the region. We are presented a diastrophic vision of environmental ruination, as you can see here in this picture, flood or kind of drought, as some pictures were shown in the earlier session. However, from a humanitarian perspective, we should first address the human scale needs. And here I would like to introduce the Chilean economist Max Neef. And he argues that the good new ecology is that it is possible to actually have more satisfaction with less stuff. It is not the materials and energy that provide satisfaction, but the degree to which basic needs are met. So I think the challenge today in Sundarban for the communities living in the region, the different social groups, is to meet their basic needs. The basic needs are in the first place not met. Once the basic needs are met, they can go for other satisfiers. So here I'll come to the project that we did from 2020 to 2022. It was titled Environmental Refugees, Climate, Health and Livelihood in the Indian Ocean World. While I'll focus only on the Sundarban, we did fieldwork in Tanzania, we did fieldwork in Mozambique and in India and Bangladesh, particularly focusing on the Delta region. So you can see after the Ayla cyclone, there was a huge impact, and these impacts were documented by the local community in terms of the rise of the sea level, how much water inundation took place, and it kind of destroyed their settlement. And we did photo voice as a method. We used photo voice as a method to capture that data. Some of the key questions that we asked in the project is what temporal and spatial forms of migration are occurring, and who makes the decision to migrate from the village to any place which they feel is safe? How do environmental factors, social aspects, and individual motivation influence the decision of migrants? And why do some people migrate while others stay in areas affected by environmental disasters? And the third question we asked are, what are the health outcomes of migration in their new settlement areas? Because I've interviewed many farmers and many migrants who say that once we have gone to the new site for work, for particularly in urban slum, they have kind of acquired new diseases which have forced them to come back to the village. So it's not a very simplistic argument to say that when they move from the village to the urban site, and mostly they'll be living in slums or squatters, and they kind of acquire new diseases which doesn't allow them to stay in that place. And after a few years or after a few months, they return back to their villages. And this also happened during the COVID, when people had to come back to their field. So we use photo voice as a technique to capture community voice. And here you can see how government kind of doles and their kind of initiative after the Ayla cyclone help people to kind of sustain their livelihood. And I think some of these schemes are still prevalent. The photographs clearly show how people remember the past disaster, how they present themselves as beneficiaries of state-driven development projects. So here is a kind of example from the Dayapur village where people are getting ration from the state, and this is the evidence. But we use 3 case studies in our surveys. In fact, we had many case studies, but I have selected 3 case studies of why people migrate, particularly female households, why they are migrating. So we carried audiovisual interviews with these households, and there were female researchers who kind of interviewed. But then you also can see the power dynamics in the sense that the researcher is coming from urban place, going and interviewing people in the village. But then the three ladies who were interviewed gave very distinct answers why they were interested to migrate. One migrated because their husband has already migrated out, and they accompanied. She accompanied her husband. The other person migrated because she was attacked by the crocodile, and then she could not go to the river to collect the Bagdamin, so she could not kind of practice that. And the third lady kind of expressed that she doesn't want to go. She doesn't want to migrate because there are children who are left over in the villages, in the household, which she needs to take care of, because for her, the family is more important than going and earning an income. So this clearly shows that there are different motivations of migration and not migrating. So climate change perhaps plays a much lesser role or a secondary role towards kind of people's decision or motivation to why they should migrate and why they should not. So who are the people that migrate and who are trapped? So the burden lies on female members of family and the elders who take care of the household. So that is the common trend that we have seen in all our interviews, who have to manage the farm, take care of the dependent children, as well as the aging in-laws and parents. Because of patriarchal norms, unequal wages, and poor living condition in the cities. In fact, people who are going to Andhra Pradesh, they don't have any privacy. So they have to defecate in the open, but still they're going. So for female, it's a huge challenge. And the urban slums, that's why they're restricted to migrate. They are kind of not incentivized to migrate. The intersection of gender, patriarchy, and class all play a very important role in kind of showing the trend that male migration is more dominant in the Sundarban vis-a-vis female migration. For some migrants, it's a dream to escape vulnerability, while for other migrants, this has posed many challenges and has resulted in return back home, as I mentioned, because of illness, because of disease, and because of other factors. Therefore, we need to create more resilient livelihood within the village. Now, the question is, there are different stories that are emerging. So these are the two stories. So as you can see from this picture, it is very clear. One of the pictures is taken from our colleague Shivaji Bose. So you can see the three ladies in the bottom picture. And there is another picture which I could not find. So there are three cycles which are placed. And this photo was kind of clearly captures the gender division of labor, in the sense that women are in the village, they are taking care of the household, while men who used to earlier kind of ride those bicycles and now migrated to the cities, and they have those aspirations, and they're sending remittances back from, this is from Delhi, they're sending remittance back home to support their family members who cannot earn a living during the lean season. Here is another example. This was taken last year, where you can see one man and one female, that is the father-in-law and his kind of daughter-in-law. They are all in the villages, and they're living in kind of relief rehabilitation camp, because their house has been taken away by the river, and they're living in temporary shelters, while their husbands and his son has gone to the city to earn a living, to send remittances. And this is how migration is shaping people's mobility, but is not creating resilient livelihoods. Now, coming to what we can do and where are the opportunities that we have in terms of addressing the current vulnerabilities faced by people in Sundarbans. One of the solutions is the nature-based solution. So developing natural fibers, aquageophonics, to develop crops that are salt tolerant and can survive in flood water, promoting a blue economy discourse with care and conviviality. So in our project, we kind of did comparative study between Tanzania, Mozambique, and West Bengal and Bangladesh. And we found that the blue economy discourse is quite well developed in East African context. They are kind of growing crops, not crops, but they are kind of harvesting certain aquatic products, which are then exported to countries like China. And perhaps similar kind of products can be kind of harvested from our Sundarban area. And I think one of the framework that we have to develop is to kind of think about radical ecological democracy, which I'm going to come in the next slide. Bring expert knowledge with citizen science, which our colleague has already mentioned, that we cannot just work with experts. We need to also tap on the local knowledge of the people, and from experimental farm to community intervention. So that is also very important, because we cannot just kind of discuss in the realm of ideas. We also need to have implementable projects. So this is the model that we think is missing currently in the discourse. And we are kind of taking it from the Gandhian principle of eco-Swaraj, where there is freedom not only in the context of food sovereignty, but also in terms of social well-being and justice. So all these elements that you see in this diagram are missing from the current political discourse and the resilience discourse in the Sundarbans. So for example, cultural diversity and knowledge democracy is absent. We are actually just extracting the knowledge and then projecting it and saying, well, this is the problem and this can be the solution. But then we are not essentially kind of consulting with the local communities in ways that eco-Swaraj would promote. Direct and delegated democracy we don't have. We have the power to vote, but then the important decisions are made. They're made by the bureaucrats. Ecological integrity and resilience again is a problem that we have. We also don't have economic democracy, because everything is getting connected to the market, and we are increasingly dependent on the market. So these values need to be integrated into our model that we would kind of propose in the future, where when we are talking about resilience, when we are talking about community development. And finally, I think what has been missing in the debate currently is to look at these boundaries. So we are very much fixated on climate change, which I understand is the most important problem at hand. But then we are not looking at the other issues, which are equally important, as Rockstrom would argue, that we have actually crossed some of these boundaries. We are nearly on the tipping point on some other boundaries. The only place we are safe currently is on the stratospheric ozone depletion, which has been rectified. But beyond that, all these 8 planetary boundaries we have either crossed or we are reaching the limits. And for Sundarban, this is also relevant. And we need to kind of base our model looking at all these issues, but just not focusing on climate change. Although climate change will be an important aspect, but we also have to think about nitrogen cycle, how it is going to impact our agriculture, and how it is reducing the productivity of the land, and how can we kind of address this issue. We also need to talk about ocean acidification, and we're talking about salinization, and that is directly linked with that. We also have to talk about global freshwater use. We're talking about aquatic farms, we're talking about aquaculture. So I think a holistic understanding of the current problems in Sundarban would mitigate the issues at hand. And also migration, as I have just mentioned, is not the solution. Migration can be a piecemeal band-aid for the emerging issues that we are facing in the Sundarban Delta, but a policy that is based or foregrounded on these principles and addresses these challenges, perhaps just kind of leaving the stratospheric ocean depletion behind, because it has already been managed by the global community. We need to address all these issues in order to make a holistic plan. So this will be my submission. And this is the last thank you page, where you can see the farmer taking care of his farm, and his children are all in the city. They have migrated. Okay.
আমার হাইটে তো কাউকে দেখাই যাচ্ছে না এখান থেকে, এনিওয়েজ। তো এই না না দিতে হবে না, পড়ে টরে গেলে মুশকিল। আচ্ছা না না, বসে বসে প্রেজেন্টেশন দেওয়া যায়। হ্যাঁ এবার ঠিক আছে। কি অবস্থা? হ্যাঁ সেটাই। প্রথমেই সবাইকে গুড আফটারনুন, আর থ্যাংক ইউ প্রফেসর চক্রবর্তী টু ইনভাইট মি হিয়ার। ইটস এ গ্রেট প্লেজার টু অলওয়েজ কাম ব্যাক টু সুন্দরবন। সো আমাকে বলতে বলা হয়েছে, আচ্ছা আমি কিন্তু বাংলা ইংলিশ দুটো মিলিয়েই বলবো, মেনলি বাংলায় বলবো, কারণ বাইরে থেকে বাংলার বাইরে থেকে বাংলায় কথা বলার চান্সটা কমে যায়। তো আমাকে বলতে বলা হয়েছে ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজিস অফ সুন্দরবন নিয়ে। তো দেবজ্যোতি অনেকটাই কভার করে দিয়েছে তার। আচ্ছা এটা কোনখান থেকে মুভ করছে বলতো? এইটা ওকে ওকে, এবার পড়বে। আচ্ছা প্রথমে একটু দেখি যে ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজি কথাটা কোথা থেকে এলো। সো প্রথমে যেটা প্রথম যিনি এটা করেছিলেন লেস্টার ব্রাউন, তিনি এই টার্মটাকে পাইনিয়ার করেছিলেন যে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল রিফিউজিস 1970s-এ। তারপর যার কাছ থেকে এটা মোর প্রমিনেন্ট ডেফিনেশনস এলো হিনওয়াই, তার 1985-এ, যেটা ইউএনএপি অ্যাকসেপ্ট করেছিল। তো তিনি প্রথম এটাকে দিয়েছিলেন যে হ্যাঁ ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজি বলে একটা কথা হতে পারে। কাদেরকে বলা হবে না? those people who have been forced to leave their traditional habitat temporarily or permanently because of a marked environmental disruption, forced to rebuild their lives in other places despite the condition to which they are subjected. মানে যে কোনো পরিস্থিতিতেই থাকুক না কেন, তাদের এনভায়রনমেন্টাল ডিসরাপশনের জন্য যাদেরকে বাইরে চলে যেতে হচ্ছে এবং সেখানে তাদেরকে নতুন করে শুরু করতে হচ্ছে, তাদেরকে আমরা ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজিস বলবো। আরেকটা ডেফিনেশনস হতে পারে যারা ক্লাইমেটিক্যালি ডিসপ্লেসড পারসনস, মানে ইন দেয়ার ওন হোমল্যান্ডস, মানে সুন্দরবনের একটা আইল্যান্ড থেকে আরেকটা আইল্যান্ডে যাচ্ছে, তাদেরকেও আমরা বলতে পারি যে ইন্টারনালি ডিসপ্লেসড পপুলেশন। তো এতগুলো টার্মিনোলজি আমাদের রয়েছে। তো এবার যদি একটুখানি আমরা মানে সাউথ ইস্ট এশিয়ার পিকচারটা দেখে নিই, তাহলে দেখবো যে সাংঘাতিক অবস্থা। প্রচুর লোকজন 2050-এর মধ্যে তারা সমস্ত ভাবে তারা মাইগ্রেটেড হচ্ছে অনেকভাবে। তো মেনলি কোন কোন জায়গা থেকে হচ্ছে? মেনলি তো সাব সাহারান আফ্রিকা থেকে হচ্ছে। আমরা জানি যে ইম্প্যাক্ট ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের ওখানে অনেক বেশি, আর কিন্তু সাউথ ইস্ট এশিয়া থেকেও হচ্ছে। তার মধ্যে ইন্ডিয়া, বাংলাদেশ কিন্তু একটা প্রমিনেন্ট জায়গায় রয়েছে। তো তারাও মাইগ্রেট হবে কোনো না কোনো ভাবে। সো অলরেডি 22 মিলিয়নস অলরেডি আইডিপিস রয়েছে যারা ইন্টারনালি ডিসপ্লেড পপুলেশন টিল 2021। তার মধ্যে আপনারা যদি দেখেন তাহলে 86 মিলিয়ন হচ্ছে সাব সাহারান আফ্রিকা থেকে, 40 মিলিয়ন হচ্ছে সাউথ ইস্ট এশিয়া থেকে, আর ল্যাটিন আমেরিকা থেকে 17 মিলিয়ন। দোজ আর দ্য মেজর স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্স। এটা একটা গ্লোবাল পিকচার। এবার আমরা যদি ইন্ডিয়ার দিকে তাকাই একটু, আমরা সকাল থেকেই ডিসকাশন চলছে যে কিভাবে মাইগ্রেশনস গুলো হচ্ছে। তো মাইগ্রেশনের একটা রুট আছে। তো এবার আমরা বলবো যে এই যে বাংলাদেশ থেকে আসছে কিংবা রোহিঙ্গা ক্রাইসিসের ক্ষেত্রে তারাও যে চলে এসেছিল, সো এই রুটটা থেকে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি যে সুন্দরবন আর এন্টায়ারলি বাংলাদেশ, মায়ানমার, এই রিজিয়নটা একটা বেশ গড়বড়ে জায়গায় আছে, কারণ এখানে মাইগ্রেশনটা কিন্তু ভালোভাবে হচ্ছে, এখান থেকে যাচ্ছে। এইবার এই গ্লোবাল পিকচারটাকে যদি আমরা সুন্দরবনের ক্ষেত্রে নিয়ে আসি, তাহলে কি দাঁড়াচ্ছে? সুন্দরবনের ক্ষেত্রে তিনটে আনসার্টেনিটিস কাজ করছে। সুন্দরবনে যা জিনিসপত্র নিয়েই আমরা আলোচনা করছি কাল থেকে, সেটা লাইভলিহুড হতে পারে, যে কোনো ইন্টারভেনশন হতে পারে, ফিশিং, এগ্রিকালচার, যা জিনিস হতে পারে, তার তিনটে আনসার্টেনিটিস এর ওপরে এই সুন্দরবনের এন্টায়ার কমপ্লেক্সিটিস আর ডিপেন্ডিং। প্রথম হচ্ছে ইকোলজিক্যাল আনসার্টেনিটি। আমরা তো সবাই দেখছি ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ নিয়ে কাল থেকে হচ্ছে, আজকে প্রফেসর হাজরাও বললেন, সবাই বললেন যে ইকোলজিক্যাল আনসার্টেনিটিস আর দেয়ার। ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, উইথ ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, উইদাউট ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ, এটা একটা ইকোলজিক্যালি আনসার্টেন একটা রিজিয়ন। এইবারে দাঁড়াচ্ছে যে এই নলেজটা কোথায়? প্রফেসর হাজরা বহু দিন থেকে এই কথাটা বলে চলেছেন যে এই যে সায়েন্স পলিসি ডিসকানেক্ট, যেখানে সায়েন্সটা আছে সেই সায়েন্সটা গিয়ে পলিসিতে রিফ্লেক্ট হচ্ছে না। এই যে একটা ডিসকানেক্ট তৈরি হচ্ছে, এই ডিসকানেক্টটা একটা আনসার্টেনিটি ক্রিয়েট করছে, যেটাকে আমরা বলতে পারি পলিসি আনসার্টেনিটি। কিন্তু কেন হচ্ছে না, তার কারণ হচ্ছে যে এখানে একটা নলেজ আনসার্টেনিটিও রয়েছে। আমরা একটু আগেই কথা বললাম যে কি বলে যে লোকাল নলেজকে ইন্টিগ্রেট করতে হবে। তার মানে আমরা জানি না লোকাল পিপল কি চাইছে, আমরা ইন্টারভেনশন করছি, তাদের সাথে করছি, কিন্তু ততটা কি তাদের কাজে লাগছে? তাহলে সেই যে একটা নলেজ আনসার্টেনিটি রয়েছে অ্যামংস দ্য ডিফারেন্ট স্টেক হোল্ডার্স। কিছুক্ষণ আগে অমিতাভদা আছেন পিছনে, অমিতাভদার সাথে আমাদের কথা হচ্ছিল যে সুন্দরবনে এত এনজিও কাজ করছে, কেউ জানে না যে মানে তারা একে অপরের কি কি কাজ করছে। তাহলে এই জায়গায় একটা গ্যাপ হচ্ছে, আইদার দে আর ডুইং প্যারালেলিজম অর দে আর ডুইং রিপিটেশনস। তাহলে এই যে জায়গাটা, এই তিনটে জায়গা, এই তিনটে আনসার্টেনিটি মিলিয়ে তার মাঝখানে রয়েছে কিন্তু এই ক্লাইমেটিক রিফিউজিস এর গ্রুপটা। এইবার যদি দেখি যে কেন তারা মাইগ্রেট করছে, এটা আমরা আগেই সবাই আলোচনা করলাম, দেবজ্যোতিও বললেন। তো প্রথমে তারা এগ্রিকালচার ফিশিং করতো, তারপরে যখন সেটা কাজ করছে না তখন তারা কি বলে পান চাষ শুরু করলো, তারপর তারা শুরু করলো উইদিন দ্য আইল্যান্ড এগ্রিকালচারাল লেবার করা, তারপর ক্র্যাব চাষ করছে, তারপরে গিয়ে মাইগ্রেশন করছে। তাহলে মানুষ সবসময় কিন্তু একটা চেষ্টা করে চলেছে যে কি করে আমি আমার লাইভলিহুডটাকে সিকিউর করব। এবার কেন সেটা সিকিউর করবো, এটা খুব স্বাভাবিক কথা যে পেটে মানে টান পড়লে মানুষ যা কিছু করতে পারে, which is very simple, it's a human instinct. তো এই যে একটা ট্রানজিশনস লাইভলিহুডের ক্ষেত্রে হচ্ছে, সো এটা কি খুব ডিজায়ারেবল? এটা তো একটা ফোর্সড ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটি, এটা তো একটা মানে একটা ডিস্ট্রেসড ফ্লেক্সিবিলিটি, ডিস্ট্রেসড ডাইভার্সিফিকেশন, যেটা কিছুদিন আগে আমাদের যে বুকটা পাবলিশ হয়েছিল সেটাতে আমরা বলেছি যে এটা একটা ডিস্ট্রেসড ডাইভার্সিফিকেশন। সো ডিস্ট্রেস ডাইভার্সিফিকেশন কিন্তু কখনোই ডিজায়ারেবল হতে পারে না। এবার একটু দেখা যাক যে প্যাটার্ন অফ মাইগ্রেশন, দেবজ্যোতি অলরেডি বলেছেন। তো প্রথম যে গ্রুপটা সুন্দরবন থেকে বেরিয়ে গেছিল, যারা পার্মানেন্টলি আউটমাইগ্রেটেড হয়ে গেছে, দোজ আর দ্য এডুকেটেড রুরাল এলিট, যারা পড়াশোনা করেছেন। বিকজ আপনারা যদি সবসময় দেখেন যে সুন্দরবনের এডুকেশনাল স্ট্যাটিস্টিক্স, ইটস ভেরি গুড। সো এডুকেশন অ্যাজ আ সোশ্যাল ডিটারমিনেন্টস ওখানে কিন্তু খুব একটা কাজ করে না, ফর্মাল এডুকেশন আই এম টকিং অ্যাবাউট। তো যারা রুরাল এডুকেটেড এলিট ছিলেন তারা কিন্তু বহুদিন আগেই সুন্দরবন থেকে যেতে শুরু করেছেন, এবং যত যে নিয়ার বাই টাউন, সোনারপুর, বারুইপুর, যত টাউনশিপস গড়ে উঠছে, আপনি দেখবেন তাদের কোনো না কোনো সময় তারা সুন্দরবনে তাদের বাড়ি ছিল, এখনো একটা জমি সেখানে রয়েছে, ওয়ান প্লট অফ ল্যান্ড ইজ স্টিল দেয়ার। তো এইটা একটা 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 গ্লোবালাইজেশন প্রসেসের একটা সূত্র ধরে তারা শিফট করেছেন। আর তাদের ওয়ার্ল্ড ভিউ চেঞ্জ হয়েছে, মানে চাষির ছেলে চাষি হবে না, আমার ছেলে চাষ আর করবে না, আমার ছেলে লেখাপড়া করেছে, সে বাইরে গিয়ে হোয়াইট কলার জব করবে। সো দ্যাটস আ চেঞ্জ ইন দ্য ভেরি অ্যানথ্রোপোলজিক্যাল কনসেপ্ট, চেঞ্জ ইন দ্য ওয়ার্ল্ড ভিউ। তারপর আসছে সিজনাল মাইগ্রেশন, আমি আর ডিটেলসে যাব না, দেবজ্যোতি অলরেডি বলেছে যে ইটস মেনলি স্টার্টেড অ্যাজ আ কোপিং আফটার আ ডিজাস্টার হয়ে গেছে, আমার লাইভলিহুড নষ্ট হয়ে গেছে, আই হ্যাভ টু মাইগ্রেট। সো মেল মাইগ্রেশন ইজ দ্য মেজর থিং হিয়ার। তো এতে একটা জিনিস যেটা সোসাইটি, দেবজ্যোতি অলরেডি ডিসকাস করলো, যে এমার্জেন্স অফ ডি ফ্যাক্টো ওমেন হাউসহোল্ডস, মানে মহিলারা লিডারশিপ নিচ্ছে, তারা বাড়িটা চালাচ্ছে, অ্যান্ড সুন্দরবনস ওমেন্স আর ভেরি অ্যাসপিরেশনাল, দে আর অ্যাবসলিউটলি টেকিং দ্য লিড। ঠিক আছে, এইবার আসছে ইন্ট্রা আইল্যান্ড অ্যান্ড ইন্টার আইল্যান্ড মবিলিটি। সো এখানে আমরা আর মাইগ্রেশন টার্মটা ইউজ করছি না, আমরা ইউজ করছি মবিলিটি। সো একটা জায়গা থেকে আরেকটা জায়গায় উইদিন দ্য আইল্যান্ড তারা করছে। তারা ধরুন বারবার সাইক্লোন আসছে বা সমুদ্র এগিয়ে আসছে এবং তাদের বাড়ি ভাঙছে, এরকম অনেক বাড়ি, অনেক লোকের সাথে আপনাদের কথা হতে পারে সুন্দরবনের যে কোনো সি ফেসিং আইল্যান্ডে গেলে, যে যাদের 3-4 বার বাড়ি ভেঙেছে এবং তারা রিএস্টাবলিশ করতে বাধ্য হয়েছে। সো ইউজুয়ালি এটা কি হয় না, নেবারিং আইল্যান্ডস এর মধ্যেই এই মবিলিটিটা চলতে থাকে, এবং এটা কিন্তু খুব সাইলেন্ট, এটার কোনো মানে এমনিতেই আমাদের মাইগ্রেশনের ডেটাবেস খুব খারাপ ইন্ডিয়াতে, তার উপরে আবার ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজির তো সাংঘাতিক অবস্থা। কিন্তু এই যে ইন্টার আইল্যান্ড মবিলিটি, এটা ভীষণ ভীষণ সাইলেন্ট। আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি জানি না যে কে কবে কোন বাড়িটা ভেঙে কোথায় যাচ্ছে, বাট দে আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি মুভিং অলমোস্ট আফটার 2-3 years. আর একটা হচ্ছে ক্রস বর্ডার মাইগ্রেশন, যেটা নিয়ে প্রচুর সিএ হচ্ছে, এই হচ্ছে সেই হচ্ছে, কিন্তু ইস্যুটাকে তো মানে নেগলেক্ট করা যায় না। অফকোর্স দেয়ার আর ক্রস বর্ডার মাইগ্রেশন ফ্রম বাংলাদেশ। তো আর যেটা বেড়েছে আমাদের রোহিঙ্গা ক্রাইসিসের পরে আরো বেশি করে বেড়েছে। না আর এক ধরনের মাইগ্রেশন আছে যেটা খুব সাইলেন্ট এবং মাইগ্রেশন সো কল্ড ডেফিনেশনে হয়তো পড়ে না। এই যে ইয়াং গার্লস দে আর গেটিং ম্যারিড, স্পেশালি আপনারা যদি অনেক মৌসুমী বা অন্যান্য আইল্যান্ডে গিয়ে দেখেন যে আফটার এনি ডিজাস্টার, এনি সাইক্লোন, a huge number of young girls 13-14 তাদের কিন্তু বাড়ি থেকে বিয়ে দিয়ে দিচ্ছে। কেন দিচ্ছে? একটা হচ্ছে যে বাবা বাড়ি থেকে বিয়ে দিয়ে দিলে মানে একটা মাউথ ফ্রম দ্য হাউস হোল্ড উইল বি লেস, সিম্পল থিং। দ্বিতীয় হচ্ছে এই যে একটা ফোবিয়া তৈরি হয়েছে যে আবার পরের বার আসবে সাইক্লোন, তখন কি হবে, তার থেকে মেয়েটাকে। এবং আরেকটা খুব অদ্ভুত ট্রেন্ড আমাদের রিসার্চে দেখেছিলাম যে সবাই যারা বিয়েটা দিচ্ছে না, বিয়েটা কিন্তু মেনল্যান্ড এরিয়ায় দিচ্ছে বা সুন্দরবনের বাইরে দিচ্ছে, জাস্ট টু সিকিউর আ সেফ প্লেস, যে কোনো সময় যদি বাড়ি ঘর ভাঙে বা কিছু দরকার হয় ডিজাস্টারের সময়, তাহলে মেয়ের বাড়ি গিয়ে থাকতে পারবে। সো এখানে একটা সোশ্যাল নেটওয়ার্ক এই এটার মধ্যে দিয়ে তৈরি হচ্ছে, তারা এক্সপ্যান্ড করছে তাদের সোশ্যাল নেটওয়ার্ক। আর সেখানে তো অবভিয়াসলি এটা দেবজ্যোতিও বললো যে কলকাতার ব্রথেলসে যতবার সাইক্লোন এসছে তারপরে যদি গিয়ে দেখা যায় যে নাম্বার অফ ট্রাফিকড গার্লস আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইনক্রিজিং। এবার ছেলেদের কথাতেও আসি। ছেলেদের কথাতেও তারা 14-15, as young as 14-15, those boys are dropped out from school and migrated with their father or brother or uncle to earn the money. So it's a huge social disruptions. এটা কেন মেনলি হচ্ছে, এর কারণটা যদি দেখি তাহলে এটা হচ্ছে সুন্দরবনের মানুষ নিয়ে তো তাদের একটা আইডেন্টিটি ছিল, এবং মানে ম্যাক্সিমাম লোকই খুব প্রাউড ছিলেন যে আমি সুন্দরবন থেকে এসেছি। আজও আপনি এখানে যারা সুন্দরবন থেকে এসছেন তাদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করে দেখবেন, দে আর ভেরি প্রাউড, আমি সুন্দরবনের লোক। কিন্তু এই মানুষগুলো তারা বলছে যে আমাদের সার্ভাইভালটাকে তারা চুজ করছে ওভার দ্যাট আইডেন্টিটি। আজকে এটা কিন্তু একটা ভীষণ হিউম্যান ইনস্টিংক্ট যে আমি আমার মাতৃভাষা বা আমার মাদারল্যান্ড থেকে যখন আমি চলে যাই তখন সেটা একটা কষ্ট দেয়, কোনো না কোনো ভাবে কষ্ট দেয়। তো সেই জায়গাটা তারা আর যাচ্ছে না, তারা তাদের আইডেন্টিটিটা ছেড়ে তারা বলছে যে আমাদের সার্ভাইভালটা আগে। এবং ম্যাক্সিমাম লোকে যাদের সাথে কথা বলেছি আমরা, তারা সবাই কিন্তু বলছেন যে আমার ছেলে মেয়েদের আমি আর চাই না তারা সুন্দরবনে থাকুক, তারা সুন্দরবন থেকে চলে যাক। কেন না, এই যে একটা আনসার্টেনিটি, একটা ফোবিয়া, একটা ক্যাওস তৈরি হচ্ছে, they don't want their children to continue here, they want them to settle outside. এইবার আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা দেবজ্যোতি কিছুটা বললো, সেটা হচ্ছে যে এই যে লেয়ার্ড ভালনারেবিলিটি। সো এই ক্লাস, জেন্ডার, কাস্ট, এই একটা কমপ্লেক্স ইন্টারসেকশনালিটি তৈরি হয়েছে, এবং সেখানে ম্যাক্রো লেভেল পলিসি আছে, পলিসি ইমপ্লিমেন্টেশন আছে, অ্যান্ড ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জের মধ্যে সব জিনিসগুলো হয়ে চলেছে। তো এটা আমি আর অতটা ডিসকাস করছি না, কারণ এটা করতে গেলে একটা পুরো আলাদা সেশন হয়তো হয়ে যাবে। এবার একটুখানি আমি ফোকাস করতে চাই যে এই যে কেন হচ্ছে এটা, কেন আমাদের এই সুন্দরবনের মানুষরা, আমরা তাদেরকে অনেক সময়তেই দোষ দিয়ে থাকি যে আরে ওরা তো খুব পয়সা চিনেছে, বাইরে চলে যাচ্ছে, চাষ করতে বললেও করবে না, মাছ ধরতে বললেও করবে না। সো এখানে পাওলো ফ্রেরে বলে একজন এডুকেশনিস্ট ছিলেন, ব্রাজিলিয়ান এডুকেশনিস্ট। তিনি 2-3টে স্টেটের কথা বলেছিলেন। মানুষ যখন একটা জায়গায়, যখন তার উপরে একটা শক আসে, তখন তার একটা ক্রিটিক্যাল কনসিয়াসনেস তৈরি হয়। তো এই কনসিয়াসনেসের 3টে স্টেট আছে। একটা স্টেট হচ্ছে যে আমি কিছুই জানি না, আই এম ভেরি ইগনোরেন্ট, আমার ওপরে এই চাপটা আসছে এবং আমি কি করবো আমি জানি না, আমি অসহায়। সেকেন্ড স্টেজ যখন আসে কনসিয়াসনেসে, তখন তারা ভাবে যে এই আমার পাশের লোকটাই শত্রু, মানে দে আর ফাইটিং উইদিন দেমসেলভস। আমার পাশের লোকটা শত্রু, এ আমাকে ডুবিয়ে দিচ্ছে। থার্ড পয়েন্টে যখন যায় তখন সে অ্যাকচুয়ালি বুঝতে পারে যে সিস্টেম ইজ ডুইং দ্যাট অর ইট ইজ আ সিস্টেমেটিক প্রবলেম, দেন দে স্টার্টেড টেকিং অ্যাকশনস। সো আমার মনে হয় যে সুন্দরবনের মানুষ এখনো ওই ক্রিটিক্যাল কনসিয়াসনেসের একটা সেকেন্ড স্টেজে আছে। তারা ভাবছে যে যেভাবে হোক বাঁচি, একে অপরকে দোষ দিচ্ছে, ইনক্লুডিং দ্য এনজিওস অ্যান্ড সিভিল সোসাইটিজ ইন সুন্দরবনস। ফান্ডিং কার কাছে বেশি আসবে? সো ইটস আ ক্রিটিক্যাল কনসিয়াসনেস, যার জন্য দেখুন অনেকগুলো স্ট্রাগলস তৈরি হচ্ছে। ইন্টারজেনারেশনাল স্ট্রাগলটা আছে, ভাই আমিও আমি বাইরে যাব কি আমি বাইরে এ থেকে করব, সেই ইন্টারজেনারেশনাল স্ট্রাগল আছে শাশুড়ি বউয়ের মধ্যে কি ছেলে বাবার মধ্যে। তারপর ইন্টার রিলিজিয়াস স্ট্রাগল, অনেক এথনোগ্রাফির ইয়েতে আমরা দেখেছি যে ধরুন হিন্দু বা মুসলিম পাশাপাশি গ্রামে আগে থাকতো, কালচারাল সিনক্রেটিজম থ্রু বনবিবি কাল্ট ওয়াজ আ ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স অফ সুন্দরবন। তো এখন কি হচ্ছে না, হিন্দু যদি তার ঘর ভেঙেছে, সে যদি মুসলমান পাড়ায় মানে ঘর জমি কিনতে চায়, তাহলে কিন্তু তারা ওখানে ঢুকতে দিচ্ছে না, কারণ পরে তো ওদের পাড়াটাও ভাঙতে পারে। তো সেই বা ভাইসি ভার্সা, হিন্দিরাও দিচ্ছে না যে মুসলিমরা এসে এখানে জমি কিনুক। সো এই একটা স্ট্রাগল চলছে বিটুইন দ্য জেন্ডার্স, সেটা তো সবসময় চলে, সমস্ত জায়গায় চলে, তার এখানে তো ভীষণ প্রমিনেন্ট উইথ অল অফ দিস আনসার্টেনিটিস। বিটুইন দ্য হোমলেস, আমার বাড়িটা আজকে ভেঙেছে, তার জন্য আমি কিন্তু অন্যকে দিচ্ছি, কিন্তু দেয়া সত্ত্বেও আমি রিটার্নে চাইছি যে যখন আমার বাড়িটা যদি ভাঙে তখন তুমি আমার কাছে এসে থাকো, বা দায়িত্বটাও কিন্তু অতটা তারা নিতে চাইছে না। ল্যান্ড ওনার অ্যান্ড ল্যান্ডলেস, মৌসুমী আইল্যান্ডে আমি দেখেছি আমার রিসার্চের সময় যে একটা দিকের এটা এসে ভেঙে বাঁধটা ভেঙে কৃষির জমিটা খারাপ হয়ে গেছে, তখন অন্য দিকের পাড়ার লোকেরা স্লুইস গেটটা খুলে দিয়েছে যে ওদেরটাও ভাঙুক, আমার ফসলটা নষ্ট হয়েছে ওদের ফসলটাও নষ্ট হোক। সো ইট ইজ আ কাইন্ড অফ আ স্ট্রাগল। আইল্যান্ডার মেনল্যান্ডার্স, এখানেও জমি কেনা নিয়ে যাদের অন্তত সামর্থ্য আছে তাদের ক্ষেত্রেও এই স্ট্রাগলস গুলো চলছে, অ্যান্ড এগুলো সমস্তগুলো আলটিমেটলি ম্যানিফেস্ট করছে পলিটিক্যাল ভায়োলেন্সে, যেটাতে ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল খুব বিখ্যাত। তো বেসিক্যালি কিন্তু পার্টির থেকেও বেশি কে আগে আইলার চাল পাবে আর কে আগে, আমরা হয়তো ভাবতে পারি দোজ আর পলিটিক্যাল ওয়েটস, বাট ভেতরের এই ক্রিটিক্যাল কনসিয়াসনেস অ্যান্ড দ্য স্ট্রাগলস আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি ইম্প্যাক্টিং দোজ থিংস। আচ্ছা, এবার হচ্ছে আর একটা প্রশ্ন যে হোয়াট হ্যাপেন ওয়েন ইউ মাইগ্রেট উইদাউট আ পার্টিকুলার স্কিল। আমিও উড়িষ্যায় মাইগ্রেট করেছি, বাট আই হ্যাভ আ পার্টিকুলার স্কিল, সো দে আর ওয়েলকামিং মি। বাট এখান থেকে যারা যাচ্ছে তারা কিন্তু একটা সিম্পল ওয়েজ লেবারিং নিয়ে যাচ্ছে, তো দে আর নট ভেরি স্কিলড যে তাদেরকে কেউ ইয়ে করবে। সুমন্ত সকালবেলা সেই কথাটাই বলছিল। So absolutely they are prone to physical, mental, nutritional well-being, subject to violence, deprivation, further marginalization. নাও এবার একটু দেখা যাক যে এই মাইগ্রেশনের ক্ষেত্রে, মাইগ্রেশন তো হচ্ছে এবং সেখানে সারা ভারতবর্ষেই যেভাবে মাইগ্রেন্টসরা ট্রিটেড হয়, সুন্দরবনের ছেলেরাও সেইভাবে ট্রিটেড হচ্ছে, কিন্তু তার যে এফেক্টটা সেটা আইল্যান্ডে কিভাবে হচ্ছে। আমি একটা এক্সাম্পল দিচ্ছি, দেয়ার আর সো মেনি এক্সাম্পলস, বাট আই উড লাইক টু পজ হিয়ার আ হেলথ এক্সাম্পল। মেল মাইগ্রেশন হচ্ছে, মহিলারা ক্র্যাব ক্যাচিং এ যাচ্ছে কি এগ্রিকালচারাল লিড নিচ্ছে, সেই জন্য সময় কম দিতে পারছে। তার ফলে কি হচ্ছে, বাচ্চাদের যে অ্যাকিউট ম্যালনারিশমেন্ট একটা ক্রিয়েট হচ্ছে, মার্কেটকে ইম্প্যাক্ট করছে, তার মানে ফুড অ্যাভেলেবিলিটি থাকছে না মার্কেটে, ফিল্ড স্যালাইন হচ্ছে, ডিপ্লিশন অফ ফিশ স্পিসিস হচ্ছে, এই সমস্ত কমপ্লেক্স একটা সিস্টেম মিলিয়ে আলটিমেটলি একটা চাইল্ডের হেলথ কিন্তু এফেক্টেড হচ্ছে। আর একটা এক্সাম্পল এখানে বলতে চাই, এই যে ছোট ছোট মেয়েগুলো 14-15 বছর বয়সের মেয়েগুলোর যে বিয়ে দিয়ে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, সো মোস্টলি দে আর ম্যালনারিশড। তারপরে কি হচ্ছে না, তাদের এই টিন প্রেগনেন্সি একটা আসছে। টিন প্রেগনেন্সির একটা হাই রিস্ক ফ্যাক্টর হচ্ছে তারা লো বার্থ ওয়েট বেবিজকে জন্ম দেবে, তাহলে বাচ্চাটা জন্মই নিচ্ছে হচ্ছে ম্যালনারিশ হয়ে। সো এই তারপরে সেই বাচ্চাটা আবার যদি মেয়ে হয়, বড় হয়ে 14-15 বছর বয়সে আবার তার বিয়ে হচ্ছে, এবং উইদিন দিস পিরিয়ড she is subjected to labor or the violence or the all kind of deprivation. তাহলে একটা লাইফ সাইকেল ধরে এই ডিপ্রিভেশনটা কন্টিনিউ হচ্ছে। চ্যালেঞ্জেস এটা দেবজ্যোতি অনেকটা কভার করেছে, আমি আর কভার করছি না খুব একটা। স্কিল অ্যান্ড ট্রেনিং এটা তো সবাই জানে। ডোমেস্টিক ভায়োলেন্স, আই উড লাইক টু থিঙ্ক অ্যানাদার ইম্পর্টেন্ট পয়েন্ট দ্যাট এই যে মাইগ্রেশনের ফলে একটা হিউজ ডোমেস্টিক ভায়োলেন্সের একটা রাস্তা কিন্তু খুলছে। রাস্তাটা কিভাবে খুলছে, যে একটা হচ্ছে যে মেয়েরা এখন যেহেতু লিড নিচ্ছে এগ্রিকালচারে বা ইকোনমিতে, দে আর নট রেডি এনিমোর টু লিসেন টু দ্য মানে প্যাট্রিয়ার্কাল সাবজুগেশনস। সো সেখানে তারা যেই মুহূর্তে ভয়েস রেইজ করছে সেই মুহূর্তে একটা ডোমেস্টিক ভায়োলেন্সের যথেষ্ট রাস্তা খুলে যাচ্ছে। এবং মোস্ট অফ দ্য ওমেন রিপোর্টেড ডিউরিং মাই এথনোগ্রাফিক স্টাডি যে এইখানে একটা আমি তো এখন মানে আই এম ডুইং আ মেন্স জব, আই এম লিডিং দ্য হাউস হোল্ড, আই এম রানিং দ্য হাউস হোল্ড, তাহলে আমার শ্বশুর শাশুড়ির কথা অত শুনবো কেন? So that also lead to a breaking of joint families. So all these kind of social disruptions are happening. Now এখানে একটা জিনিস হয়তো আমরা এইভাবে দেখতে পারি এই ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজিসদের, সেটা হচ্ছে ইন দ্য লার্জার ডিবেট অফ লস অ্যান্ড ড্যামেজ। সো লস অ্যান্ড ড্যামেজ ডিবেটে আমরা যদি দেখি যে হ্যাঁ তারা তো বাইরে যাচ্ছে, তাদের রেমিটেন্স আসছে, কোনোভাবে তো গেইন হচ্ছে, ইকোনমিক্যালি দে আর গেনিং টু সাম এক্সটেন্ট, কারণ এখানে সুন্দরবনে থেকে তো আর রোজগারটা করতে পারছে না। কিন্তু আমরা যেই মুহূর্তে সে আমাদের লেন্সটাকে শিফট করব নন ইকোনমিক লস অ্যান্ড ড্যামেজে, সেই মুহূর্তে দেখবো যে তারা তাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল কালচারাল নলেজ হারাচ্ছে, তাদের আইডেন্টিটি হারাচ্ছে, তাদের ট্র্যাডিশনাল লাইভলিহুড, সোশ্যাল নেটওয়ার্ক, সাইকোলজিক্যাল চ্যালেঞ্জেস। সো অল দিস ফ্যাক্টর উই নিড টু কনসিডার অ্যাজ নন ইকোনমিক লস অ্যান্ড ড্যামেজ ডিউ টু দিস ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ ইম্প্যাক্ট। এভাবে দেখা যায় ক্লাইমেটিক রিফিউজিসদের। বিদেশে কিছু স্টাডি হয়েছে, বাট সুন্দরবনের কনটেক্সটে এখনো হয়নি। এবার আসা যাক কিছু মানে সলিউশনসে। আই ডোন্ট নো হাউ মাচ দিস সলিউশনস ক্যান বি প্লজিবল। সো বেশ কিছু লজ আছে, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল রিফিউজি লজ, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ ল, ইন্টারন্যাশনাল হিউম্যান রাইটস ল, যেগুলোর আন্ডারে এই ক্লাইমেটিক রিফিউজিসরা আসতে পারে। ডিসকাশনস আর গোয়িং অন, কিন্তু এখনো কোনো কংক্রিট পাথওয়েজ আসেনি। তাহলে কি করা যেতে পারে? দিস ইজ মাই লাস্ট ডিসকাশন। সেটা হচ্ছে যে একটা হতে পারে যে প্রথম কথা তো এভিডেন্সই নেই কত মাইগ্রেট হচ্ছে, ভীষণ কম। স্যার আপনি বোধহয় এইমাত্র কিছুক্ষণ আগে বোধহয় দেখলেন যে 1 মিলিয়ন হয়েছে, বাট ইট ইজ আ কন্টিনিউয়াস প্রসেস। সো উই নিড আ মনিটরিং কে এখান থেকে কতটা মাইগ্রেশন প্রতি বছর হচ্ছে, কেন হচ্ছে, এবং তার পেছনে ড্রাইভার্স কারা। এই ডেটা গ্যাপটাকে যদি তোমরাও কেউ স্টুডেন্টরা যারা আছো তারা যদি এইটার উপরে রিসার্চ করতে চাও, ইটস আ হিউজ স্কোপ অ্যান্ড ইট উড বি আ ভেরি ভ্যালুয়েবল রিসার্চ। রেকগনিশন অফ দ্য টার্ম ক্লাইমেট রিফিউজিস এখনো বিদেশেই অতটা হয়নি, তো ইন্ডিয়াতে হওয়াটা দূরস্থ, কিন্তু যদি চেষ্টা করা যায়। এরা একটা পার্টিকুলার ভালনারেবল গ্রুপ। সো এই পার্টিকুলার ভালনারেবল গ্রুপের জন্য একটা পার্টিকুলার প্ল্যান লাগবে, সোজা কথা। জেনারেল প্ল্যানের ক্ষেত্রে এটা হবে না। এগ্রিকালচার হচ্ছে, ফিশিং হচ্ছে, ঠিক কথা, কিন্তু যে লোকগুলো মার্জিনাল ফার্মার যারা ম্যাক্সিমাম ক্ষেত্রে জমিটা হারাচ্ছে, তাদের আমরা এগ্রিকালচার অল্টারনেটিভস দিয়ে কি করে বাঁচাবো? তারা তো মাইগ্রেট করবেই। সো দিস কাইন্ড অফ থিংস উই নিড টু থিঙ্ক। আর physical, mental health, well-being, seasonal migrates needs to be understand. A special attention should be given to the women and children who are left behind. দেবজ্যোতি অলরেডি বলেছে। সো এভিডেন্স ওই দেবজ্যোতি যে স্টাডিটা করেছিল সেটাই অল্প কিছু এথনোগ্রাফিক স্টাডি আছে, বাট উই ডোন্ট হ্যাভ ডেটা যে তাদের কন্ডিশনটা কি হচ্ছে। সো খুব একটা রোজি পিকচার আমিও দিতে পারলাম না, তার জন্য দুঃখিত। এনিওয়েজ, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ।
This is fine. Can I start? Thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak here and present. Can I stand here? Okay, fine. So, very insightful and critical discussions on the Sundarbans. My presentation actually departs from the topic on Sundarbans, and it actually focuses on migration, women, and feminization of livelihoods. And basically, I look at some of the emerging patterns, current patterns on human mobility and immobility contexts that shape the global South countries. And hopefully, this presentation might just give us some direction in newer policy perspectives and some good practice on how migration and mobility as well as immobility can give some directions towards the India case study as in general. Yeah. So I set the context in the global south, where basically we have a number of challenges. We know that migration and displacement, and there was a few discussions, and there was a mention of displacement yesterday during our sessions. So the fact that it is intrinsically linked to economic and social triggers, and the fact that I make some references to the Africa context in this presentation is because we know that in India and Africa being two geographically diverse regions, we see that there are some similar characteristics, such as both regions have agriculture, land-based livelihoods, and coastal livelihoods as one of some of the major sectors where women are working in a very high number, and they contribute as casual laborers. And the fact that there is a high level of rural to urban migration, declining yields and poor crops, drought, floods, etc. And also the fact that migration being so persistent now, that it is a social determinant of health, not just for people who are migrating, but also for those workers and family members, particularly women, who are the stay behind members with additional work. And another thing is that internationally and even within India now, we are focusing a lot on the research and literature, which is on international remittances. But thankfully and fortunately, we are also looking now to a lot of within country migration, and all of this has been touched upon throughout this session so far. So a lot of intra-regional migration in Africa and India, and in Latin America, etc., where we see that women are migrating within rural areas increasingly to engage in agricultural labor. However, this is of course a lot as informal and casual laborers. And the fact that in Africa, countries in Africa and in India, there is a wide gap in social protection coverage, which is one of the key challenges, and it's the highest in Asia and the Pacific and in Africa. With that, we see that livelihoods, gender and migration, there is what we see an increased pattern in interstate migration, same district, and of course rural to urban continues. But while we are focused on internal and seasonal migration patterns, which really forms the key part of migration, human mobility and immobility, in Africa we see that there is so it's like a comparative here, which I've tried to reflect on. So there is a growth in Africa's internal migrants as well, and that's that's the reason why I make some contextual references to African case studies from Africa. And we see that even in India, it's there out of 250 million migrant workers, we have a lot of people and women in brick industry and in construction and domestic work, and in agriculture women have one of the highest contributions, so female labor force participation, which has been 62.9%. And whereas in Africa, we do see women workers in large-scale commercial farming. This is also true of smallholder farming, and in India as well, where women are increasingly engaged in smallholder farming. In West Africa, we see that male outmigration and female-headed households have increased. Some of the studies are, giving very detailed insights into these case scenarios. In Uganda, we see long distance migration for water and pastures for livestock, while women are migrating closer to wetland corridors for crop cultivation in dry periods. And we see that some of the structural barriers continue in the Indian context. So we have a lot of women in industrial production, aquaculture, etc. as casual workers. And in coastal livelihoods, a lot of indigenous women are struggling, due to the fact that there is a high percentage of male outmigration, while they are trying to also cope with, poverty and food insecurity, and with, of course, burdens of household labor. And other than this, we know that migration decisions, and particularly, temporary and short-term migration patterns, and in that context, they are largely caste and socio-economic, based. And there is a certain sense of hierarchy that sometimes pushes people to take certain decisions related to moving out. And this is also predominant in India's fishery sector and small scale fishing. And coupled with this, we see that poor marketing platforms, coastal erosion, lack of infrastructure are some of the detriments to more gender equitable labor and market opportunities. And for example, in the brick manufacturing, half of the migrant laborers are women. This research project, I was a part of this, and this was around 2019, 2020. And this was in Maharashtra's Pune district, and the region was Junnar. So the interesting part here was that while I conducted this research at the time, this was actually focused on energy cooking services, clean energy, and household air pollution. But I found that there were a lot of issues related to climate migration, because one being that so while this was the PMU, LPG feasibility and sustainability of clean energy adoption in this particular region, because Pune had this launch project at the time. And the government was looking at the efficiency of this project as a two-cylinder scheme thing, where BPL households and every vulnerable family, for that matter, would receive subsidized LPG. So what I did was I had revisited this project particularly to look at the migration patterns as well, and I found some very interesting, information. And one was that given that in the context of Maharashtra, skilled and unskilled migration among BPL, Dalit, and Adivasi communities is very high, and there is a certain socio-economic, or rather social status hierarchy with other rural families who are not Dalits, BPL, etc. And there is a lot of inter-district and interstate migration to sugar factories and brick kilns, because this has increased over the last few years. And another thing is that women are also working, and they are transported in tempos in the morning, where they travel 20 kilometers to work on other people's farms as casual laborers to supplement the income, while there is a high male out migration to areas which are either neighboring closer vicinity, which is Otur, Junnar and Rajpuri, or Rajuri, sorry, and very obviously Pune and Mumbai as construction laborers and cleaners, etc. in hotels, because that's the closest option when they want to seek out opportunities in urban centers. And some of the partial earnings go to these employee contractors as commissions, where they earn 10,000 to 12,000 annually. The workers earn, the laborers earn, and while the employee contractors earn probably a lot more, because there are these huge number of women and people who are transported onto these farmlands. And of course, given that we are talking about gender, women's labor, etc., and their contribution, we see that the gender gaps in wages continue, with women earning as less as 200. Maybe that's gone up to 400 now, whereas men who were already earning 500, they earn more at the moment on construction sites, etc. And we see some of the gender and health impacts. And largely this was actually not even considered an issue when we were conducting this research project study. But what we found is that there's an alarming women's health issue here related to bronchitis, arthritis, TB, etc. And it's considered it was very normalized as such, because one, women are there is a lack of health insurance coverage, not only among households, but the fact that even seasonal migrants don't have this. And it's looked at as a normal thing, that if they are using firewood, which they continue to use, because LPG is not affordable to these households in this particular region. It's a hilly region, and the nearest gas agency is like a few kilometers away. Few people who have a two-wheeler probably can afford it. The two-wheeler, they can travel and get one gas probably to use for the next 4 or 5 months. But otherwise, the LPG gas costs as much as 650 to 750 rupees, which is unthinkable to these communities. And also the fact that there are these gaps in, under the integrated tribal development program and NABARD, they have addressed some of the overall livelihood sustainability amongst the tribal communities. But the fact remains that very holistic, comprehensive assessments have not been done to understand climate stress and household air pollution and LPG accessibility issue. So I think around 1.5 years later, when I casually revisited this region, a lot of women said that their health issues persist. But another thing was very interesting, that a lot of men who at the time of the research project who had migrated, and women didn't have household decision making rights in terms of whether they should continue to use firewood as an option, because that remains even now as a standard mode of cooking. But they were also they wanted to understand. So they wanted to understand how. We asked some of the men later in our second visit, and they said that they gave a lot of these decisions now onto women. So women said that they have a greater decision making in terms of whether they should stack firewood and solid fuels, or they should be using clean cooking energy, because a lot of the women are earning and they are collecting that to use clean energy so that they have better, health outcomes in the longer term. And of course, some of the things that we see is that inadequate mitigation measures, particularly cyclical poverty and adverse health, I mean, continue. And the fact that women are primary farmers, but secondary earners, which is a consistent problem if we look at the India context and if we compare some of these things with the context in Africa. However, personally, I mean, given some of the research work that African, organizations are doing at the local level, regional level, etc. I think they are looking at scaling up efforts a little more than compared to the India cases and India conditions. So looking at women and coastal livelihoods, so there is a joint collaboration between MOE FCC and UNDP and Government of India, because they are looking at enhancing climate resilience of coastal communities. Just an update here that this has been extended by another 3 years. So 2024 is now 2027, which means the project hopefully will, give better direction in terms of what can be done to address gender equity and women's labor production and contribution. And the fact that this project was meant to address the most vulnerable populations and women in the coastal areas, so, which probably is a little more relevant considering we are discussing Sundarbans. So that's what I think. And some of the insights here from, again, if you look at some of the regions like West Africa, we see that women are being promoted in the fisheries sector. They are actually in, as resource user led fisheries. They are engaging increasingly in administration and co-management within communities. And this is what one of the studies have indicated, and that's good news because in the Africa context, for example, the fishing sector and the fisheries sector rather has been traditionally very gender structured and gender biased. So we are hoping that some of this can change even in the India context, where women, particularly because in Majuli Islands, I had spoken to a lot of communities, and we see that there is a lot of male out migration, and people are trying to find some sort of diversification of livelihoods, while women are not really, while they are fishing, again the problem is that there is a lot of hierarchy, etc., and they are not sort of gaining in terms of income generation the way they should. And I have also sort of engaged with Mishing tribe women who have the same kind of problems, only that in their community the men have they migrate to urban centers, etc., but Mishing tribe women essentially are very hardworking and laborious, and therefore they kind of want more opportunities. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So they have more opportunities to kind of, they want more opportunities in weaving, etc., to empower themselves. Some of the social protection initiatives in the global south, these are interesting and perhaps again as good practice can be adopted in the India context, because we see that while social protection and safety net is meant to make and empower vulnerable communities and increase their livelihood opportunities and give them sort of some sort of security, and we see that in East Africa, cash transfers, productivity, cash transfers have led to minimize out migration because that's what they prefer, and it has, to sort of increase productivity and adaptation mechanisms as well. Whereas in Southern Africa, in some of these regions, we see that it has benefited children and youth and accelerated economic and short distance male out migration. And in Ethiopia also, the productive safety net program, which kind of tries to discourage climate migration, or rather labor migration in during low agricultural periods, to protect them, and through food security, safety, and help them find avenues to generate non-farm income. And this is again in Brazil, which was in my previous the Maharashtra field study, where basically there's something called payment for ecosystem services, PES, which is to kind of compensate for people on their poverty, poverty issues, and increase their livelihood security, where they also preserve their environment, and in return the government gives them some sort of incentives, which they can use to cope with climate change, climate stress, etc., and also help give their children better education, etc. And in the India context, what we see is that there is still a lack of sound social audits, and the low and gender disparate wages exacerbate this, the whole distress migration process. And obviously there is a lack of evidence on the ground on research that is related to integrating programs in climate adaptation. And finally, some of the recommendations, given that we already have the SDGs 2030, Sendai framework, etc. Yeah. So we are trying to look at gender inclusive and responsive practice, etc., and how we can contextualize the global interventions programs in scaling up regional local efforts. And of course, women's land ownership and assets is kind of very critical to understanding the whole human mobility, immobility, and climate migration, and gender-based migration patterns as well. And we need quantitative and gender disaggregated data at this point of time, which is lacking in most of the research. Thank you.
Last speaker, Dr. Mehta, will join online. So request to share her slides. Okay, Dr. Mehta, you may proceed.
Just a second, sir.
She has to unmute.
Just a second.
Can you hear me now? Can somebody let me know if I'm audible? Am I audible?
Yes, madam. Hello. Yes, madam. You can continue.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but I'm very happy to be a part of this conversation, and I'm particularly really grateful for an initiative and a desire to do something practical and to be able to contribute to building resilience and contributing to the different aspects of the Sundarbans, which are many. And so I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. There have been many things. I was asked to speak about multidimensional poverty in the Sundarbans, and my research, I'm a social anthropologist. I did long-term fieldwork in the Sundarbans, and I looked at conservation from the perspective of fishing communities and also consumption patterns, because they're very related. What notions of greed are, what is lobh, what is abhav, and also thinking around social reproduction, marriage, household politics, and everyday religion. So I will go through a range of topics that I think, have not been covered, or maybe they have been covered, but I've been trying to attend a few of the sessions yesterday online, and a lot of people who I've learned from, like, Dr. Tuhin Ghosh and Dr. Kallan Rudra, who's here with all of you yesterday, are people whose work I really attempt to build on, and many others who are in the room. So I'm just going to, frame it in one. Dr. PG Dhar has been asking us what are the solutions, and I think one of the things that maybe we've not spoken about enough is that it is not just climate change, but it's a climate of poor governance, and we really need to acknowledge that. There is a problem with the ways in which West Bengal politics works, and unless and until we acknowledge that some of the issues are governance issues, I think we cannot blame climate change for poverty. Poverty has existed and pre-existed before climate change became a climate emergency. I mean, people in the Sundarbans, as we know, have been living. There's been endemic cyclones, storm surges, and flooding. So this is not new to the Sundarbans or the Bengal Delta. But I think some of the challenges of poverty are very much to do with governance. And of course, West Bengal, as Upasana mentioned, it's famous for its political violence. And this is something that we'll have to take into consideration when we think about implementation of all of the recommendations and the roadmap forward. So I'm going to speak about a few themes which haven't been spoken about. So as others were speaking, I was trying to delete slides and put new slides. So I apologize that my slides are not very pretty. But what I'm going to go through about 3 or 4 themes. Some of them have been touched on, but because we know that conservation is such an important aspect of this, World Heritage Site, and it is because it is the only mangrove forest in the world, home to Bengal tigers. The Forest Department has a huge role to play in the work of conservation. And then I want to, I'll just go through actually the issues of conservation, which we've normalized conservation as a form of a ban, and we really need to question conservation for whom, and conservation at what end, because we have a forest department who have the responsibility for protecting the ecosystem. We've got buffer, core, and sanctuary areas from the Wildlife Protection Act, which was passed in 1972. Most fishing communities, or all fishing communities, are not allowed to go into the core and the sanctuary. The buffer, as many of you will know, is on the borders of Bangladesh, and it is inaccessible because you have to cross the Matla River, and in the Naukas, they find it quite hard to navigate, if depending on which part of the islands that you're working and living in, it is, for example, quite inaccessible. So as most people who would have done research in the Sundarbans will be aware, that you hire a BLC or a boat license and you go into the forest illegally, churi kore, and everybody is going illegally even though you've hired this boat license. And why are we still, I mean, if I may just ask, in the 21st century, we are still following a colonial boat license certificate, a fishing license, and these are the crab collectors who are catching crabs, line and bait, one crab at a time, or artisanal fishermen. For them, we have these 924 active BLCs, and there is not a single genuine fisherman who has a license in his or her name. This is a public secret. Everybody in this room knows this. This is the reality. Governments, the forest department knows it. the STR knows it, the field director knows it, the PCCF knows it. But it's about, they have to hire it for, now the price as of this year is about 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 to just rent a BLC. And even with the rented BLC, you are only allowed to legally go into the buffer area, but they, go into the core area or the sanctuary area. It depends on your relationship with the ranger, and then they'll be fined. So I think this is, these are, we've normalized a kind of conservation in this, in the Sundarbans, in a global conservation hotspot, where I argue in an article that actually we really need to look at these long-term vulnerabilities and hazards, which are not climate change. You talk to people and they will tell you that on par with cyclones and tigers is their ST, the problem with the BLC. So if in terms of Dr. Dhar asking what can be done, well, this is something that has to absolutely be dismantled. We need to be able to be living in a conservation regime which actually gives and empowers fishing communities. And there's many solutions for it. You can have a rotational system. You need to first do a carrying capacity study. So our conservation is so depoliticized, and nobody wants to open a can of worms again because of politics, because the people who are the owners of the BLC are living in Canning, Shonarpur, Shonakhali, Kolkata. They are sitting, they're big men, they are aduddars, there's no desire to get rid of their own BLC. It's a form of rent seeking, and they're very politically important and active. And of course, every time I speak like this, as I will, I'm told, Meghna, tumi kalke guli mere tomake mane phele debe. So you stop talking like this. But this is the problem with Bengal politics. We really cannot normalize this form of conservation with deep injustices in our system. And this is the boring work, it's bureaucratic work, but this is deeply unjust. So these politically contentious issues can be solved. We do not have a single carrying capacity of the delta, of how many fish, crab and honey stock there is, and what might be a sustainable use pattern. So instead of making the entire area inviolate to fishing communities, by the way, only to fishing communities, because in fact, as I'll point out to you in a moment, we've expanded tourism. So boats that are tourist boats, there are BLCs being given out. And so, as we all know, and in a moment I'll show some images as well, there are others, ship vessels carrying fly ash to Bangladesh are on national waterways. We have, cruise ships that have expanded. We have tourist boats. So we've really actually the poorest and most marginalized, most land poor and landless communities, we have made it such that they are the most disenfranchised. And I think I want to move on to one other issue, which is that because of this legal, illegal, the fact that core and sanctuary are not allowed, but churi kore shobai okhanei jay, and then you get this BLC, and then you're also paying compounding offenses. Everybody knows that this is a completely corrupt system, and as a result of this, people do not also get the due compensation when there is an attack by a tiger. The government, West Bengal Forest Department should know that in the Wildlife Protection Act, there's 5 lakh rupees as compensation to wild animals attack. Many have life insurance schemes and they are supposed to get 1 lakh rupee more. Now, we have been working for years. We know exactly the number of tigers in the Sundarbans. We have a yearly census. How is it possible that we do not know the number of people who are died out of tiger attacks? What kind of a politics is that, where we do not know that we can count tigers, but we will not count the fact that every year anything from 5 to 15 people die out of a tiger attack? And this has been happening for the past 5 or 6 decades. And there's, some colleagues of mine, we've been fighting a PIL at the Kolkata High Court for compensation. And it is something that we as a society must reflect, that somebody whose husband or sometimes a wife has died of a wild animal attack. How is it that we are making them run around the bureaucracy, that they need a death certificate, then they need post-mortem certificate, then they go to the panchayat to get their rightful due compensation? The depth of inhumaneness. So we can be talking about, climate change and cyclones, but the everyday bureaucracy is the biggest hazard. And I think, this is something that many people are working on, many people have written about. It's an over-researched topic. I don't like referring to them as tiger widows because their identity is not a widow. But this is something that really, again, after 50 years of Project Tiger has been ongoing now for 50 years. There is really a genuine desire from academic scholars, activists, people who think about the Sundarbans and who care about it, to say that, this is a basic human right. This is in the law. People should get their due compensation. There's a tiger that happens to be a man-eating tiger, and instead of just basically making their deaths disappear, these deaths are just not in the statistical registers of the death. There's not officially, if you ask the Forest Department, STR Forest Department reports, they're not there. They'll say 1 or 2 deaths, but as we all know, the unofficial death rates are much higher. So this is a thing that can be easily changed, or not easily, but it ought to be changed. It's just a basic human injustice. And I want to point out that while we are okay with tourism, this is firstly not ecotourism. We say eco. By putting an eco in front of a word does not make it, actually, who is getting employment by working on cruise ships? It's not Sundarban local communities. And so, we are okay with swimming pools at big Sonar Bangla resorts that are coming up. We're okay with more licenses for tourist boats. When the water tables are depleting, people don't have drinking water. We call this ecotourism. So, thankfully, there has been some successful litigation. This luxury resort was demolished by the National Green Tribunal. That was all the mangroves you can see in the red that had been cut down for this particular resort. It had violated CRZ. So, yes, litigation is one way forward, but there are many such issues. Including the kind of purposeful pollution through ship vessels. Now, here's a Noka, as you can see, in front of a barge which is carrying fly ash. It's actually coming empty from Bangladesh, and it takes fly ash, which is a byproduct of coal. It takes our thermal coal plants' byproducts, which is very toxic, the waste, and it's selling it to Bangladesh to make cement. And this is extremely profitable for Bangladesh and India. Now, I want to explain to you, this is constantly having accidents. How is it again that we can talk about this as a World Heritage Site? There's the tiger, there's crocodiles, there's all kinds of species of birds and fish, and you have toxic ship vessels, toxic fly ash being carried by ship vessels and often capsizing. In fact, the latest ship barge that capsized was in January 19th, right now, just last month, not even a full month ago. And it is the fly ash is just lying there in the Hooghly. Of course, there's been no environmental impact assessment. So, I think I want to highlight some of the issues that nobody has so far raised. That it's all very good to be able to talk about a range of vulnerabilities when it comes to climate change, and it's a hot topic. And as Debajyoti Das very rightly pointed out, Camellia Diwan's work, that it's a spice, but there are many other issues that need to be dealt with. And again, this byproduct of coal has dioxides, metals, chlorides. I don't think anybody is studying what is happening to the river and the water systems as a result of the trade of fly ash between India and Bangladesh. And of course, as I want to remind you, most of the barges are all carrying through this Indo-Bangladesh protocol route. They're not, you can't call them ship vessels even, because they are they are on their last deathbed. They are meant to die. They will capsize. It's a time bomb waiting to explode. And the Kolkata Port Trust and the Inland Waterways Authority are responsible for this. this, and there is no questioning. I mean, again, some of us are trying to do litigation at the High Court, at the Kolkata, the NGT on these issues. But if we are okay with stopping, Noka's crab collecting and fishing, but we are okay with these barges going through a global conservation hotspot. So I think this is something that as a society and as those interested in the region, we cannot normalize this form of conservation. Yesterday, Dr. Kalyan Rudra spoke at depth about issues of sedimentation and infrastructures and the work that he's doing on embankments and the bioshield. This is where I spent 2 years living, and this is a community that is on the wrong side of the embankment. So the embankment, as you can see, is behind. It's supposed to be that the houses are on the protective wall, but the houses, because they all have on khas jumi, so they don't have titles over their land, and which is a really important. So where would they go in? So they are actually closer, much more vulnerable than they were before the embankment got constructed. And this is, the Aila Bandh, which was made, and after Amphan, the Aila Bandh cracked. So basically, it is, and as many of us have written about, these infrastructures are infrastructures of disaster and development. And what is quite important, and as we know, many people have spoken about embankments. I am not an expert on sedimentation, but the geography of poverty is as such that the caste, livelihood, and land ownership patterns at closest to the periphery, they are the poorest of the poor who are living on the river's edge. So as you can see in this image, people who do not have raiti, do not have a title over their land, and are living on khas jomia, then on the other side of the embankment and are further dispossessed. So it's very important for us to look at land ownership, landlessness, and land patterns, and the different land tenancy arrangements in the region as a form of understanding vulnerability. In addition to that, it is again about politics. So as everybody has always told me, that it depends on rajniti. So if you have good relations, bhalo vyavhar thake, so you can then get your stuff done with the TMC people in power. If you don't, then you won't. And I mean, I can say this and talk like this without fear, but I have also been given many death threats in my own field site but this is something we need to acknowledge. If we are going to move forward, we need to realize that the local politics in the region is exceptionally as Dr. Tuhin Ghosh was saying yesterday, look at Odisha. They've been able to manage so much that West Bengal, very similar context, hasn't or doesn't. In terms of multidimensional poverty, nobody as of now has spoken about the Muslim communities in Bengal or in the Sundarbans. And SC, as we all know, there is SC, the range of SC communities, Namushudra, Pondrokhwetro, but the ST community and SC community have reservations. The Muslim communities, because they are within OBCs, are in fact, a lot of my household surveys have said that they are worse off than even the SC and ST communities. And if you look at the Sachar Committee report from 2005, which requires a follow-up, you will see that actually the young women and Muslim men are facing extreme at the intersection of not having any safety. So if you look at the differences, even in, they have not still got their Indra Awas homes or their Paka Badis, and they're all living in, so there are visible differences of poverty in terms of the Muslim communities. And I'm just bringing up issues that so far nobody has talked about, because much else has been covered. And I just want to say that this is an excuse that infrastructure in the Sundarbans, because of its shifting landscape, cannot be developed. It seems to be developed fine for hotels and resorts which are constantly being built, but basic roads and transportation are still very poor. So, we have again normalized the fact that in order to get to a hospital, and imagine, and I will speak about this a little further, which is that, with pregnant women or women in labor, the forms of transport that we still, and these are basic things that one can change. This has nothing to do with climate change. This is just to do with infrastructure and basic fundamental rights to transport, to communication. I also just, wanted to say in terms of, it has been spoken about, but commercial aquaculture, there are many studies from Bangladesh and from Odisha which has further immiserated and created further poverty for farmers because of, and it's too hard to explain, but most of you will know that it is both degrading salinity levels. I mean, it's creating salinity because of these gheris. They're all Nona Jal gheris, and so therefore it is a problem not just for the farmers who are leasing their land to private public partnership. The people who are actually getting the benefits are, so these are also Venami shrimp, which is a export commodity. So it's not adding to the nutritional component of the communities there. It is all being exported to Southeast Asia and European markets, and it's an invasive species. It's an alien species, and so there's a lot of antibiotic usage. So again, this is not an adaptation strategy. This was said by Dr. Rudra yesterday, which is that we need an integrated approach to, whether it's river management, whether it's forest department, and there are so many different boards. We also, I really want to, I'm not there in person, but I would really be interested in knowing what open access data we have. We do not have open access data on the Sundarbans, whether it's about sea level rise, the tidal gorges. It's in Diamond Harbour. Where is most of, where is the Bay of Bengal and where is Diamond Harbour? So we really need much more open. It's Kolkata Port Trust has it, and they take out the almanac of the tide meters. But we as a society need to demand that these are certain data sets that should be made open and accessible to all. Sorry, this slide was supposed to come earlier, but yes, the perils of proposed climate adaptations are as such that these are climate reductive agendas. So the idea is that, okay, sea level will rise, floods and storm surges will create anyways saltwater ingress. So why don't we do Bagda Chingdi Chash and make these gheris? But this is what will happen to land. It changes land use patterns, and the only thing then this becomes is a brick kiln. And as we can see from GIS, as many of you, I hope, and if there's students in the room, will further investigate this, which is that land use patterns have changed in North and South 24 Parganas because of shrimp aquaculture. We have examples from Odisha and Bangladesh that this has caused further immiseration, but we are also following in the footsteps of profit motivations. I want to get to the debate here, and there are probably many experts in the room there on the politics of planned retreat. With all due respect to those who have documented Delta Vision and who have tried to think about alternatives with the desire for protection, but according to me, it is a planned green partition, and it is not. Indeed, a solution which foregrounds. Firstly, it should be consultative. We as city dwellers cannot be telling people whether they should retreat or whether they would like to remain. For many years, I grew up in Delhi, and if it is the most toxic air. So there are different kinds of pollutants. There are different hazards. Who's to decide whether somebody should be living or not with certain hazards, and what is a meaningful existence is something that I think there are different notions of risk and vulnerability. As I've explained earlier, we might think that the risk of a man-eating tiger is something that people want to move away from, but in fact, most of the people I have been following, migrant laborer from the Sundarbans to work sites, they said the real tiger is in the cities. And that is a very evocative, because they don't get their wages, their contractors eat their wages and they fall sick. So I think notions of risk are also very, very variable. And so just thinking about why I think in fact planned retreat is a planned green partition is because it is a form of double dispossession. At one level, I think it is a way that you remove people from their lands and their relationship to their land, which is both a relationship to humans, so social connectedness, social networks that we were being told about this morning in the keynote, as well as non-human worlds. And yesterday somebody spoke about intangible heritage or intangible assets. So we want people to be removed from their land, and instead, what is the proposal of a planned retreat? That on that land we will grow the vision for this 2050s, on that land we will grow mangroves that will be enmeshed into the carbon offset market. Now this is I call it a green partition or a green because planned partition, because this is the line, and this is, some of our authors might be in the audience here, which is, again, I would love to see the data sets that these simulations and projections have been made on, that all of this area will be submerged by say 2015, so all of these people have to move. I think, we need to really rely on much more nuanced, localized global, not just global data sets of climate change and projections, but also local data sets, and the wave modelers need to be able to take into consideration the ship vessels, take into consideration the whole range of erosion, whether it's the Farakka, which is causing sediment trapping, or the Haldia Port Trust, which is what is submerging Ghoramara. It is not sea level rise. And whether, these ship vessels that are constantly, nobody is calculating the wave simulations of what's happening with erosion, and National Waterways 1 is going to be expanded further. So this is, again, a recent piece that Jyotinder Narayan Lahiri and I have just co-authored, which is about Ghoramara, and we try to say that we cannot blame climate for all the change. It was again spoken about yesterday, but this sort of, there are a whole range, and the port complex should, again, this should be a legal case for compensation, because ships and ports and upstream dams are really one of the reasons for a lot of the downstream erosion that is taking place. So I just, want to get back to why planned retreat is problematic. So we want to grow mangroves and we want to enmesh them in the carbon market, and it's a fake fix, because we realize that the ecological crisis that we are in today, it's as a result of overconsumption of fossil fuels. What carbon credits does is that it allows corporates and global elite to continue to consume by offsetting on the lands of Sundarban residents, who there is no land. The mangrove forest exists. So in order to grow more mangroves, it is in inhabited areas where mangroves will be grown. So this is the private sector which has caused the problem. It's expanding its tentacles of capital to commoditize nature further. And in a lot of literature, this has been written about as green capitalism, as green grabs. These are new appropriations of nature. I'm in the interest of time, I need to stop in a few minutes. So I'm not going to go over these slides, but we have insurance companies like coming in to try and to basically commoditize on this mangrove carbon market. It's a completely, the government's 2026 carbon trading scheme is still being developed. But I want us to ask the question, what will the people of the Sundarbans gain? Who will actually have the benefits of this? What is the mechanisms? We know JFMC and EDC, none of that works. So who is the kind of elite capture that will be able to get the benefits of this is a big question. So I think that this is something, again, yesterday it was spoken about the climate financing, but according to me, now I just want to finish by saying that I have been following migrants from the Sundarbans to their work sites, and this is I'm not going to show all of the work sites with factory shop floors, construction sites, but this is in Hooghly, Alu Godam, and this is back-breaking work. These are 25 kilos to 50 kilo of potato sacks, and as you will see in Hooghly, there is no wheelbarrow, and often there are no lifts. Women are doing the sorting and men doing the loading and the offloading. So this is the kind of work unskilled migrants are doing, and they rather not. It is really, they're supposed to do one shift, but often they do two shifts, and you get 5 rupees for one sack of potato. So I think these are, so I really, there are children also on the work site, and this is a multinational. These are potatoes that we are eating our Lay's chips from. So the labor conditions of what it means to be a migrant are very difficult. There is good reason for why people, knowing that reality, because they do this seasonally, say that we rather come back and live on our eroding coastline. Even though for the, even though our house might break, even though we know there will be a flood, the reality of being retreated to what we know is, informal settlements in India is definitely, for many, for some it is. If you are an electrician and are making a lot of money working in the Bombay metro, that is a different reality. But as Dr. Tuhin Ghosh pointed out yesterday, the number of skilled migrants are very few. So the unskilled labor, the majority of which are working in backbreaking, extremely terrible living conditions in informal settlements in Bangalore, in the outskirts of Delhi, in Bombay, in Kerala, and as Debajyoti Das has pointed out, also in Andhra Pradesh and in rural to rural migration. And again, these are we can think of them as climate migration, but climate has been changing in the Sundarbans. I mean, the cyclones of 1850, there's been cyclones for 3 or 4 centuries, so it's not a new thing. These are actually ultimately economic migrants as well. And I just want to read out to you the second part of what is being said, that there is no community there, referring to the city. Here, I could get my daughter married. I could have the program for her wedding. There's open space, fields, there's joy to life. The breaking of this land, this is just the river's play. This is ordinary. We have to accept this. But a wedding only happens once, and it must happen in the visual. There is a turn to the village. Life is hard in Nona Desh with Nona Jol, Nona Hawa, but it is harder towards the city. And I think these are narratives that we have to acknowledge. It might not be the same for everybody. We need to disaggregate it based on land ownership, landlessness. People who have already a house in Sonarpur or a flat in Sonarpur, yes, they can migrate out, but those that are extremely land poor do not have an alternative. And in fact, the village with its social connections, rituals, is a much richer existence. This is again actually somebody from Andhra Pradesh who's come back after Ruakaj in Andhra Pradesh, and they for everyone there is a desire to stay where they were born. This is where we were born. This is where our parents' homestead is, and this is where we will die. And so, and then they're saying the life in the city is not for us. Rick's father, that's the son's father, has worked in companies in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, the Andamans. Sometimes the contractor didn't even give him his full wages. The water and air didn't suit him. We have fought against many storms. If it comes, so be it. Let it come again. There is nothing to be done. So, just to summarize, Sundarban residents choose to remain in their villages not in denial of the ferocity of cyclones. It is because they know the alternative to be worse, and they know the alternative. We don't have to tell them what the alternative is. And let us be honest, if a government and a political mechanism cannot even provide due compensation, most of them to khoi koti taka hi paye nahi. So how will they get rehabilitation? So let us be real about the realities of the region. And they lack good faith in the government for good reason, which is not compensated households after the cyclones. They said, oh, the nephew of the Pradhan got 8 and 5 of his other, in the name of his wife and in the name of his brother. We know patronage politics is the way that people will get relief. So if we want to think about any solutions to the reason, I've written about, again, managed retreat being misguided, and I'll skip these slides in the interest of time. But just very quickly, one of the things that has not been mentioned in a lot of conversations on gender already, but the West Bengal policy in order to prevent child mortality and women's mortality at childbirth is that children have to be born in a hospital. Now, I don't know, I have studied this, I've been working with ANMs and ASHAs trying to follow this. There are no hospitals. So I have followed women who have given birth, and the umbilical cord to cut it, they have taken a nauka and have crossed 2 rivers to have the umbilical cord cut at a hospital so that the child can get a birth certificate. So these are policies, again, which are supposed to be beneficial, that the idea is that have a birth in a hospital so you prevent any deaths. But where there are no hospitals, how is that a progressive policy? And as we all know, there are still, in many regions, not even a primary healthcare center that is fully functioning, and the infrastructures of travel, of what it means to be a woman. So I think these are some of the vulnerabilities. And yesterday, there was conversations on Bone BB, and the idea of intangible assets. And I just think that we don't want to commodify everything. I think some things cannot be commodified, some things should not be put a monetary value on. There are different forms of governance. The non-human forms of governance are very important. But I will end now. I think I've taken a half an hour and everybody wants to take a break. But I do want to say that it is the only part of the world. There's no other part of the world where at panchayat elections, anything from 40 to 50 people are murdered, killed. So if there is to be a solution, we have to address governance. We have to, and all the students in the room and the researchers here, perhaps, instead of looking at spicy hot topics like climate change, maybe you can understand local politics. Maybe you can understand governance structures. Maybe you can understand the long-term vulnerabilities that were not caused by climate change. Climate change did not cause poverty. Poverty existed. Climate change will exacerbate it. So yeah, these are, just elections is an important time. But to summarize, we are living in a climate of poor governance in Bengal, and there are many issues that fishermen cite for coastal erosion, which is the construction of guide walls around Kolkata, Haldia port, ships. They're increasing in numbers. Their concern is around healthcare, and that is the biggest cause of indebtedness. Their anxiety is not sea level rise, but the lack of dignified work. And the forests opposite their homes have become increasingly hard to earn a livelihood. So tourism has expanded, fly ash ships have expanded, but we've stopped the nokas, and it is just we've normalized that form of conservation. A conservation is ban, a conservation is dispossession. And healthcare access to water, food security, these are paramount concerns. They've always been concerns. They remain concerns. These, again, I will repeat, are issues of long-standing governance, not of a warming world. And so I just would like to end for the students to say that the Sundarbans is also an over-researched field site. There are a lot of people who have household survey fatigue. People will come, we want to learn about indebtedness, we want to learn about tiger widows, we want to learn about agriculture, we want to learn about, and while I'm all for further exposure, yesterday one of the speakers says that they do trips with students to the Sundarbans, and yet I want to just be cautious. There are many power dynamics at play, and I think this tourism, because of the Bengal tiger, is different from research, and I really would, just as my last comment, would say that there should be long-term commitment to this research and to this field site. So if anybody desires or wishes to start, I hope that this is something that they continue on for the rest of their lives, because it is not something, the issues are complex, whether it's patterns of sedimentation to the tidal river management to the vulnerabilities of communities. There's a whole host of issues, but it requires long-term commitment. So again, I have experienced many students going there for 2 nights, enjoying themselves, having, speaking to a few people and returning. And I think you need to all set a good precedent for future researchers. You're not going to be the first or last one. There will be many more, I hope. And so I hope we can build a community of ethical research. And with that, I'll end. Thank you.
Sir. Dr. Mehta, yeah, please stay with us. So we will invite a couple of questions now. So if someone asks the questions directly to you, so we'll go to you, okay? So please wait.
So after considering the total session, that which one is the major driver of the migration in the Indian Sundarbans, whether it is the human vulnerability or the climate stress?
Thank you for asking this question. I think it's amply clear from what conversations we have had so far that it is intersectionality of factors which relates to class, caste, gender, and climate change, in fact, plays a very limited role. And historically, we have seen how this delta has been inhabited by different groups who were dispossessed. And I would remotely say it is climate driven. Yes, climate does play a kind of role, which is kind of a consequence of people's inability or inaccess to kind of have productive livelihood, or kind of, looking at the whole production system, the food system that is declining in terms of production of crops. So climate is not the kind of bureaucracy that we have inherited from the colonial state. Yes, very much. Yeah. So we kind of need to address the human vulnerability first, and then we can talk about other forms of vulnerabilities that are manifestations of the human vulnerability. And that is very much entrenched in the political economy of the land. And we need to kind of identify them, address them. One of the solutions that I did not mention can be universal basic income. We talked about MNGRS programs, but they are not necessarily kind of helping all households. It is only the people who have access to power, who are politically connected, they can get kind of access to MNGRS employment job cards. So if we can develop a system of universal basic income in which every household who is below the poverty line gets a minimum support every month, that would be one of the ways of looking at, how can we resolve the current contemporary crisis. Yeah, I think I'll ask others to kind of contribute.
No, just to add to what Dr. Das mentioned, because there is structural poverty, climate change becomes one of the reasons that leads to further vulnerabilities among communities. So structural poverty is already there. So how do we deal with both now at this point in time? You want to add something?
Are estimated by the different structures in the Indian field. What is the reason that you have converted the plan?
Yeah. Yeah, I think after every disaster, the government takes stock of the kind of losses. But we cannot just look at loss from one angle, from the economic cost. We also need to look at the social dimension, the political dimension, the cultural dimension, in terms of, as some speakers yesterday mentioned, about intangible heritage, and how intangible heritage, if it is lost, it's a loss of culture. We also don't think much about biodiversity loss. We also don't think much about the loss of knowledge. I think all of these things are important. The loss of kind of heritage, loss of memory, people are kind of separated from their families. So economic loss is an important loss because it kind of looks at questions of sustainability, but we need to have a very diverse understanding of loss. And that, I think, is often missed in policy debates, in policy discussions. I think that is something that needs to be taken care of in future, because we are not talking about just a loss which is tangible, which is kind of material, but also a loss which is very much manifested in people's relationship with others, with nature. And I think we also need to learn from some of the literatures which have been published or kind of currently discussed, particularly from Latin America, where we're talking about, convivial relationship with nature. We are constantly talking about a situation where you are confronting nature. Like, we need to create those barriers, as Magna mentioned, the borderline between the natural reserve and human settlement. Perhaps we need to look afresh how conservation should be reshaped. Conservation discourse should be reshaped by bringing in different stakeholders into the conversation. And one of them will be the forest department, which is one of the biggest landlord in the country. One of the things that we have inherited from the British Raj is the forest department. And we don't appreciate the fact that that is the biggest landlord. Compared to any other institutions in India, the forest department is the biggest landlord. And the forest department and the government of India has taken many steps in the past. All of them have perhaps failed. Like, for example, we have joint forest management projects and many other things. But at the time has come that the different stakeholders in society, both at the level of the state and at the central administration, need to bring all into conversation. At present, we don't see that. Like if you go to the Sundarbans, you'll see there are boat license, there are many kinds of restrictions. And those restrictions are not really helpful for farmers and fishers who are actually dependent on the commons. So the idea of commons has actually evaporated. It is no longer existing. Everything has become very much private and controlled by the state, or let's say other institutions and agencies. And there needs to be a kind of reconciliation, a dialogue between these institutions and stakeholders. And there, I think there is a big challenge when you are talking about governance issues, how the governance is not only decentralized, but also become made more democratic and accessible to people. Because as I said in the beginning, that we have the right to franchise, that's well and good, but then democracy has to be more participatory, not just franchise. Yeah, Meghna wants to kind of add to it. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Am I audible?
Yes, the host had muted me, but I can't hear your question.
Yeah. Please.
Can you ask your question again, please?
Yeah, just what was the question that I asked? Okay. I will ask later.
Dr. Mehta, am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yeah. If I didn't get you wrong, you are talking about the crustacean farms, the prawn farming in the freshwater or sweetwater farmings of the prawns. So they are basically meant for the international markets in the Southeast Europe and Asia. So as you told that they are being fed with the antibiotics, they are being pumped with the antibiotics. Now we have seen things in the past recent that many products from the Indian origin, because of the safety parameters of the international markets, they have been banned by those countries which we are meant to supply for. Now, if this prawn farming is being stopped in the way that they are not taking our products, then what will be the ultimate fate of these things, these farms? Because as we have learned from yesterday, that these farms have been a major cause of the concern for our climate prospects in the Sundarban areas.
There are many concerns around shrimp farming, especially the sort of commercial aquaculture. There are issues with as I mentioned, it's not going into the nutritional intake of the people. It is a export commodity only, but it is also changing fresh water, so paddy cultivation, chash jumi into the Bagda Chingri chash, so their Nona Jal is basically getting into what used to be fresh water. So the gheris are all saltwater chambers, which is absolutely changing land use patterns. So what a farmer, for example, could have done different kinds of farming practices if he has paddy or vegetables or whatever. Once he leases out his land to a middleman, usually the middlemen are all from outside, so they are not local these middlemen will take, you know, some acres of land, and it's actually, if you look at satellite imagery, it's huge amounts of land mass in south, and north actually is also immense. And of course, Odisha has had this as well, and Bangladesh. There are many reports, so we know actually the literature is out there that it is basically changed land use pattern from freshwater cultivation to only being able to be for this Vietnamese shrimp cultivation. Now, what happens with Vietnamese is that it has booms and busts. There are market booms and busts of the commodity itself, but there are also outbreaks of diseases often, even though, you know, fertilizer, antibiotics, everything. So when there is a crash, for example, if a market doesn't accept the commodity, or if there's a disease outbreak, it is the farmers who are also suffering. And once the chamber is abandoned, after 5 or 6 years there's no chamber, then the farmer can't actually cultivate paddy on it again, because there is now saltwater ingress down to the water tables. So this is an ecosystem and ecological problem. It is a social problem, and what is the saddest is that it is often in some areas being promoted as a climate adaptation. So it is thought of as a solution, but it is actually quite maladaptive, and it is causing, you know, further damage than good. And the evidence is out. But again, as we know, and as again in the past 2-3 years of Bengal politics, if you read, most of these gheris and these areas are also owned and have political cohorts that are landowning party members, political party members I'm referring to. And so it is in some ways a big mafia. I mean, it is really problematic because it is a public private partnership for profit. And even our government, our West Bengal government, acknowledges in its reports that it is a huge way of getting foreign exchange. So foreign revenue is brought through these exports of Vietnamese shrimp for the Reserve Bank. So that's a great export. But what it's doing ecologically and to social vulnerability is extreme. So yeah, but there's a lot of papers already written and research on this, but it's a matter of I suppose profit trumps people's livelihoods and ecology.
And my another question to Dr. Ghosh, you are talking about the cross-border migration. So in that case, we often see that intrusion from Bangladesh is happening in the case that they are not settling over here. They are taking away the resources, the forest produce, the fish and other products from Indian side of Sundarbans and then going back. Also smuggling activities, trafficking is over there. So could you kindly shed on that thing in an elaborative way? Could you kindly focus on that particular thing that they are taking our produce? We are being deprived of those things. That's our part, and we are being deprived of the things that they are taking away instead.
The first thing we have to understand that India and Bangladesh Sundarban, this is majorly a common land. It just divided by the political border. সো আমার যদি মনে হয় যে আরে আমার জাস্ট সামনের গ্রামটাতে একটু বেশি ভালো জিনিস পাওয়া যাচ্ছে, I'm not talking about the pirates. Those things are different. But I'm talking about the general public, the general villagers who are stressed in that side also, who are stressed in this side also. So this is also again a political kind of narrative. It's a very political narrative যে ওরা সব এসে আমাদের এখান থেকে নিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে। আমরা সত্যি কি জানতে গেছি যে এখান থেকেও লোক গিয়ে ওখানে কিছু নিচ্ছে কিনা, বা তাদের মধ্যে কোনো ইন্টারাকশন আছে কিনা। সুন্দরবনের ইন্ডিয়া বাংলাদেশ লোকজন, ইট ওয়াজ অলওয়েজ আ কাইন্ড অফ আ মোবাইল পপুলেশন। এখান থেকেও গরু চলে যায় চড়তে বাংলাদেশে, আবার ওরা এখান থেকে ইন্ডিয়া থেকে গিয়ে আবার ফিরিয়ে নিয়ে আসে। ইটস ভেরি কমন। সো আই উড রাদার সে ইটস আ ভেরি পলিটিক্যাল ন্যারেটিভ। সাধারণ মানুষের এর মধ্যে কোনো ইয়ে নেই। আর এটা একটা ট্রেন্ড যেটা দেখা যাচ্ছে, বিকজ বাংলাদেশ অনেকদিন আগে থেকেই ক্লাইমেটিক স্ট্রেসে আছে, বেশি স্ট্রেসে আছে। তো সেই কারণে there are a lot of migration from Bangladesh part to Indian part. And again, it has increased after the Rohingya crisis. So, I mean, I would again further stress on that it's a political narrative. আরে যে মানুষগুলোকে মেরে ফেলছে রোহিঙ্গা মানে মায়ানমারে মারছে, বাংলাদেশ তাদের ওখানে গিয়ে তারা যখন শেল্টার দিচ্ছে সেখানে ক্লাইমেট স্ট্রেস আসছে, লোকগুলো যাবে কোথায়? তাদেরকে কি আমাদের এইভাবে দেখা উচিত যে তারা এসে আমাদের থেকে সব নিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে? নো, বেসিক্যালি না, সাধারণ মানুষ সেটা করে না। সো I mean, I explain this like that. You may like to differ, but yeah.
Yes, I am agreed with Madam. The Sundarban is really over-researched from different perspectives by different persons. I think that's why we cannot get the perfect solutions from the hazards and disasters in Indian Sundarban particularly.
Thank you. Yes, no, I just, sorry, before responding to your comment, I just wanted to say to the earlier student's question as well, that, I would really urge you to read some of the histories of our subcontinent, the history of partition, the history of the creation of Bangladesh, and I think this narrative of the state, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, whatever it is, this is one community, one people. People still have relatives, people still have kinship across the border. So the border was very porous for many, many decades. It is only, and the river, you cannot divide the river or the forest. You cannot put a barbed wire or a fence on it. So, I just want to say that this narrative ki opar theke asche, ekhan theke জিনিস নিয়ে যাচ্ছে, this is a really disturbing narrative, because it's a snapshot of right now. But 2 or 3 centuries and much longer, as Upasana has pointed out, these were moving communities, and movement is still very much, even the kind of fixity we have in the embankment, that is a problem. These were areas which were fluid landscapes. Water and land separations were made by the British, so was the border. Please read about the history of partition before you start speaking again in a way that feels quite problematic, instead of actually towards the solution. And in terms of the over researched, I would like to say that I also really enjoyed your presentation yesterday. I attended it, and I want to say that it was, at one level, we need much more creativity, much more energy, much more thought into the commitment of the Sundarbans. We still, if you read, the reality of it from 35 years ago to now, some things have not changed. There's still very poor healthcare. There's still no hospital. So even though it's over researched, I think the challenges remain. But when I was trying to say it's over researched, I also meant to say that there has to be an ethics for the ways in which we want to expose people. Because of the conservation, because of the tourism, there is also a particular kind of problematic kind of research come tourism that is happening in the Sundarbans. And hopefully there will be a possibility, sir, for many researchers from many different disciplines to find, transboundary Bangladesh and India Sundarbans, a collective to like you've organized in this symposium for further for practical and implementations of some of these issues to make change. So I think we really need more forums like this to work together and share research from different disciplines. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Meghna. It was for your very candid, very bold, and very animated presentation. We have picked up many of your points, which are certainly we're going to put it in our framework. Now, this debate with retreat or remain, this debate has been going on. And people are suffering. While we are debating, people are suffering. So now probably a time has come. We have to all put our minds together. There have been a lot of research, but research has not been communicated to policymakers. There is a huge gap in policy. We are trying to put this knowledge together to address some of the issues in very concrete terms and then put it before the government and see what can be done. I think constructively, positively, there are a lot of areas which can be done for, because there are layers of injustices. There are structural injustice, there are social injustice, the economic injustice, and now over top of that, there is now the climate injustice. These 4.5 million people who have contributed least to the carbon emission, and they are suffering the worst consequences of that. And it is the responsibility for the global community to address, and in fact, basically, we are doing this workshop to highlight this globally, because this has not been highlighted, and trying to mobilize resources to see what can be done. So there have been a lot of work in the field of science and technology, in the applications of science and technology, different kind of technologies, whether it is engineering or bioengineering, or it is from nature-based solutions, or agriculture or fisheries. I think there have been a lot of good pilot studies, and there we have to now put this together to see what we can do really on the ground to develop the capacity, to increase the opportunities for livelihood, and to give so many options to the people, and at the same time keep it open for the people to migrate. Because there is always the migration will take place. The younger generations with aspirations, they are those educated. Certainly they want to build up their career. So we should have a policy of migration with an open-ended policy for encouraging migration, also with opportunities, and at the same time regulation to see that there is no human trafficking, etc. But basically you have to see the people who are living there, they live there with their dignity, and created the opportunities so that their livelihoods are strengthened, and that is what we are working. So you would be coming forward with a framework. Will be tomorrow around noon time. We will be circulating it very briefly, and then we'll have an open session to discussion. So I would also request you, because of your commitment to this cause, please join us to the discussion to see what we can further improve. This document we'll try to finalize the past draft. It will be work in progress. Then another week or 10 days, when you get all ideas, assimilate all ideas, we'll try to give a shape. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you, sir.
For wonderful contribution.
Excuse me, sir. I have a couple of questions. Yeah, actually, sir, I'm the youngest in the conference.
Oh, please, you have a right to say.
So Hello. I hope I am audible.
Yeah.
I am the youngest in the conference, and so I have a lot of questions and I seek a lot of answers. I had been waiting for my turn. So yeah. My first question is to Dr. Debojyoti Das. Sir, you had mentioned about the photo voice technique. The photo voice is a technique to capture community voice. But my question is, photos don't speak. So how do we understand what the community actually wants, or what is the scenario over there? If they are asked to smile, they will smile in the photo voice camera, and they will just say, we will just conclude that they are okay. So how is it effective? And the second question is about, you mentioned about the eco-swaraj, or the radical ecological democracy. So how do you expect to implement radical ecological democracy when in India, democracy itself is a big question?
Yeah.
There are a lot of other questions for the other speakers too. I had noted them down, so I would like to continue after you answer.
Yeah. Can you spell your name? Like, can you? Okay. Okay. Can you tell me your name?
Sir, my name is Imon Roy.
Yeah, I think I'm very grateful that you've asked these two questions, and they are very central to what we've been discussing. So to answer your first question, photo voice is a technique which has been developed recently in the last 20-30 years. And I think I did not explain what photo voice is. It's not that we go and take people's pictures. We train people to take pictures when they are meeting as a working group or as a, in a long table or in the field, and people choose what they want to take, and then they come back in a workshop where they discuss with us what they have taken. So it gives them agency, it gives them that kind of habitus to kind of really express themselves, so we don't impose on them. It's kind of a collaborative ethnographic exercise which helps our respondents to kind of express their understanding of a particular thing. So in that way, it is kind of quite important to kind of not just kind of allowing the researcher to investigate, but it's more of a creative engagement. So that is the first question. And in relation to your second question, the idea of eco-Swaraj, Swaraj, as you know, emerged from our colonial kind of resistance to the colonial power. And it was introduced by Mahatma Gandhi.
Right.
And eco-Swaraj is further developed in the post-colonial period by people like Smitu Kothari, who runs this organization called, Bikalp Sangam. So they do kind of annual marches all over the country, and they're a group of NGOs. And their idea is to kind of really empower people from the grassroots. So the whole idea of radical ecological democracy, if you read the literature, is about creating a collective, a pluriversal collective across the globe to find alternatives to ideas of modernization, modernity, the Western idea of capitalism, neoliberalism. So it is at the heart of a democratic process which goes beyond adult franchise, which goes beyond the idea of democracy as has been invented by Western powers. So we actually try to challenge the Eurocentric ideas of development, the Eurocentric ideas of progress. It's all about looking at indigenous ways of understanding nature, right? So eco-Swaraj is a broad term, and I can see there are challenges of implementing it in countries like India, where it has emerged. The idea has emerged from India, and it is now kind of exported to the global north for them to be kind of reciprocal, in the sense that the problem is we often kind of import ideas from the global north and try to adjust it to our situation. Rather, we should kind of introspect and kind of pick up the ideas that have emerged from the global south countries, particularly from Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And eco-Swaraj is one such concept. In fact, the whole idea of open school education that we have in Shantiniketan is perhaps the only idea that has been adopted in the global north. Like we had this university which was opened in the UK. Now it has unfortunately closed down. But then it kind of generated ideas from the global south. The whole idea of pedagogy, how do we teach? So there are kind of radical thinking that is taking shape. And I think that can be used as a valuable framework to rethink the ideas that we have been proposing for the last many decades about how do we kind of mitigate questions of poverty, inequality, inefficiency. And we need to kind of really work from the grassroots, but not just kind of, as a sense of tokenism, that we had earlier planned growth from top to bottom ideas, and now we are looking from bottom to up. But bottom to up approaches should also kind of empower people in ways that people participate democratically and take decisions democratically, not necessarily just saying that, well, we have a panchayat level system or we have kind of, different tiers of governance, but these different tiers of governance should also empower people to kind of make responsible and take action. Which is not happening currently in the context of India, and it's more problematic in the context of West Bengal because of the kind of political situation, the kind of power structures and patronage politics. So we need to kind of really reflect on these ideas. Yeah. Thank you. I hope it helped you to get clarity on this.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
You're already 1.5 hours. You can always, you are welcome to ask question individually to everyone. Please join us in the.
Ma'am, you have the maximum number of questions. Yes, 2 questions for. Yes. I would just shorten it up. Yes. Ma'am, As you can see, I have a lot of questions, but I have shortened up the question. Sundarban is facing a major issue on a social context, economic corruption, as well as non-environmental conservation plans. Even if they are there, they aren't implemented properly. People are facing issues, fighting a silent battle of tolerance. Do you think effective non-governmental agencies intervention along with the National Green Tribunal is necessary to keep Sundarban alive?
Is this for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your question is whether the NGT is whether that is the way forward. Is that your question?
My question is, the government is not being able to like properly implement, and there is a lot of corruption and a lot of backwardness in the procedures of that are necessary to make Sundarban alive or let the people survive. So my question is it more necessary for the NGOs to enter into this scenario and effectively work for the betterment of the people?
So, I think, I mean, I have one view, I can share it with you. I'm sure other people have other views,
So I
but
feel it would be less than the government itself.
I think, we definitely need the space for civil society. We need space for activists. We need space for unions. We need space for lawyers. We definitely need space for government. But what we really need is, for all of us as citizens of India, of well-wishers and committed researchers, or just citizens of West Bengal, we need to wake up to the fact that we cannot normalize certain realities. We need to be critical, and I think it requires a collective mobilization. I think the issue is that it's not as if the Sundarbans residents do not have a voice. They have a voice. They are not voiceless at all. It is just that we are not willing to hear, and politics is often doesn't have a political will. So, Dr. Dhar has organized this. He's deeply committed to bringing us together for recommendations, a roadmap forward. And I think my starting point of that roadmap is that everyone is needed. I don't think the solution can be just NGOs. They have a space. But if anyone knows Bengal politics, the NGOs fight with each other, the unions fight with each other, the rights activists are fighting with each other, two brothers are fighting with each other. Everybody wants to. So, politics is in everything. There's party politics, but that is a problem. We cannot have divergent. A lot of my work in the past decade has been trying to get different people to just talk to each other who work on the same issue often. And trust me, whether it's the Fishers Union or the forest rights activists, they don't want to talk to each other in the Sundarbans. They are for the same cause, but they have, ego battles and all kinds of issues. So I think, we have to get over the fact that these small squabbles are less important than the bigger goal. As Dr. Dhar pointed out, it's 5 million people, and animals and humans together. This is both a World Heritage Site, and there are communities with such incredible rich repository of things we want to conserve. So I think there's no one answer I have. Of course, we all need to work together, but I think we need to stop writing as if politics and governance doesn't matter. I think at the end of the day, it is very much embedded at a local and national level politically. I don't know if Dr. Kallan Rudra is there right now or not, but even he's in the West Bengal Pollution Board Control. He's a senior bureaucrat, and it is impossible sometimes for the brightest minds of our country, and I respect him so deeply, but even for him to actually make change, he's caught in politics. And what he said yesterday, he said vote banks in the end of the day is what will justify, or what will make changes, not make changes. So that is really sad reality of our country, and hopefully we can all work together. But even not just a researcher, even you as a student, just as a citizen, we all have power to challenge some of these realities collectively, and I hope we can do so. And I let the other co-panelists answer. And I'm sorry for speaking so much, but thank you so much for accommodating me online, and I will try and attend tomorrow definitely. Thank you for all the organizers. I wish I was there in person, but it's been a real pleasure to learn from everybody's presentations yesterday and today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we now officially close this session. So break for the lunch. Sir, we'll come back. Sir, it's only 20 minutes. No, maybe 3:15, sir.
Welcome back everyone after lunch. We'll be starting our session 6. Our topic is reducing risks of disaster, structural and non-structural solutions. Now I will request our respected Dr. P.J. Dhar Chakraborty sir, respected Dr. Indrajit Pal sir, respected Professor Chandan Ghosh sir, respected Professor Shobhanik Roy sir, respected Professor Gopinath Bhandari sir, to come in the stage to join us. Please, sir. And respected Mohammad Samshuddha sir is always joining us in online mode.
Your audience, but a larger audience, you're watching it.
Now I will ask my fellow classmates to felicitate our honorable speakers. Now I will request our respected Dr. P.G. Dhar Chakraborty sir, Swami Vivekananda Chair Professor on Environment and Disaster Management, Head of Department Environment and Disaster Management, RKMVRI, Narendrapur, to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
So we are in the midway. First 1.5 day, we discussed problems and problems. Now the next 1.5 day, we'll be discussing solutions and solutions. So this is the first session on the solution. We have a distinguished speakers. I'll introduce them very briefly because they are already known. They must be already known to you. Indrajit Pal, he is currently Associate Professor and Chair at Disaster Preparedness, Mitigation and Management Program at the Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. Prior to that, he was faculty member of the Center for Disaster Management at Lal Bahadur Sastry National Academy of Administration in Missouri, where I had my training for the Indian Administrative Service. Dr. Chandan Ghosh, I have a long association with him. He was a former professor and the head of the Resilient Infrastructure Division of the National Institute of Disaster Management, which I had the opportunity to head for about 6 years, from the 2005 to 2011. He is a civil engineering graduate of Bengal Engineering College, PhD from IIT Kanpur, and doctorate of engineering from Ibaraki University, Japan. And he has also been in IIT Jammu as a professor of civil engineering. He has recently retired from the NIDM, and he has become more busy, after his retirement, doing so many other things. And he has also collected some samples of vetiver grasses to show you beyond civil engineering what kind of bioengineering we can do. Professor Shobhanik Roy, he is a professor of Department of Architecture, Town and Regional Planning, and founder director of the School of Ecology, Infrastructure and Human Settlement Management at the Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Shibpur. He has a bachelor's degree in architecture, master's in urban regional planning, and a doctorate in urban planning. He is a postgraduate diploma in the IHS Rotterdam. Oh, you are Rotterdam. I was also going there for teaching for some time in Rotterdam, and after it became part of the Erasmus University. Now it is part of the Erasmus University. So this long CV, I'm not going to read out fully. And Professor Gopinath Bhandari, He is a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering and coordinator of the Center for Disaster Preparedness and Management at Jadavpur University. Professor Bhandari completed his BE in Civil Engineering from Bengal Engineering College, Masters in Civil Engineering from Geotechnical Engineering, and a PhD in Coastal Engineering, both from Jadavpur University in 1992 and 2003, respectively. So again, a long CV, I'm not going to read out fully. And we have Mohammad Shamsud Doha. Is he online? Is he online? Yes, is he online? So unfortunately, he could not come. He is working at the Center for Participatory Research, the Chief Executive Officer of Center for Participatory Research and Development in Bangladesh. Now he had confirmed his participation physically, and let me tell you also that he was a delegation member of the government of Bangladesh to climate change negotiation at the UNFCCC. He has been consistently following negotiations for loss and damage, finance and adaptation, and technology transfer. He was also actively involved in drafting a country position paper on disaster risk reduction, a guiding document for negotiating a post-2015 framework for disaster risk reduction. So welcome, Mohammad Shamsud Doha. So I will request Mohammad Shamsud Doha, because since our session started a little late and he has been waiting for some time, so it is unfair for me to make him wait further. So the session will start with a presentation on Sovereign Try. We have Professor Mohammad Shamsud Doha. So we have five presentations, and that 4 of them, they are from the engineering background, and one from the from community, from the non-government community, NGO community, and working on. And Bangladesh, as you know, it is the NGO capital in the world. There are wonderful NGOs working, and I had the opportunity to work some of them, like Center for the Disaster Preparedness and other organizations. So over to you, Professor Shamsud Doha. So you have 15 minutes. We had 20 minutes, but since we started late, we are cutting it short by 5 minutes. So we have 15 minutes. So over to you, Professor Shamsud Doha. So let us go.
Thank you very much. I think my slides are visible now.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to Professor Chakraborty for inviting me to share my experiences. I, in fact, share experiences of Bangladesh in terms of community-based disaster risk reduction. Before starting my presentation, I also would like to convey my sincere gratitude, love, and respect to all the panel members, speakers, audiences, and students who are here. You know that it's a critical time for Bangladeshis to visit India, though that was frequent in the previous time. But nonetheless, I'm very happy, honored to share my presentation and to be invited in that August symposium. While talking about community-based disaster risk reduction, I would like to share a few examples of disaster loss and damages, and how the community, particularly NGOs, are addressing this problem or coping up with disaster losses. You could see some damages of disasters. I took this picture during a massive riverbank erosion in the Padma Basin area that eroded huge chunk of land, cultivable land, habitat, and others. You could see that a household, they are shifting from their eroded household to other places. They are trying to find a safer place. I don't know whether they found it, but they're on move. So they took all the belongings, children, women, and also livestock. The transferable, movable assets, they try to move. You also could see the fragility of their household, and also how the riverbank erosion eroded infrastructure. It's a hospital, public hospital in that district. We call this Socio-ecological district. So the disaster damages caused by riverbank erosion is massive. This is just not the, eroding household, but also eroded the permanent structure and also make the communities more exposed to the maybe next risk. So the history of riverbank erosion in Shariatpur district is not new. That riverbank erosion is very common in the basin areas, particularly in the Padma basin areas, and people are often called as people are on move with the move of flows. So when the flows moves from one side to another side, people also move with the flows. So, and they try to get shelter in other places. So the Padma River in 2018, the riverbank erosion was huge and it eroded around 13 square kilometer areas in maybe 10, 15 days. So 3 upazilas were severely affected. One upazila is, we did a study in one upazila and we found that riverbank erosion engulfed around 4,000 families. It eroded 500 businesses, and it also made 5,000 people displaced from their households. Now, these are some pictures. We are familiar with this when riverbank erosion occur in the river basin areas. Now, what are the causes? When we look into the disaster, we just count some economic loss and damages. We have a very preset mentality that disaster damages some properties, assets, and it causes some economic loss and damages. But if we look into the other aspects of disaster, this is just not economic loss and damages. Major portion of loss and damages is non-economic loss and damages. And non-economic loss and damages are due to mainly by the secondary and tertiary impacts of disaster or the residual impact of disaster, which often we try to link to the impacts of climate change. But not going to the climate change and not debating the other issues, but if I consider the residual impact of disasters, they are mostly non-economic damages and losses. They are shifting to undignified occupation. We found that many people from the Shariatpur district, even from the Haur areas, that was severely affected by flash flood in 2024. Many people migrated that place to the urban areas and they took different occupation like rickshaw pulling, housemaids, and also begging. And they term this as an undignified job. Yes, they are undignified jobs. So loss of dignity is another concern of the residual impacts of disaster. We noticed huge dropout from school, increased child labor, and also child marriage, because when adolescent girls drop out from school, family consider them as risk because maybe they are being, might suffer from some social crises and also some social taboos, social barriers. So they consider them as risk. So marrying them at their very teen age consider them transferring risk. So we noticed huge number of child marriage in the riverbank erosion prone areas. There are huge psychological trauma when they lost everything, belongings, then they got some mental shock and causes psychological trauma. And loss of social identity is another concern because when they migrated from one place to another place, they really are not included to that local government authority as a citizen of that area. So they sometimes call them as a moving people and they don't have any social identity. It's also a problem of social integration to that community. So a kind of social discrimination, a kind of gender-based violences, and also violences to the adolescent girls are found to be increased in the displaced or migrated communities. Now, what are the responses? If I consider the responses to the riverbank erosion prone areas, I took example from a local NGO, and they said that they only are addressing some economic loss and damages. The government of Bangladesh is very proactive in terms of policy making and planning, and also establishing a contingency fund to support immediate relief and rehabilitation activities. So Ministry of Disaster Management and Relief provides immediate food support to the affected families, but there are some concern that if the affected families are huge in number, then the limited resources is not sufficient to cover all the economic loss and damages. And we found this in the recent past flood affected areas in Howrah areas. So the devastation was massive, and the insufficient support from the government agencies was really scanty to in terms of the requirement. NGOs are the first responder, as the session church said that Bangladesh is the capital of NGOs. Yes, Bangladesh is the capital of NGO, and NGO has very prudent or experienced mechanism for supporting disaster as the first responder. So NGOs have some contingency fund. They respond with food, water, and emergency medical assistance, but they often respond with their limited resource, but there is intention that they might be able to mobilize resources from other sources. Then there are some regional and global funds. In Bangladesh, there are several funds like Start Fund. There is a apex organization of NGOs, it's called PKSF. They also have a separate funding for addressing post-disaster loss and damages. The government of Bangladesh has a dedicated funding mechanism. It's called Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund. So a certain portion of this fund is allocated for supporting disaster loss and damages, aftermath of disaster. So there is also some funding dedicated to address post-disaster shocks and post-disaster loss and damages. There are also some private sector initiative, and fortunately, the private sector initiative in Bangladesh is huge. If I cite a recent example from the flood 2024, the crowdfunding from the private sources was, 2-3 times more than the government fund. So the crowdfunding was mobilized by the private sectors, by the students, and also by some foundations who have some a kind of faith of people. So people provided huge amount of money to that source to operate relief and rehabilitation support. So the private sector initiative in Bangladesh, there are the huge potentialities. People are eager to contribute, but sometimes it also related to the concern of whether the private sector will religiously utilize this fund or not. Again, the concern is that we are only addressing economic loss and damages. We are not considering non-economic loss and damages like loss of dignity, loss of social identity, gender-based violence, migration, dropout from school. We are not addressing that residual impact of certain disasters. And we consider, and these are short-term, these are inadequate, and these are unpredictable because we don't know how much money is required and how much money we will be able to mobilize for addressing those. So sometimes we also consider that the support from the government is politically decided, because when we assign some particular task to the local government authority to list down number of families who are being affected by the disaster, then they consider some kind of political affiliation or some kind of kinship while they select the affected household. So there are some challenges also, but major concern is that we are only addressing the economic part, which is short-term, which is sudden, but again, we are not addressing the residual impact of that sudden onset impact, and the residual impacts are huge and it's long-lasting. This is some kind of response. We often provide case support and also some logistics, some assistive devices for the physically challenged individuals. This is also another example from the NGO who responded to the that riverbank erosion. But again, there is a concern that there is a huge gap in resources and huge gap also among the stakeholders. The local NGOs and also local government authority, local administration, there is also huge coordination gap in terms of operating relief and rehabilitation supports. So these are the current practices in Bangladesh, and you find that if I categorize the current practices, there are some we can classify those ex post and ex ante. So in Bangladesh, we do both. I mean, we do both ex ante and ex post, but most of the cases we provide I mean more emphasis on ex post, like relief and rehabilitation support, and also emergency services. But we often don't provide adequate support, or we often fail to mobilize resources for ex ante measures like infrastructure development, shelter construction. We have strong disaster warning, but again, the nature of disasters are changing. So we also need to update our disaster warning for flood, and also also rainfall, changes in rainfall pattern, because rainfall is also now causing waterlogging in some areas. We also should have strong warning for heat wave, and also warning also for drought. But for the sudden onset event, particularly cyclone, we have stronger networks up to the union level, grassroots level, but we don't have stronger network and support for other disasters like flood, like riverbank erosion, heat waves, and also desertification to some extent. But again, we have some prudent, proactive measures. We talked about that we are just doing some reactive measures, but there are some examples of proactive measures. One example is, I mean, anticipatory action. So for anticipatory action, currently, not only NGOs, but also development partners, international NGOs, they are providing much emphasis on anticipatory action. So there are a few stages of determining anticipatory action. So first, analyzing the risk, and also define some actions based on the risk, and also then monitoring, forecasting, real-time observations. Then, if all the three, I mean, works in parallel, then there are some anticipatory actions to support that household. They might affected by that particular risk. So a kind of risk analysis is very important. This is also important to identify number of households who could be affected by certain risk when it translated to disasters, and then monitoring the risk level, monitoring the warning system, monitoring the weather data, and when the weather data monitoring says that that particular household might be affected by that risk, then anticipatory action started. So this is a kind of proactive measures, and Bangladesh is doing very good in that field. So there are some examples of proactive measures in terms of erosion. When scientists, experts, and also weather data says that particular household might be affected by riverbank erosion, then there is alert. So there is a number of that alert that number of household might be affected by riverbank erosion maybe by August or by June. So there is an example that there was an alert in August 2023 in 6 locations, and that alert was raised for 115 households. Among them, 18 households were affected. So that 18 household got support for their, I mean, loss of households, loss of, I mean, cost for relocation. They also got some support, advocacy support, for having land for their new habitat or new house, or for their temporary or permanent relocation. So anticipatory action is just not awareing the communities for their for some activities, but also supporting them if they're really affected by that anticipated disaster. And this is not only supporting with some cash or some, I mean, other logistic facilities, but also long-term advocacy support for having resources and entertainments. There's a study on the basis of that anticipatory actions. It says that the cost of $1 cost for anticipatory action saved more than $5 losses. So anticipatory action is very important to avoid loss and damages because it saves money. And that result is I mean, it's a proven result. The another proactive measures is disaster risk financing. Often we struggle with financing because after disaster, when we talk about financing, we need to rely on international sources, or maybe from government sources, or maybe from crowdfunding from the private sources. So if there is a fund called disaster risk financing, then that fund could support the potentially affected households and families. So Bangladesh also have that kind of disaster risk financing facilities. And there are 3 different stages of that financing facilities. That is, we need to identify a foreseeable crisis or foreseeable disasters. When we see that a disaster might happen, then again a flag is raised, a danger flag that flood or riverbank erosion or cyclone might affect that number of households. And there is also a kind of cost estimation that if that household are affected by a particular cyclone, that cyclone might cause that amount of economic loss and damages, or that amount of support is required for their relief and rehabilitation. So that fund really can calculate the amount that will be required to support immediate actions. So currently we have that kind of funding, anticipatory or disaster funding, and there are 3 different blocks of operating that fund. One is strategy definitely depending on multi-hazard risk analysis, and also financial flow analysis, and also household economic analysis. I mean, some households are better with economic condition and they are better resilient than other households. So on the basis of that strategy, there are few building blocks. I mean, some contingency planning. If that disaster happen, then how we will address that disaster with that particular amount of money. So that contingency planning includes the community, includes the respective ministries, and also local government officials, local administration. So all are be part of that planning, and they can respond to the disaster very quickly. And then when a disaster strike, one is contingency fund is ready, and also contingency plan is ready. Then we can quickly address the problem. So that kind of mechanism is evolving within the communities and also other sectors like international NGOs and also local NGOs. So this is another proactive measures for addressing disaster loss and damages or disaster recovery. So currently we have 3 types of disaster financing. One is flood risk financing, and second is cyclone risk financing, and also how to post the National Reserve Fund for cyclone readiness and implementation. This is again a kind of lobby and advocacy work with the national authority, national government, so that national government itself reserve some funds for quickly responding to particular disaster like flood and cyclone. These are the structure. I mean, in the pictures you can see that the discussion of the communities in terms of developing contingency plan, and also discussion with the local NGOs. You can also see construction of community road that link to a cyclone shelter, and also provided a kind of safeguard from the tidal water, saving the communities. This is also water supply system, toilet facilities in the cyclone shelter and also in the raised areas, and also if cyclone or floods feeds, then how we could quickly support the other logistic item to the potentially affected communities. So these are some practices of anticipatory actions. This is a kind of, I think all about this for raising garden, and also a kind of hydroponic system for in the waterlogged areas, so that if the certain area is flooded, then a kind of vegetable cultivation could be facilitated with some technological innovation. It's a kind of floating garden in the waterlogged areas. It's also household level agricultural activities to support households for loss recovery. This is another unique concern that some NGOs are really doing in the coastal areas and also riverbank prone areas, because riverbank erosion eroded everything, households and also agricultural land. So that is a kind of supporting communities, particularly the youths, for technical educations and supporting their job placement to the urban areas, so that the eroded communities, eroded youths, they can have sufficient skill to satisfy the market demand. For instance, mobile servicing and also some electrical engineering and also plumbing, piping. So that kind of I mean alternative livelihood activities or market demand based activities are being promoted by the local NGOs, so that they could support the disaster affected households, or the households household who lost everything due to riverbank erosion could find job in other areas. Sometimes we call this transformational adaptation, but again, this is also very closely linked to disaster. This is also building skill of the remote households and islands, and also how to promote a kind of resilient livestock cultivation at household, because that black Bengal is a bit resilient to heat. And in certain areas of Bangladesh, lamb farming is getting popular because lamb is a kind of resilient to heat and also in the saline condition. There are also some changes in the cropping pattern, because in the coastal areas, which is more exposed to saline water, there is a change. People are not cultivating rice, they are cultivating sunflower, because sunflower is salinity tolerant or salinity resilient crop. So changes are happening in the communities, and some changes are supported by the...
Please. Another 2 minutes.
Yes, some changes are supported by communities, some changes are organic. People are doing this by their own means and with the support of NGOs. So that's all from my side. These are some examples of household-based disaster risk reduction. But again, in global level, we really need to think about the policy coherence, because when you talk about disaster at household level, we cannot separate this from climate change adaptation. But again, in global level, the school of, there are two different school of thoughts. One is climate change adaptation and one is disaster risk reduction. One is under UNFCCC, another is under UNDRR. But at community level, everything is same to the household who is affected by disasters, whether it is for climate change or not. So a kind of policy coherence is important. Important in the community level, adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and loss and damage, because loss and damage includes many aspects of disaster. So I think when we talk about community-based disaster risk reduction, we also should think how we could make a coherence among the existing policies from global to local. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. So we have 4 more speakers, and thereafter there will be interactive session. So maybe if you wait for another hour or so, around 6 o'clock, we will have the interactive session. You can.
Okay.
So if it is, so you can attend to your other works and then return to us if it is possible. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Because our morning
Thank
session
you.
was so animated, it continued for a long time, and we had to very late lunch. So may I request our keynote speaker, Dr. Indrajit Pal, and thereafter Dr. Chandan Ghosh.
Good afternoon. I think by the time they're fixing it. So my slide, the presentation will be in two parts. I'll present some of the key issues because from yesterday, I think you have learned many things on the scientific research, in particularly in Indian Sundarban area. So I'll give you some insight about some other deltas in the world and what type of generic approach maybe others are doing and what in a strategic level what we can do. So in the end, maybe there are some strategic 2 or 3 slides we made, which might be directly, Professor Chakraborty, you can use it for the direct strategic planning and some of the recommendations. And there is a one short video on embankment resilience for Sundarban Delta, India. So I'll start with that. I'll maintain the time, no issue. So thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Professor Chakraborty for organizing this extremely important and timely symposium. Okay. So my profile is already described. So this is like little bit of my current projects, and I wrote about 20 books and some 200 plus journal papers, not only on Delta, but some of the other aspects also I'm working on. So I'll start with some key issues, what exactly we are facing in the context of the resilience. So there are 4 aspects maybe we can look into. So this is the voice of the community from the Sundarban area in India, because I worked in Indian and Bangladesh Sundarban jointly, and in Sindh, Pakistan, and Myanmar, and Thailand, and Vietnam as well. So this is a particular voice from Sundarban area. So the river also claims everything. I think some of the part we have already seen yesterday, some of the sessions, technical sessions also, because there are a lot many research going on how to map the embankment, like breaching, and also what are the inundation areas and all these things, how the livelihoods impacted. So I think there are a lot many research. So my suggestion is like maybe we should not wait to research end, because research is an ongoing process, it will never end. So we cannot say like we'll do a complete research of Sundarban and then we'll start strategies. Never possible. So there are a lot many research, thousands of research are there. In that lunchtime, Rajesh and we are discussing like there are about 2,000 papers maybe on Sundarban only. So I think there are enough information and data and research globally and for Sundarban as well. So we can start with that. And there's a very, very good start, I think, from this side. So I'll give you 4 projects outlined where we are implementing some of the things in areas where this migration due to the climate hazards are very much prominent. This is a current project from the European Union supported projects where I am co-PI with International Organization of Migration, working in Philippines, Indonesia, and Fiji. So we're trying to map like how we can develop a risk index, how to map like what is the potential process which is driving the people to move. So we are taking 2 major contexts. One is housing and second is the livelihood. What are the factors which is impacting their livelihoods and why they are moving or not moving. So this decision who is taking and what time they are taking. So this is called triggering point on threshold or maybe tipping points, some of the contexts. So that acronyms we are starting with the RICD. This is also one lab started recently in Bangkok by IOM International Organization. The second part, this is also ongoing project in Laos. I think Laos is a small landlocked country. I think many of might be not know even the name possibly. So it's a very small country next to northern part of Thailand and eastern part of Myanmar. And there we are trying to develop one, again, a framework because we know like there are a lot many adaptation processes we have seen just now. I also presented something. There are a lot many adaptation processes going on across the world, but what adaptation is appropriate for which place, that we don't know, because there are a list of adaptation approach. So what we are trying to list out the global practices of all adaptations, especially ecosystem based adaptation, and then we try to contextualize with the particular community. So it's a grounded research. So that framework also we are developing. It's an ongoing project. The next one is a long project for almost 6 years. There are 3 countries was involved: Bangladesh, India, and Vietnam. I think Andy Lodge also invited tomorrow as one of the sessions speaker. So he is our PI, and it was with Newcastle University, and it's a quite large scale project. One of the production I'll show you as a short video. There are quite a lot of reports also came up. So there are a lot of research came up with this particular project from Sundarbans, India, and Bangladesh both. Because yesterday the discussion was like how we can integrate these 2 countries research and how we can go ahead, because individually approaching a particular aspect may not be very useful and may not be possible also to reach that level. This is another project like Asia Pacific Network Global Challenge project, what we have implemented in Mekong region actually. So why I'm explaining all this, because we have discussed many on the Sundarban India, because what is happening in other countries which is more or less close to the economy of ours, maybe the population is not similar, but I think the practices of the community might be replicated, might be adapted based on certain things. So there's one tool we have developed. I think maybe we can use for our Indian context also. There's a 106 indicators based tool called like Lizara tool. There are 2 papers also openly accessible. I'll explain a little bit in the end of this discussion today how it has been. So we can estimate the livelihood security, what are the factors actually impacting the livelihood security, and also can index them. This is another project not exactly related with the Delta, but it was a monitoring project which I was thinking to put in as a like embankment monitoring system in Sundarban. So this is a CRISTA project we right now implementing with the World Bank. I'm as a principal investigator in Nepal. So this is also community based and crowdsource based application to monitor the road and electricity network. This is the recent publication last year on Nature from our research team led by Faith from China. So this is building resilience in Asian megadeltas. So I'll explain some of the findings of this paper from 5 megadeltas in the world. So this is the study area actually we have captured. You can see the GBM delta is a huge like GBM delta and that catchment area actually. The area you can see here is the catchment area of GBM. Yesterday, I think some of the discussion was also channelized like if you see only delta as an isolation, it's difficult because total sediment flow is not restricted in a small pocket. I think the national government projects, Namami Ganga and others also is also targeting from the source. So if you take a source and the entire catchment area, it looks like this. So there are also 2 Chinese mega delta considered in this study, and also Mekong delta is also very critical in terms of the geopolitical structure because it covers 6 countries. We are talking about Ganga is covering 2 countries, but the Mekong River is actually covering 6 countries. There's one commission which is covering the lower Mekong area, which is 4 countries. There's a lower Mekong commission. So this commission is formed with 4 countries in the lower part of the basin, and they are also managing this more or less transboundary aspect of the water related issues. Water flow and even the sediment flow and other monitoring system is also on board. So we have targeted few categorized hazards in this particular paper. It's a review paper for this whole area. So you have a complete picture on what is going on in this mega deltas. This structure actually designed for this paper like disaster risk management approaches in mega deltas in a flow like we have tried to discuss about the delta wide management system. We need to also understand the regional and national policies and plans. If you see the policies and plans of Bangladesh, the entire Bangladesh as a country is considered as a delta, whereas India is not country as a delta. So there is a huge difference between this process because already Bangladesh implemented 2,100 delta policy. It's a country level policy. For India, there's no policy like this, and for other country also, there's no policy like this, or other delta countries, including Pakistan, Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar. So there is a difference of the boundary of the administration as well. So regional and national policies and plans should be considered. Next, we can also go with the delta-wide management process. And then third level, which is very important, we are discussing in a different discussion, like community level action. So these three aspects should be matched. And some of the policies already in place for India, we can figure it out, but there is no very categorized policy for delta. There are forest level policies, there are other policies. So this is the more or less synthesis of this paper, like in 4 segments of the disaster phases, like prevention, recovery, and response. All 4 aspects we can consider as a resilience, because if you consider resilience in one aspect, then it will not be a fulfilled approach. So that resilience approach could be holistic. That means like it should go in all 4 dimensions. It should be in pre and post in both sides of the disaster. So there are a few key activities and segments. Maybe I'm not going in very details. This paper is not openly accessible. If someone is interested, I can send you individually, but don't put it in the public domain. As for the, yes, absolutely, I'll send this. This is the last part. Is interesting to compare how that 5 mega delta is actually behaving and where we are lacking and what we can compare from which delta. The acronym of the delta is written on the right side. So there are 2 major delta from China. We have considered Yangtze and Pearl River. I think it's the size is the river basin size is much larger than GBM delta also. Mekong delta is politically and geopolitically very strong, and GBM also obviously is a very interesting one and quite large. So in this, on the top side, like if you see, there are 4 segments of the disaster, different phases. On the left side axis is comparison of different deltas, and in the boxes you can see like which is in the bold, which is already in place for this particular delta. Say for example, like GBM delta, first one, forecasting is there in place with us, and maybe we can also see some of the components from these 2 deltas for the preparedness component. Response, again, like real-time monitoring, insurance, maybe we can also check with these 2 countries how they are doing something. So these are the details maybe we have captured comparing the governance factors of all these countries, and also some of the factors which is like disaster management department of the ministry they are doing in that country. This is the last component of this particular study, the community-led adaptation, aligning with the delta dynamics. It could be agriculture, it could be saline intrusion, agriculture in the saline intrusion zone. So that is one of the factors maybe we can consider. This is a generic for our GBM delta. I'm just moving to the GBM delta. So these are the 10 aspects maybe we can consider as a stressor. So there are 2 categories of stressor. One stressor is creating by the anthropogenic factors. So it could be like flow alteration, that it could be land use changes, it could be poverty, it could be some other factors. Some of the factors can be categorized as underlying these factors. Some of the factors cannot be considered as underlying these factors. But all 10 factors can be addressed in some of the mitigation and response mechanism. I think we are more or less discussed quite a lot about GBM delta, their plans and something, but I would like to highlight something more here. Like if you see delta as an isolation, that may not be a good idea to go for a larger planning or holistic planning. We can also see as a big picture, as a catchment area. I'm going to explain a little bit on the livelihood related factors, like how the livelihood is playing a major role, critical role, especially here. I think those who are working on the migration or especially the displacement, there is a very thin line between the displacement and migration. About that, how many days we can call as a displacement and how many days we can call as a migration, right? So this is a little bit of gray area. I mean, even the international agency also not very clear right now which one is, like there are different definitions by the IDMC. There's international agencies who are counting the migration data. So we had currently we are working with IDMC for this project. So we captured well established, like IFRC developed this 5 capital context human, social, natural, physical, and financial. This 5 capital concept came up with the IFRC, I think quite a long ago. We can expand this five capital concept, how this 5 capital is located and placed in our situation right now. So we have tried to capture all these aspects from GBN Delta. There is also huge type of data collection done. I think Shovanikda was also part of the project of our LDH project. He was also one of the co-PI. So we collected a huge amount of data from LDH. I'll pose this 5 questions when we are talking about the resilience. These 5 questions should be the baseline. Whose resilience we are talking about? Is the human or the elements or the infrastructure? So it depends on the whose resilience we are talking about. We have to decide accordingly, because if it's a human resilience, we have to talk accordingly. If it's some infrastructure resilience, we have to make a different type of plans. Both the plans are completely different. So resilience of what is the first question. So if we ask the research question, then the solution and the process plan will go accordingly. Resilience of what and resilience for what? That resilience for what is actually give you the idea, like which is actually the factors which is actually impacting or starting that vulnerable situation. Basically, we call the vulnerability propagation. So that if we can identify or map that, we can plug that gaps. And the last one, like what are the resilience capacities with us right now? We can plan anything, but whether it's possible with our manpower, with our finance, with our current political situation is to deliver or not. So we have to also see the current capacities, and accordingly we can go ahead. The last one is like what enhance the resilience? What are the actions we can do to enhance our resilience? These are the few questions we started to before we develop that tools. I'm just skipping that slide. So this is the overall ground level data collection, what we have done. Almost 2,100 household we have surveyed in Sundarban area in 4 blocks. So there are quite interesting factors which came up here, like on the livelihood, how many people are having multiple livelihoods, how many people having a single livelihoods. Because when we are talking about the diversification of the livelihoods, then we need to know how many people are having this. Then we can talk about. So I'm quickly skipping some of the slides to go ahead. Like, so these are the final product of the vulnerability, particularly for the livelihoods in different areas in Sundarban. So these 2 papers are open access. I can also share this. This will give you the full explanation how the livelihood resilience toolbox can be designed. This toolbox is also available in Excel, and we are designed in two open source actually also R we have designed. So if you know R software, so that all R package, you can also use it. And in Excel also it's available. So there are 106, we have done 106 matrix HP also to get the weightage for this from 3 countries. So these 2 papers are openly accessible. So I think that can give you a little bit of better idea. Now, in the last segment, I would like to emphasize a little bit on the embankment in the Sundarban. I think yesterday also we discussed a lot of things about how we can protect our community, whether we should move or we should be there with some of the protection measures. So the embankment is actually currently placed in different places, different locations. I think many of the speakers yesterday mentioned like there is a regular breach of the embankment happening. Now, how to plug that or how to know where embankment breaching is happening. Now it's all informal information. There's no particular information which will give you a fixed database like this area was breached, this long, this was also plugged. All these things are not available. So there are almost 6 to 7 types of embankments available in Sundarban. Okay, so this is the existing coastal protection system. I think most of us have seen this. There are some embankments are eco-friendly, some embankments are not. But primarily the emphasis from the local communities putting like that Ala Bandar, all this is actually the concrete embankment. But there are pros and cons for both. We are going for the biosolution always, like green solution. Putting mangroves is a very good solution to protect ourselves. And embankment is not a good solution, right? This is a very clean idea. But if you go for a short term and long term, because if you put a mangrove today, it will take 10 years to grow, at least to reach that position which can protect your islands, right? So that 10 years, who will protect you? We need something. So we need some hybrid options, right? So there is no good and bad. We need the context, we need the timing. So we need to decide accordingly. So both are good. It depends on the timing, what we need now. Okay, so there are few factors we came up, like how embankment breaching and damage is actually impacting in the system. So it has also, I mean, there are quite a lot of overlaps what we have seen in this 1.5 days, like sinkages of land mass, increased salinity in the soil. There are few loss and damage discussed just before my session, my talk. So loss and damage also, there are two types, like some of the things tangible and intangible we discussed yesterday. By Ronit was also mentioning this some part, but there's another part is like short term and long term, right? Direct and indirect losses. Some losses we can't see now. Some losses can happen after 2 years. Say, for example, the saline intrusion, increased salinity in the soil, right? So increased salinity in the soil may impact immediately, also may impact long term. So we also need to have long term and short term assessment as well. Crop damage and crop failure. Okay. So these are the percentage of the initial assessment. Construction of the, so this is a perception of the community, what community want. So you can see a large percentage of the community. This is a perception from the survey that I mentioned, like 1100, almost 1200 plus household survey. So these are the perception from the community of 4 blocks. So the constructing concrete embankment, 49% people actually in favorable comment on this, right? So these are the two last slide, what I'd like to explain about the strategies for the delta resilience. So I thought like maybe we need to have conceptualizing the resilience. If we take as a holistic picture, then the hazard reduction would be one of the component, how we can reduce the impact of the hazard, right? Second, how we can reduce the exposure part of it. Because if you go with the IPCC AR5 model of the risk, so first thing is we need to understand the hazard, then also the exposure. So if you understand these two, then the vulnerability automatically will be reduced. So if we reduce these two things, like hazard can be reduced with some of the mitigation and some of the protective measures, and exposure also can be reduced, right? So if you can manage these two, the third component, the vulnerability reduction, can automatically be done, right? So I think we have to work on this. We are directly talking about the risk management, but I think we also need to talk about this too first. This is because all these two components can be solved locally a great extent. The second part, like grounded actions, can be done. So we can, based on some of the plans, we can also develop some of the grounded action plan. Action plan not necessarily will be a big mega project. It could be a small project. So maybe we need to have indigenous knowledge, need to know some extent how they are managing for so long, right? Community participation, planning and policy, because I mentioned there are different type of policies of different countries. We cannot adapt all the policies, whatever is happening maybe in Bangladesh or maybe in Vietnam, right? So we need to know like what policy could be best, what policy already we have in our hand, and maybe some of the modification, some of the additional components in the policy can be added. The last slide from my side, like how we can mainstream the institutions to impact the specific delta actions. So it's not a comprehensive, but maybe it will give some outline, like what are the ministries maybe we can outline. We have central ministries which is linked with this activity of the delta resilience. There are some of the state government ministries, maybe I missed some of them, we can add, right? But these are the boxes maybe we need to know that if we go with the isolation, it will never happen. Because Professor Das Chakraborty worked in the national government for so long, I think you are very much aware about this. I was also in the some of the structure in the government system. I was also aware about some of the things. I think these two components might be considered. If we go with this, then the final directive will come from the state governments, because it belongs to the state government. And then the directive, regulation and financing also can be worked out. And the Department of Sundarban Affairs might be one of the, I think yesterday also we got some idea, like it could be department which can pull all the other department as a nodal points, but it's not happening on the ground really. So these are the few ideas maybe can be worked out. Maybe we can filter it out. So with that, I'll conclude here, but I'll also give you one small video. Thank you. Just a moment, like, sorry, sir. So this is one of the international agencies like activity I'm organizing next month in Bangkok. So UNCCRD was one of the conventions started in 2023, COP28 in Dubai. So there was something called like UN Convention for Conserving River Deltas. So there was no UN body which was talking about the deltas. So it was just started in very recently, last year, last year, COP, and this COP also like in 2030. And COP 30, we are planning some of the white paper to put as a deltas resilience plan as a whole. So I'm organizing this as a first UNCCRD Delta Summit, calling more or less, you can see on the right side, the partners. So at least 4 or 5 UN agencies are also on board. There are a few international agencies, including IOM and IUCN, and at least 5 or 6 universities from Europe, US, and Africa. There's a big group coming up. So Delta Unite is also another group which are also talking about the Delta across the globe. In the Southeast Asia, this Delta Unite really right now is not in existence. So it's their headquarters right now is in Africa. We are trying to pull some of the part in the Southeast Asia and South Asia as a Delta Unite also. So I'm trying to do that. Maybe we will start next month. I'll also send you more detail. So its registration is still open. Maybe if you are interested, you can join. So we are also drafting some white paper for next COP. Thank you. Yeah, please. Video demo also.
The Indian Sundarbans is a Ramsar-designated megadelta located in the Bay of Bengal. The region is intersected by a complex network of tidal waterways, mudflats, and small islands of salt-tolerant mangrove forests. The diverse ecosystem, with abundant water and fertile soil, is home to numerous flora and fauna, and more than 4 million people that rely on fishing, farming, and traditional crafts for their livelihood. The region is highly exposed to natural hazards and climate change impacts. Tropical cyclones are particularly devastating, bringing in heavy downpour, high winds, and storm surges that damage houses, infrastructure, and flood agricultural land and fisheries. On the other hand, tidal surges and rising sea levels are inundating and eroding the coastline, with people losing their homes, assets, and livelihoods. Such is the case of Goramara, an estuarine island in the delta that has lost over half of its area in the past 3 decades, displacing more than 30,000 people from their land.
আমার বাবা খুব ছোটবেলায় এখানে জঙ্গল কেটে ঘর করেছে। এই জায়গাগুলো আমাদের অনেক নদীতে চলে গেছে। এখানে অনেক বালি উঁচু ছিল, মানে হামাগুড়ি দিয়ে উঠতে হতো। ওই জল নেমে গেলে একটা বীজ পড়ে আছে না, ওই পর্যন্ত আমাদের জায়গা ছিল, সব নদীতে চলে গেছে। আমফান, বুলবুল, অ্যাশ সব শেষ হয়েছে।
Although early warnings, community shelters, and recovery funds have helped lessen the impacts of disasters in the recent years, the need for sturdy embankments remain critical in the Sundarbans to avert the impacts of natural hazards. To understand what role embankments play in people's lives, how these structures are managed, and what can be done to enhance their resilience, the Living Deltas Hub project undertook a comprehensive field study in the Indian Sundarbans, comprising of interviews, meetings, workshops, and household-level surveys. The outcomes of the field studies provide vital evidence to support risk management planning in the region. Covering 3,500 kilometers of coastline, embankments are the lifeline of the Sundarbans, and they serve multiple purposes. They not only protect the islands from storm surges and flooding, but also act as a buffer that reduces the impact of saline intrusion. This protection is vital for maintaining the agricultural productivity of the land and safeguarding the homes and livelihoods of millions of people. In many communities, these embankments also serve as the major transportation infrastructure, providing access to coastal settlements. Construction of earthen embankments using stabilized mud began more than a century ago and still continues today. They constitute more than 90% of all the embankments in the region. Over time, these embankments have withstood several disasters and are being weakened every day by the swirling currents, tidal surges, and strong cyclonic winds. Consequently, embankment breaching are common occurrences, allowing saline seawater to inundate settlements, agricultural lands, and fisheries.
Our field studies have found that vulnerabilities in embankments extend beyond solely a structural concern. The monitoring and maintenance techniques are limited and outdated. The absence of robust data on embankment health and breaches further hinders proper maintenance and risk management. Finally, the communities and local authorities face resource constraints to upgrade, enhance, and reinforce these structures.
With deteriorating earthen embankments, the residents view construction of concrete embankments as the most effective measure to combat erosion and coastal inundation. Other measures involve lining embankments with cement blocks, boulders, and bamboo mesh to reduce erosion and surge damages. Strengthening of embankments can also be achieved through eco-engineering by replenishing coastlines with mangrove plants or planting trees that can act as bioshields against natural hazards through wave attenuation, sediment stabilization, flood, and wind control. Findings from the field studies reflect the need for a multidimensional approach, combining hard engineering solutions with natural elements like bamboo and mangroves to reduce erosion and wave energy. The local communities need to be strengthened with resources and capacity to implement maintenance programs. Updating existing policies to reflect current realities is essential, mandating the use of sustainable materials and incorporating community input into management plans. Secondary defense systems like flood-resistant housing, infrastructure, and economic assets are vital to provide extra protection. Most importantly, there is need to invest in robust data management systems to collect information on embankment health and status for risk management planning.
At present, the baseline data for the embankment all across the delta in the Sundarban Indian part is not very much readily available for the monitoring system. So I think we really need to have more work on or research on developing the baseline data on the typology of the embankments and the factors which is also impacting the embankment. We have developed one application which is community-based database generation or monitoring of various infrastructure. And local authority and provincial authority also can take decision based on that.
Coastal embankments serve to protect lives and livelihoods in the Sundarbans, but they themselves are exposed to the natural elements. Therefore, enhancing resilience of coastal embankments must be prioritized under current and future risk management planning. We need to emphasize on a sustainable, community-driven approach that will foster locally led action and enhance both physical and social resilience.
Thank you for excellent presentation. A lot of inputs for our thoughts. And now,
okay. Thank you. Huh? Because I have the time that to fly to. So I have to finish it. So thank you very much, and especially, sir, you are here. And when I say that I could not come, you said that you have to come on 13th. Now, tonight I'll reach around 12:30. Again, 5 o'clock, I have to go to Gwalior by train. So that was the urgency. And in fact, now I'm working with two organizations. One is Japanese, another is France. So Japanese organization that is based in Calcutta, Delhi. So I'm working in landslides, mainly landslide mitigation. And so our first thing is challenge taken for the Sikkim airport, Pakyang airport, which is, oh, okay. Okay. And so the airport, which was made for about 8-9 years, and after 3 months of operation, they have to close it in 2018. And 2018, July onward till date, the airport, they are not able to operate. So I visited last month, then took the challenge to operate it within 2 months. So I'm very much involved in that. Because it has got multi-dimensional problems about the drainage, which they could not handle properly. Landslides and drainage and other things. But when we come to the protecting embankments, then see the way that embankments are made with a huge amount of money given to us. So in the before lunch, I think Magna was telling about the civil engineer. I'm a civil engineer, and but when I look at this room, you know, it has got all well equipped. So who doesn't want such kind of well-equipped system and such kind of system? Who doesn't want? But when things are done in this manner, heavy manner, it is really deplorable. It is a shame to our own profession and our ethics, and huge amount of money and everything is given. So we have to change it. We have to make it better. That is not the way that embankment. There are much better way without making any money. And I have got this one. And so this I'm going to contribute over here because this will be grown over here. And sure, it is brought by here Samson Nabi. You please stand up there. So he's the person, Professor Ashish Paul, who facilitated 5 days program where Nabi and his team were taken, went there about 2.5 years back. So before I leave an IDM, I took the initiative where Jadavpur University also I have conducted, and then Nehu also, just only 5-day, full day, no lecture, nothing. Carry the vetiver grass, plant it, give the lesson and make it. But most of the time it happens that post-plantation nursery things were not taken much seriously. But the way that serious attentions are given over here outside, here in the ground floor. See, when we can make such a beautiful garden over here, it is also same gift of the nature. And I can guarantee through some of the presentations that we can make here entire Sundarban at least $10 billion economy in 1 year of time. Let us see how it can be made. And we know roots and everything. We all understand that how much carbon dioxide that it takes and how much it gives, and all machine and machineries are available with the Agriculture Research Institute. But the route which is shown over here, entire top to bottom, this is that the most lovable or most described, I say that not photograph, a sketch, where the roots and the stem, that how they work. This is what that you can see. And each and every part is so much. This is the root which you can see over here. They can grow almost 3 meters. I will show that within 1.5 years time. 3 meters it can grow. And it becomes this root, one stem can become this much. I'll have the photograph, I'll show. So I have minimum text, maximum example, and efficacy. And in between you can see that we spend 12,000 to 20,000 has been earmarked from 2014 onward, October onward, for the what is that, toilet. Minimum budget is 12,000 and maximum, depending on the accessibility, 20,000. Government spends several thousand crores on that. How much they are functioning? Let us not blame the government. It is our own mindset that we have not been able to maintain it or accepted it. So we have to take it on, we have to spit on ourselves. See that how naturally things can be made. In fact, Professor the Vidyasagar University, we have made one such toilet there. Maximum cost including labor was 2,000 rupees. But again, it was not maintained well. Grass, only using the grass, like the same example we tried to create there, but it could not be nurtured there with proper watering. Even though river is there, we have given some advance money to those people that you please take care for at least 1 month. We have paid money, isn't it? From NIDM. We manage it because we got the things from the training fund. So training fund we have diverted to the field work. So more than 125 students and teachers were there. And similarly, Jadavpur University also. So this is the things that naturalize the way that we have been doing since long time. And see, the grass can do. And what it is going to take part, we can do research. This is only sketch, but we can bring that into the research, that how much it is extracting. There are several examples, data is there. I know that I will not be able to show them, but I have the entire 75 slides presentation I have left over here. You can go through that. In one case, when we say that we are engineer, we are the architect, we are the best human being, and given this question, what is the science behind this? We can never answer. Despite we know so many technology and other things, that how a rock can be cut in this manner and what is the theory behind that, we cannot. No mechanics can answer this or prove it, that for more than 45, 50 years, this rock in a U shape in this way, it is still existing. And we have no theory to explain it. Professor Gopinath, you are the geotechnical, we are in the same, we cannot explain it. We just simply took this advantage from the nature without any practicality from the basics of mechanics that we know, or mathematics that we know, or engineering that we have learned. We cannot explain it. But I show always the other thing, how much it is calculated. We cannot. No calculation is enough. No artificial intelligence can prove it. Professor Gopinath was, I think he is agreeing that, because we are in the same school of, thing. So thing is, but on the same road, when we make the road in the hilly area, wherever, we again say that, okay, Ishwar ko, kya? Yaad kare. So you see that what is the gap between our confidence in what we make and inconfidence that we always carry in our mind. And this is a work that I took up myself while I was in IIT Jammu during COVID period. So one NGO and whatever grass came from Kerala, we went to Kurg, and I came to Delhi, from Delhi to Mysore, and then by car. And then this is the condition you see, it doesn't belong to any government property or anything. It's a private house, and you can see that what is the condition of the house. So first we assembled there around 12 o'clock, took the free lunch there in a community. Then we came to the site, because there people have decided that this is the condition, that can you please take up. I said, anything in this earth, whether it's delta or anything, we can take it up. That is a challenge. So here again, no theory works. It is 75-degree, 80-degree vertical slope. Whereas we talk about embankment, slope is 35-degree, 36-degree. Although 100 years of soil mechanics that we have been dealing since 1925, we cannot explain that how soil can stand 75-degree. Again, no theory works. I think Professor Gopinath, you please take it. So in this case, we just it is having lots of moisture. So it is planted December 2019, and as of May 2020, grass has grown, and it is still there like that. Even we, so if we tell to the engineer, they may do Max Hospital type of heart surgery, but we wanted local surgery in the local health hospital. It didn't cost anything, only 1,000 plant of vertical grass. Cost part, leave it to Navi, and cost is, it is one can become 25, 30, 50 in 1 month of time. So what is the cost then? So this is that context. Of course, there are many things are there, but what, because embankment, slope, and many things, because my mind is always with the slope stability, and how we bring out the water from the slope, which often fails due to the rainfall. So simply put some this perforated pipe used for say tube well, put it horizontally, little inclined manner, it will bring out. Then sometime we do a Max Hospital type of treatment. This is the condition of the things. These are the geotube. Geotube, that geotube is very costly, but very much costly, but it is very much reliable, because we have been producing this material for the last 35 years in our country. Almost 95% of this material, in fact, the geosynthetics, all these are geosynthetic material, all this material, geosynthetics, plastics and everything from the petroleum byproducts. But thing is, we are producing in our, say, Jamnagar or all these refineries, 90 to 95% of them, we are exporting it. It means we are again not learned enough that what is the efficacy of that material and how we can use it. And it is just like we are using like water syntax, water tank in our house. We pay minimum 5,000 rupees for 1,000 liter. Even 10,000 is also there depending on the quality. So what is the total area in one little bit, just common sense? It is 6 square meter. 1 square meter costing 50 rupees to 100 rupees. So how much is the basic cost? 600 rupees maximum. But when it becomes a customized product, it becomes 5,000, 10,000. So it is that material which is available in the market. You can see in the market 50 rupees per square meter, and which does the wonder in the embankment stability. Whatever may be the force of waves and that we have been seeing, that how things are happening, just simply filled up this tube, and these are different qualities are available, and so you just filled up this and lined them up. But there is only one company in the country So that is why they do the Max Hospital type treatment. It doesn't require any kind of mental faculties thinking. It only just you make it and fill up with all kinds of sediments and everything available there. Just lay it. That is what it does. And it will remain there for 20 years, 25 years. Even if it is broken somewhere, you can stitch it or you can put another one there. So hardly any maintenance are required. Now, there are big projects have been going on. We know, we are all familiar with several thousand crores World Bank has given. And if this is the nature of, say before and after through such projects, it is again, many good minds have worked over there. But these are not the kind of solution that we wanted. These are lackluster attitude where no engineering is involved. So these are not sustainable. That is again, and you see here protection measures, high cost, long lasting solution, no doubt. Why I'm saying long lasting? Because here they have provided some extra protection with the wire mesh. That wire mesh life is minimum 8 to 10 years, 20 years. It can be relayed there. If that is not given, like this photograph, then this is a nets confinement by geonets. Some again wire mesh or geonets. Geosynthetic nets are also there. If that is not given over here, it will be taken out next time. That is what that Dr. Indrajit Pal was showing. Even last year I have visited there. So that is what we have been seeing. So they are doing the protection. Nice. Only difference is that there are some nets are there, but these nets are not of good quality, not suitable quality. We have to select a good suitable quality so that its life is maintained and it can protect these stone chips in impact in that position. So that is the, and what is the cost of this net? Not even 0.001% of the total cost. So that is where that we have to put our, presence of mind while making such kind of embankment. So what I say that now, else stone will be eroded. If we don't put any net or protective measure, they will be eroded. And if we leave it like that, it will fail. So what nature can do? What nature, now solution. As Professor Chakraborty was telling us, some solution. Now we have talked about the problem. So these are the conditions. Everywhere you can see. Mandega work, MGN, Mandega worker, and so many things, and labor cost, we have seen that 200 rupees per day, 400 rupees, 500 rupees. This much per kilometer of these things, putting this grass doesn't cost even 20,000 rupees. And it will not take even one day by engaging 10 laborers. We do all calculations. So I have been always offering to go to the field on my own cost, engage the labor, whatever payment that they want, that if it is 400, give them 600. But 10 laborers, no need of government policy or anything. Whoever the villagers are affected, let them take the initiative because they are to protect, they are protecting themselves. If we go on, how many policies are there, which panchayat will allow or not allow, it is not going to happen in this country or in this part of the region. Let us not blame that way. Let us take the things from the individual perspective, emphasize them, make their services available for their own protection. Like these are the typical embankment. If we leave it like this, no stones are there, the grass can do. You can see. And it is for the lifetime. You don't have to worry about the lifetime in 30, 40, 50 years. And more that the kind of why I say $10 billion economy, if one becomes 20 times, 30 times in 1 month of time, and then amount the area that you can cover and the kind of protections that one can ensure, and then there are more than 100 byproducts are there from this. We take generally 5 to 7 days of training program using this grass only. while in NIDM. Of course, now I cannot do, but we used to conduct this kind of training program. I will show some of their application, that what are the various other application than what is being shown over here. And see the range of this grass, what nature has given. I can guarantee, or you can check those who are familiar with this, no nature has not given anything better. We may say that tulsi or many other more than 3,500 medicinal plants available in our country. But this one, when you start recognizing its potential and application and livelihood regeneration, then you'll see that what is its tolerance. pH 3 to 10, temperature -15 to +55 degree. Underwater, it can survive more than 3 months. Pest attack, it is a biopest repeller. And the oil that comes, it is a most important, things for our, it is a, what is that? It is called rue oil. Yeah, medicinal, it is a medicinal value is very much, it enriches our, brain and other thing. Tolerant to high toxicity. There are several thousand applications of toxicity. It takes all the toxic material from the dead water into its body. We can measure everything before, inside the root, at the stem. By biophytoremediation, what is the level of tolerance? There are 15-20 varieties of this have been compared. I have the chart. And then how through biophytoremediation, all the heavy metal or toxic material, it is consuming in itself. It is a wonder. Recently, IIT Delhi also has got it, and they are applying it. And the roots are so strong. So now our emphasis is to make a substitute to such kind of cotton. Cotton industry, it is, we have polyester and other things. Now so much mechanization has occurred. From the waste plastics, people are making sari, 700 rupees, 400 rupees sari, because it is all being made from the plastics. So our attempt is, this root is a substitute for cotton, and which is very soothing and very much nourishing and very much healthy. So no competitive and non-invasive. So wherever you put it, with the main crop or wherever, it is not a competitive, non-invasive. So it helps other plants to grow more healthy. Applications are many. Navi has been doing it. Then, okay, I have to go a little and see that what I have been telling, that what is the length that it can grow. This is a practical photograph, not morph photograph. So 3.3 meter deep it can go within 1.5 to 2 years maximum. And how much it has the ability to form a cake within the soil, to hold the soil together against erosion. And to this much for lifetime. And it is also a very good tolerant, rather in forest area where forest fire is there. There are some examples are there. This grows, this also burns, but after 7 days, 10 days, they grow because they consume lot of moisture within their roots. And these are vetiver grass, you can say vetiver grass has got diameter of the roots and everything, many such things. What is the tensile strength? It is much more than the steel tensile strength. You see the roots are having lots of tensile strength. Because polyester we use as a substitute because this kind of material becomes more stronger. So this natural grass can give or can take care of that kind of strength, like jute we are using, but we cannot use the biodegradable. We have to use many chemicals there. And another thing is, what is the mechanics behind this? Again, Dr. Vandari, Professor Vandari, it is a nature's mechanics. We cannot explain. We may do mathematical modeling, finite element modeling, finite strip method, and many other methods. We can use classical equations and all the C5, whatever we have learned in our geotechnique. it cannot explain, which is about this angle you see, about 65, 70 degree. No theory is there in our geotechnical engineering. And so this nature does. So let us recognize that without questioning it, apply that, measure it, and then replicate it. And then you see high nitrogen and phosphate removal. See what is that percentage that it has given? Is a very huge potential. So we can do a lot of such research, which it is not done in India. It is being shown for the last 10 years. But you see that how much it is able to reduce, 94% reduction. So we can do all such, there are huge avenues of research, whatever international. This is a kind of hill slope. We just cannot protect it by making retaining wall, isn't it? Whenever we go to the hilly area, and it is not possible, it is so costly. And even if you put retaining wall, it is not going to solve, it is rather aggravating the problem. Then what to do? Whatever is the road that we are making, whatever is the cost over here, protecting this cut hill will be much more costlier. Do you think that it is an engineering sense, technological sense? We don't want to spend so much in protecting this, and we generally neglect it. So then grass become, here grass has been put, but it is a wrong variety of grass. So what Navi supplies is a right variety of grass. You may not find 100 more Navis here, but 99 you will find that they will put this kind of varieties of grass. So that you have to be very careful. That is why, because it is a nature material, you apply. I will show in the last slide that which one survives. You do the experiment. You create artificial rainfall, see that which one is surviving, replicate it there. And you see, these are all various applications. Like this kind of things, we make it. This kind of thing. Sorry, I have to go faster. This one, we don't need this. We simply make this brick wall, and then you see, this is in Assam, they have done. Assam, Nagaon. So there are many, and you see, this is the condition. What we have to do? By putting manual labor, we have to dress it like this and put the vetiver grass. It will take care for lifetime. We don't need any wall or any riprap or any kind of nailing or anything. Nothing is required. So before, after. I'm just only going faster. See that sometimes we make this kind of things. This we keep it because we cannot reach it. It becomes very heavy. So these are the ideal places that where we can put this grass, which can save a lot. We do sometimes this kind of hilly roads, backside we keep it like that, then it fails. It happens in many of the retaining walls. There are walls that, like that, not this much thickness. There are walls like this, which are only 10 centimeter thick. These are the techniques that we know for the last 50 years, but we don't follow it. Canal lining we do, just to make the more, solid, but we can do also lining using grass. That is, you see, application. And how this grass has grown this way. Let it remain there, say 3 months, 4 months, even if it remains there under water, it is not going to die. But at least we can have a natural solution rather than putting concrete. So these are all various applications. Like 130 countries, they have taken it from our country. This grass is originated from our country. We have exported yoga, but now next revolution is going to happen with vetiver grass. But already 130 countries are using, so we don't have to export it. We have to understand our own requirement here. Like these are the things happens in landslides. But what I mean to say that these are 4 or 5 varieties of vetiver grass, but out of that, 1.5 years after planting, only one variety is growing. So take here 2 varieties are there, or some other variety you take, put it on the same condition, ideal condition. If it is erosion control, simply put, or put say, artificial rainwater, see that which one is having more, growth, then you can replicate. Like you see, one has not affected at all. And see which one is growing better. And then there are many ways which are here. I think whatever application, 45 degree, 30 degree, 45, 60, we cannot make 60 degree in our embankment. But you can make even negative, even vertical. We have geosynthetics, you can make even negative. When vertical to hai, negative degree you can make like this, like in a tunnel like this. It will be stable for lifetime. Along with this, see that what is the angle? So whatever embankment protections that we needed in Sundarban area or in the entire coastal area, first we cannot apply this one directly into the salt water. So that is why while with Jadavpur University, we didn't go to this river side, but we put it on the other side because you have to season it. You have to season it for 4 or 5 months, then grow it, then replicate it in the mangrove area. So we are looking forward to have such kind of application. So, and see that there are many other applications of this grass. This is in Assam. Of course, these are all whatever grass, like here, such kind of cracks are there. Many things it happens due to this. Some of the modern geotextile and other things failed here. But natural solution is so soothing, so much adjusting, so much reliable. No need to make any kind of things. There are some failure cases also from the engineering organization, like it is written there, Border Roads Organization, Kohima. Just last month I visited there. So they wanted to fail it because it is a living grass. If you don't give water, what will happen to that? It doesn't need water after 2-3 weeks. So it will fail. Failing means because there is lots of cost economy involved. So I'm not going to describe much. But it will fail if it is not given, if it is not nurtured. But now we have got some kind of gel, some kind of material. Next 3 months, you don't have to give any water. You just provide that gel with the root, and no need of water. Only thing is that we have hydroseeding machineries and everything. You can throw hydroseeding, but those are seeds. But these are roots. This cannot be thrown through that. So hydroseeding machine can throw the seeds even 100-meter distance. You don't have to go there, which are inaccessible. So some simple yet elegant solution demand like hydroseeding, what you can see. So you see that these are very, very effective, reliable, natural way of taking care of. We can grow anywhere, anything. Means whether it is stone, whether it is arid region, this can be grown because the mixture, like concrete mixture, the mixture is designed in such a way that it takes care of essential ingredients required for growing a grass. Like you see. Like here you see where it is being grown. Okay. Here you see. And what are the research have been done? Again, we have 105 research institute in the agriculture science. But still, I don't know. Maybe I have to know that whether they have done such kind of systematic research in this area. We have got all the sophisticated machinery, but not the fundamental research that which it will read for. It will take us a leadership role from the laboratory to practice or economic rejuvenation. And this is the most lovable application using the grass which is here, which would have cost more than 1,000 times or 2,000 times, whatever it is. Only grass has solved this slope area. Otherwise, it is not possible to solve. So here is that. So only grass, through the grass, before and after. And see that it is almost vertical. This is again in the Assam area, almost vertical. This is again same slide without grass. This is going to fall down. With grass, in 3 months of time, it is fully stable. So these are various applications. Use of vetiver, lot of traditional medicine. Then desert cooler, it is used in North India, we know, especially May, June. Scenting clothes, dried roots. It is used as a scrubber also. Many such applications I'll show. And this is from West Bengal. But many of us academic area, we do not know. Government has initiated big projects, more than 300 crore in stabilizing erosion in the river, Nadia district and other places. So one of that is this, use a Mandega worker. So this I show from here, the example, but it has not penetrated into our database or records much in the research pursuits that we often follow. So quality of harvest rainwater, because it doesn't need any water after it grows the root. It stores water, rejuvenate the groundwater rather, protect infrastructure, protect coastline, and then protect waterways, protect flood-prone land, protect farmland, sequester carbon, huge amount of carbon it can sequester. Already it is all tested. Treat liquid waste, because it grows so fast in the liquid waste. This is in fact when I joined IIT Jammu, I took just 4 or 5 plants of grass. After 1.5 years when I left, then this was it has gone into several thousands. Then IIT Jammu campus I visited just 2 weeks back. Then I saw there is no traces of this grass. That is the beauty of our country. No trace is there. So anyway, environmental challenges, we have been knowing a lot of tidbits, everything we have been knowing. But this is in Calcutta. This grass can flow and it can clean the water. These are in China, floating vetiver grass. It cleans the water. And of course, it has got a lot of bio world. It has got a lot of fragrance, and also it has got disinfectant aspect. It is still the niche area in research. We have not gone into that. Of course, this I have been growing in my house. I used to show. Still I have in my rooftop. Future of whatever is lot of things are there. Thank you. But what I said, the $10 billion economy is जूता चप्पल से लेकर ये सब होता है. Or we can make even these also using vetiver grass. So you can think of livelihood regeneration in the area. And these are all given to some of the garlands and everything, and even this kind of thing given, gifted to our Honorable Prime Minister also. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Ghosh has to catch the flight. So any question? He has to leave by 5:15, he told me.
Salinity tolerance is that you have to season it. Season it for 5-6 months. There are some applications are there which has been really, I do not have that record, but I have some video. So what they have done, first you take a small research area near the coastal area where salinity is there. First you make
not there. That you have to plan these things where salinity is less. Then it has to be solely adaptable.
what I am saying that first you take no salinity. You just take that, as you said, you first plant this in a no salinity area. Then you add plain water in one batch of this. Another batch of this on the similar kind, you add 10% saline water. And then you make third batch, then you check. Then you check. Then when you see that saline tolerant, then you replicate that.
It can be grown just after the monsoon. You have to plant it when it's the monsoon, when the salinity level is very less.
Yeah, yeah.
Then it will grow. So it a suitable time is full monsoon, you'll have to do it.
Yeah. Especially salinity area. Otherwise, in
Sir, I add something here.
Yeah, yeah.
Just carrying out a pilot test in Gosawa, the plastics samples of the material. Gosawa, where Gosawa, this place called Pakirala is not Gosawa anyway.
Yes, we have selected some lands, and when we pick this slips, they tend to adapt to the soil at a very early stage, and when it starts growing, the root starts adapting to the climatic conditions under the soil. So gradually it becomes soil salinity tolerant.
Yeah.
Basically, it adapts to the system as it grows.
In fact, in Vietnam, they did experiment,
Yes,
and
it
it has been suited.
success in Mekong Delta actually.
Yeah. Through Navi.
Will also be involved.
We can take it.
Sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay. My appeal is, let us take each and every part as a research pursuit. Where it is growing, not growing, let us distribute it and take this with a research pursuit in mind, and then see that where it is replicating well.
So, one point, please.
Yeah.
I mean, you are absolutely correct that we should go, we should proceed forward. With some research, definitely, we have to take the challenge. But when we are talking about salinity, if the embankment is tidal front, then every 6 hours water will come up. Then salinity automatically will come.
What? Seasoning.
Non-saline zone.
Yeah.
You have to grow it, and it can be done after 3 to 4 years after it will be salt tolerant.
কিন্তু
Directly if you give it to
না আমার পয়েন্ট অন্যরকম স্যার আমার পয়েন্ট হচ্ছে আমার যদি এমব্যাঙ্কমেন্টের স্লোপটা যদি টাইডাল ফ্রন্ট হয় তাহলে আমরা করতে পারছি না ওই জায়গাটা উল্টো দিকে দিতে হবে
যখন সয়েল থেকে স্যালিনিটিটা নিচে চলে যাচ্ছে তখন করলেন ওইটা করার পরে যখন স্লোলি 3 বছর পাবে ওটাকে রেজিস্টার্ড ভ্যারাইটি গ্রো করে দেবে ভেতরে তখন ওটা দেখতে পাবে
না তখন আবার ওই ছোট মানে আমার রুটটা তো কম হতে হবে বেশি রুট হয়ে গেলে তো নিয়ে গিয়ে বসাতে পারবো
না 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 আমি এটা বলতে চাইছিলাম যেহেতু আমরা রিসার্চ ওয়ার্ল্ড থেকে এসেছি সেল লাইন মেথড বলে একটা জিনিস আছে ক্যান্সার রিসার্চে ওরা টিউমার থেকে সেলগুলোকে নিয়ে ওগুলা -80 ডিগ্রিতে রাখে এবার সেটাতে বিভিন্ন ধরনের ড্রাগ দেয় তো ড্রাগ দিয়ে তারপর ড্রাগ টলারেন্ট কিনা তারপরে বিভিন্ন ধরনের মার্কার দিয়ে সেটা টেস্ট করে তারপরে মাউসে যায় আমি বলছি যে প্রথমে এটাকে নন সেলাইন জোনে রেখে আইডিয়াল কন্ডিশনে 5-6 খানা ব্যাচ করে সেম 10টা করে একটাতে সিম্পল ওয়াটার আরেকটাতে 10% 90% একটাতে 20% 80% এটা 30% 70% করে ফাইনালি ওটা কোনটা গ্রো করছে
Sir, only one thing I can give a comment. It is completely different from this aspect. Actually, recently I was going through one report of the Pollution Control Board for the coastal zone, where they have not recommended this vetiver for some because they are expecting that some a conflict of local vegetation with this because it is not the local and some sort of this thing. I can share with you. But definitely what Dr. Chakraborty told me that definitely we will take one project. Yes. Yes. Definitely we will do.
Sure. Okay. Just okay.
Sir.
Yeah.
I have just only one question. In your presentation, you mentioned about geonets. So, sir, my simple question is: are geonets tested to the erosional effect of nature? Like, are they treated in that way or tested so that we can say that yes, we can use geonets as a solution, as a proper solution?
These geonets are nothing but geosynthetics. Those nets are as strong as ironware, and it is neutral, ultraviolet resistant, and there are 1,000 varieties depending on the requirement, customized marketable products available. So whatever force of waves are coming, based on that we calculate that which quality we have to use, what should be their tensile strength. So we decide, it is all already formalized there to decide about the geonets.
Thank you, sir.
So
okay.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. Excellent presentation. Really game-changing solution. Dr. Ghosh, please.
Hello.
Okay, thank you very much. That's the reason I told you to come. Now, next presentation. Shovonic. Yes.
Good evening, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this very important symposium on disaster, on building resilience of communities in Sundarban. So I was actually listening with rapt attention to Dr. Ghosh, and it's really very difficult after his presentation, which is very, very practical in his approach. And my topic would be more of a conceptual nature. পরে কথা হবে। So the topic of my presentation is disaster and climate resilient houses and housing, or houses and infrastructure. So just to put the thing in context, that is housing and infrastructure. In fact, housing is, to me, or to the in the world of development, housing is part of the infrastructure in a fragile ecosystem and climate-induced vulnerability. Let me just put few pictures which are very familiar pictures, which shows that how the vulnerable, the lifeline like embankment is, and also the kind of submergence of the traditional housing, and how the collapse of that traditional housing happens, because they all generally made in a makeshift manner. And also finally the kind of vulnerability what we see in the left hand picture, the women who is taking the brunt of this whole issue or the challenge in bringing water and walking miles in such a disastrous or a difficult situation. So this is the kind of reality in the Delta, where more than 4 million people live, and almost similar in the other parts of the Delta, in other side of Bangladesh. Now, if we like to see housing and infrastructure, so when we see housing conventionally, we understand housing is just 4 walls and roof, or the way we look at housing is what are the materials there in the housing, like brick, mortar, concrete, or some such things. But if we try to see the housing is actually a product. What I told just now is also a process. Process means housing is also not exactly what it looks like in terms of the material or in terms of the of its shape, appearance, but it is more about what it does in the families or the community's life, and how it helps to develop resilience, to enable the family to reach a particular stage of life, or it meet its goals and aspirations of his family members and other persons in the families. So we have to see how the needs are fulfilled through the process of housing. And generally, if you see the kind of housing in these rural areas or the kind of deltas, not in the urban areas like cities in Calcutta, we see that housing is always a very incremental. It's always in a transition. It's always changing in terms of adding some roofs or adding some new materials. If we just go to the next year to same place, you'll see that there's some change in the housing, in changing some wall material or roof material. So it is always in a transition or evolution, which means it actually addresses or it develops according to the need. And we use a very interesting social science hierarchy of human needs, Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, which classifies human needs in 3 categories. One is the basic needs, which is actually the fundamental needs, which include the safety, security, and physiological needs. Then the psychological needs, which is more like the self-esteem, prestige, and belongingness to the family members, love, kinship. And the third one is more of the self-fulfillment or actualization of its future goal in the life of the family or the individual. So how this housing is helping them to save money, how the housing is helping them to go to the workplace, closest to the workplace, and save on transportation. So those are the things which are actually more of a self-fulfillment needs, which people try to find out the location of house, the type of house based on that. So this need-based approach to housing is actually what we generally recommend in a vulnerable situation, where the communities are staying in a vulnerable situation, which is actually a more like a perspective which we call as a human rights perspective. So human rights is the basic rights of human being, and so housing is considered as a basic human right. And in some of the countries' constitution, the housing is also is accepted or recognized as a basic human right. So if a person is homeless, then his basic human right is violated. That is the kind of, so this is government's or the state's responsibility to enable creating a situation where this situation doesn't exist, that nobody will remain homeless, like country of Singapore or many other socialist countries. Now, contrary to that, that housing as a human rights approach, what we see as the coping strategies in housing, which is more skeleton and more rudimentary practice what they follow in this vulnerable or very disaster prone situation. What we see on the right side, the pictures that shows that just they cope up with the situation when the rain is coming or the flood or storm surge is happening. They just put the plastic sheets or tarpaulin sheets on the wall so that the rain doesn't hit the wall or the erosion doesn't happen. Or they put that tarpaulin sheet on the top of the roof. Or even if that is not possible, they make some arrangement of stilted floor so that they can get the protection from the rain, waterlogging. And even if that is not possible, then they just raise the bed so that they can at least put their belongings and sleep at least on the top of the bed, even if the part of the floor is in a submerged condition. So these are the kind of coping strategies. What we see is actually the people, which is more like just resisting the impact of the situation. So that is the typical coping strategies which people have. And I'll come to this later, that what the government is or the state is doing to address this situation. Now, if we go to the embankment, I'll not discuss in detail because this will be discussed by my next speaker. What we see here, there are three pictures. One is on the left-hand side. You see that the cyclone Yas time, in the wake of Yas, when the embankment collapsed, the people they are looking at they're hopelessly, they are looking at the situation. And on the right, this bottom hand right corner, they tried to use some kind of temporary solution by piling of sandbags so to give a temporary protection to prevent the saltwater ingress to their farmlands. Whereas still now, what we have seen, that the Ayla embankment, it is said on the top of the right side, what you see, that is still the Ayla embankment, which is more of a hybrid kind of embankment, where the earth was compacted and this had been cladded with brick pitching or concrete pitching. And what you see here, the one thing is interesting, that the slope is very gentle, so that can resist the thrust of the storm surge. So one way to do this is to take a more land and make a more gentle slope with this. So, and what has happened, that out of say around 600 kilometers of the embankment which was breached, because of several reasons, only 20 or 30% could be restored or repaired, and those actually withstood later on the impacts of the storm surges which has happened in Amphan, Yas, and subsequent. So these are still considered as the best practice embankment, so they call it as Ayla embankment. Now the problem is what we see from there, because this has a concrete pitching on top of that, so people thought that this Ayla embankment is a concrete embankment. So that's the kind of notion which has been created. And now there's what we see is we are the communities in the delta, or even not only the community, even the decision makers are also in a dilemma, which is called as the adaptation dilemma, that people are now demanding concrete embankments without really understanding that what it would mean in terms of the kind of immature sedimentation which is there, and the sediment which has been deposited in Sundarbans is still not consolidated. So that the experts say that it will not be able to withstand the concrete overburden because of its unconsolidated sediment which is there, and even the large part of Sundarbans is still sinking. So the sedimentation is in a very evolutionary or a process which has not been consolidated. But people think that the concrete embankment is the only solution because that is the kind of lifeline of their livelihood and their shelter. So this is called the kind of adaptation dilemma. And the same dilemma what we see here also in the buildings or the kind of tourist infrastructure what we see on the top. There is a tourist infrastructure, and these are indiscriminate concrete buildings, concrete constructions are coming up. So this is a kind of conflict between the aspirations of the local community and even the local decision makers of making Sundarban as an attractive place where people will come and invest. Through that, their living standard would be improved upon to ensure the economic growth or to come out of the poverty syndrome. But on the other side, this place is a very dynamic and a fragile ecosystem of the world, and which is because this is a dynamic ecosystem, so somewhere it is eroding and somewhere the accretion is happening, and it is a continuous process. So in such a dynamic and fragile ecosystem, whether this top picture is that of concretization and the kind of permanency in the conventional term, whether that is the answer or not, that is a big question, and that's probably we are also that same question was asked, discussed in detail in the second session before the lunch. So what I'll be actually I'll be advocating for this, to look into the role of housing in enabling the resilience and enabling the resilience of building resilient communities. We have to take a human rights perspective, and these has 7 elements. One is that the housing is important, but as I told, that the housing is not just 4 walls and a roof. But first and foremost thing is whether the family or the community has security of tenure or the entitlement of the land, because we have seen that there are marginal communities who are mundas and many other marginal communities who are landless poor. So many of them stay on vested land, and the vested land, probably some of them are in a completely in a very untenable or a waterlogged area where a lot of every year the flooding happens. So that security of tenure or the entitlement, whether that family has that or not, so more important than the permanent housing. Second is the availability of sanitation or drinking water, whether that is that they can get uninterrupted even at the time of the disaster or not. How much they have to spend in terms of investing in housing or repair in the housing, so that they do not have to compromise on their other priorities in the life, like children's education or other having other assets which they need for their upward mobility. Then we see a lot of houses which are really questionable in terms of their habitability. Habitability means the size of the house or the size of the rooms are, there are large families which they probably have small, just one room, which may be just 8 feet to 10 feet size. So which is in no term, they can be called as a habitable house, like the World Health Organization norms or any decent housing standard. This is not the right kind of habitability norms. Many of them do not have the natural lighting, ventilation, and other things. And the aspects of like the accessibility, whether this housing is, many of these areas are so difficult to access by the physically challenged or physically problematic families. And then finally, the cultural adequacy, because this is very important, because this Sundarban is a place where it's very difficult to segregate the local ecology or the local landscape, the kind of technology what generally people use. Normally the people use the bamboo or hogla and other biomass materials for constructing their house, and the traditional housing practice which they have acquired or which they have practiced to generations. And these are more connected to the sustainability, because these are the materials which are locally available and which has very low carbon footprint. So that is the main indicator or the parameter by which we measure the sustainability, which the materials which has least carbon footprint. So this is also a big question, that the kind of houses or the kind of buildings what we see being given by the government are all concrete houses, all just plastered concrete houses with a typical RCC structure. So be it in just any mainland municipality or a rural area, or in Sundarban or in Darjeeling, the same kind of model is being implemented without having any local customization or local variation, which is very important, which we consider as the cultural adequacy, which is necessary from the human rights perspective of adequate housing. So what I'm suggesting is, you can see, so there are two pictures here, which certainly you can understand that these are the type of housing is very different from compared to the type of houses which the government builds on particular individual's land, in terms of the material and in terms of the type of design, in terms of how the construction of houses happen. Conventionally, the type of through the government scheme, the houses which are constructed are generally constructed by the contractors. There is hardly any involvement of local mason. Maybe one mason is involved, but not the local laborers are not involved. So they bring the people from other places who has the skill of constructing with conventional materials like brick, cement, mortar, and other things. So you'll see a very universal form of houses, which are unlike, which has no connection with the kind of local context or the local material. So what I am suggesting is, first is that instead of discussing the element of housing and infrastructure in a context of Sundarban, it is more like the concept of habitat or the ecosystem, where not only the four walls and roof, but what is equally important, what is the local biodiversity and how this overall ecosystem is maintained, not just the house or infrastructure is maintained. And that habitat will only be possible if there is a convergence of the traditional knowledge of the community, which they have acquired and used over generations, with the scientific wisdom of constructing this. And this is one of the following, the picture which is shown here. You can see that it has some traditional elements like the materials, but it has been constructed in a different way, which is technically much more resilient to the cyclones. So that is the kind of technical expertise which is there to make it resilient to cyclone, to make it resilient to flooding. But it actually has taken the materials from the local context and used the local knowledge of the craftsmen who are working in that place. Second is, in present context, all our government schemes are very standardized, and the same code has been used for constructing these houses. They have the same size, they have the same design, and they have the same material. There is no variation in any of the, except Andaman and other places. All the other places have same kind of typology. Whereas here, what is being suggested that instead of a centralized top-down approach, we should have a more of a participatory bottom-up approach, where the community can decide what type of housing to be constructed. And so here, I can suggest one thing, that India had a very good network. Even 5-6 years back, there was a very good network of rural building centers. In fact, HUTCO was instrumental in this building center project, and it survived for quite some time. But now those are not, mostly 80% of them are non-operational. Many of the NGOs who work in the construction sector, they have developed these rural building centers, which we call as the rural Nirmiti Kendro, which can be the conduit of the knowledge and skill dissemination center. Because what we feel is nowadays that people are migrating out from Sundarban. So can housing be a income generation or livelihood generation activity through which their skill development would happen, and they can use it as a employment regenerating profession, so that they can, even some of the time of the year, they can be employed in the house building activity. Otherwise also, which is happening, but mostly there is no integration with the local economy. So this construction activity could be integrated with the local economic development also. So the focus will be both on the resource conservation and development. So if there are bamboos being used, So there will be bamboo plantation. And hogla and other materials as the roofing material, which are used. Some of the places these are being used, but those are not used from a conservation perspective. So we can use a lot of this fiber because these are fiber materials, and fiber has a good tension component, which are good in roofing material and other, like bamboo is also a tension material. So these are very good, these biomass materials are very good tensile materials, which can be in different way, can be used in the building construction. So it can help in the development. Similarly, and apart from that, that when they are used, there could be replantation, so that there could be a steady flow of bamboo and other biomass materials for the construction. So the focus will be on what we are discussing, that if we want to think about resilience. So here also the construction of housing or embankment is not just of adaptation. It is also, it would empower the community or enable the community to achieve a level of resilience. And when we say resilience, resilience is not just construction of the infrastructure. Resilience is also about building the capacity of the people so that they can manage their problem, and that can help them to come out of the poverty trap, which we are discussing also, that the multidimensional poverty trap. So skill development is also one of the aspects which can take care of this multidimensional, bringing people out of the poverty trap. So this is what the focus would be on: socio-ecological resilience and the capacity or agency development of the local community, so that they can take the self-help approach in construction of their own houses through these rural Nirmiti Kendras. And finally, that this notion of constructing hard infrastructure through industrial materials. I'm personally not against industrial material, but we have to be very careful that where from it is being sourced. That is very important. How far the material is traveling and what is the transportation cost in that, because finally it is adding to the carbon emission and that carbon footprint. So in the long run, it is affecting the sustainability if we use the industrial materials in a situation like the Delta or the Sundarban, which is a connectivity problem is there because it is separated by creeks or large rivers. So it is more about the conventional material or the typical hard materials should be replaced with a more landscape-centric materiality, which is, as I told, which is more biomass-based material, which can finally transform it to a more of a biomass-based economy. Because sometimes we think that biomass-based economy is a very poor economy. But if there is scientific knowledge can be imparted into this, then, like for example, if I take the case of mud in a normal condition is erodible, what happens. But we have seen in Sundarban and other places that mud in a compacted mud or stabilized mud could be an approach through which the strength of that material could be further developed so that its density has improved and its erosion erosion property is reduced. So its strength can improve, its more high density, and its it can resist the rainwater. Even the mud plaster can be used in that way. So the stabilized mud block or mud used in a compacted mud or sun-dried brick. Sun-dried brick is also another option. That depends on the soil character. And Sundarban soil character is not bad to be used it as a compacted earth. And this has been tried in so many other places in southern India, like Bangalore or Auroville and many other places, Pondicherry and many other places, where this is a very significant rural housing material, which is based on the local availability, which has been tried. So what I am suggesting is to build the resilience of communities. The construction is important, but it is not a single track construction. It is more about how it is how the whole production of housing is happening and production of infrastructure, even the embankments also. When we say the the hybrid embankments, it is also that involving the community in the construction rather than just contractor delivering the embankment without involving the, what is actually the main gap or the divide has been created between the contractor or vendor driven process development and the community centric bottom up development. So it is, the discussion should be more towards social production of habitat where everybody becomes aware of their own capacity or opportunity, and they can think about that. Yes, it is, they are not just the receiver of the schemes. Now what has happened in the situation, it's a very deplorable condition where people are just become relief dependent and post disaster recovery through some relief measures. But there is hardly any development or concept is being happening that where the entire development work could be realigned or reoriented towards more towards the social production where cooperatives can take care of certain things like this building center or the rural Nirmiti Kendras are actually small cooperatives which are created by the local youth. In fact, Sundarban has expertise of several such cooperatives, self-help groups in milk cooperative. I think some of you know that there is Nirjharini milk cooperative, which are the women's cooperative. So it's not that the people do not have that know-how or people do not have that practice. It is, what is important is that we recognize, yes, though it is a civil engineering work and it is some specialization is required, some scientific knowledge is required, but how this thing could be integrated with the local community's life and livelihood, which we call as the social production of the habitat or their local housing, so that that can really build the community resilience. And in that sense, just I like to conclude with a quotation from John F. Turner, who is a British architect and also a theorist of community participation in housing, that when dwellers control the major decisions and are free to make their own contribution to design, construction, or management of their housing, both the process, that is the housing process, and the environment or the ecosystem that is produced, that can stimulate individual and social well-being. And through this only, we can proceed towards building a pathway towards a community resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. May I request Gopinath?
কি ভিডিও আছে না না না
Thank you very much. Definitely, I'm really feel honorable to be part of this such a program, and a lot of experts are here, and we are discussing in so many topics or subtopics. Really, it became interesting, and I do not know, yesterday also some lecture, tomorrow also some lectures there, but wholly if I follow all the lecture session, then probably all sorts of problem I mean as sir has planned will be covered up in this. So as a whole, I mean, by focusing Sundarban, the discussion is very important. And being a civil engineer, just regarding before going to my topic, regarding embankment, I have a lot of works, at least 3 master's degree thesis and 1 PhD thesis.
in a single point, I would like to say that the pore water pressure is the main culprit. Now we have to solve how to release the pore water pressure. So I'm going to the cyclone shelter issue. I mean, the title was given cyclone shelter of Sundarban like that, but I have changed it a little bit. Shelter-centric disaster management plan and search and rescue education plan and evacuation plan and logistics. So I mean, whenever we have constructed the cyclone shelter in some location, it will be a point location, so people will come there. So how to come, that awareness camp we have to do, we have to rescue them, evacuation plan we have to, I mean, display in all the places, and logistic plan should also be there. The question will come in the logistic plan. I'm coming just. These are the just peripheral slide. You can go through this. That this is not the disaster management or risk reaction. What we do normally in the name of disaster management or disaster risk reduction is this. When worldwide, we just try to bring out the children and I mean elder people after the happening the disaster. We do not have the preparedness, but I mean in case of cyclone, probably it was 1999 or 2000, I forgot, the Odisha super cyclone happened, and from that we have learned a lot of thing. And cyclone shelter first Odisha, I mean we have constructed in Odisha, then in West Bengal we have started after Ira. That's why this cyclone shelter is called, I mean locally called Ayla Ghor. Anyway, the classification of disaster just আমি এগুলো একটা ফ্লেভারটা দেওয়ার জন্য রেখেছি, পেরিফেরাল, এগুলো সেন্ট্রাল পয়েন্ট নয়, বাট আমরা যে কোনো ডিজাস্টারকে মেজর, মাইনর, আবার ম্যানমেড ডিজাস্টার, আদার ডিজাস্টারের মধ্যে মেজর মাইনর থাকবে, ন্যাচারাল ডিজাস্টারেও মেজর মাইনর থাকবে। দিস ইজ দ্য পয়েন্ট। আই মিন ক্লাসিফিকেশন আমরা যদি এইভাবে করি, আমাদের কাছে we know that predictable disaster, unpredictable disaster is there. What is unpredictable disaster? Earthquake. We do not know কখন earthquake হবে. Even I mean the geologists cannot I mean say this. But predictable disaster, যে বেশ কয়েকদিন বৃষ্টি হচ্ছে, নদীর জলটা উঠেছে, তোমার বন্যার হতে পারে, সেটা কিন্তু কন্টিনিউয়াসলি আমাদের কাছে প্রেডিকশন আসতে থাকে। ইভেন আর অন্যদিকে হচ্ছে র্যাপিড অনসেট, স্লো অনসেট, মানে খুব তাড়াতাড়ি দুর্ঘটনা ঘটবে, আমরা মানে নিস্তার পাবো না, মানে দৌড়ে পালানোর জন্য সময় পাবো না। সো এটা খানিকটা আর্থকুয়েকের জন্য হয়। তো আর্থকুয়েক আগে থেকে হবে জানলে আমার বাড়ি থেকে বেরিয়ে একটা মাঠের মধ্যে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবো, বাট সেটা হয়ে ওঠে না, আর্থকুয়েকের ক্ষেত্রে সেটা হয় না। কিন্তু আজকাল কিন্তু সাইক্লোনের আগে কিন্তু আমাদের কাছে অ্যাওয়ারনেসটা চলে আসে, নোটিশটা চলে আসে, এবং দ্যাট ইজ ডিউ টু ইসরো। মানে ইসরো যেভাবে কাজ করেছে সেই প্রেডিকশনটা আমাদের করতে সুবিধা হয়। যারা একটু সিনিয়র আছেন, মানে স্যারেদের তো মনে থাকবে, কোনো এক সময় মিস্টার গোলদার বলে আমাদের একজন আবহাওয়াবিদ ছিলেন, এবং আমরা মানে ছোট্টবেলাতে খুব হাসাহাসি করতাম যে গোলদার সাহেব বলে যে বৃষ্টি হবে, তো তার মানে বৃষ্টি হবে না, এই যে জিনিসটা। এবং আমার মনে আছে গোলদার সাহেব এত ভালো লোক না, মানে আমি একদিনই ওনার সঙ্গে ওই যাদবপুর থেকে একই গাড়িতে সুন্দরবনে একটা প্রোগ্রামে এসেছি, উনি আবহাওয়া নিয়ে বলবেন, আমি এমএনএম নিয়ে বলবো। তো কথা বলতে জানেন ডক্টর ভান্ডারী, আমাকে লোকে সবাই এসব বলে, আমি যখন বলেছি তার মানে বৃষ্টি হবে না, আর আমার কাছে যা মডেল আছে তাই তো বলবো। সো অ্যাট দ্যাট পয়েন্ট অফ টাইম দ্য মডেল ওয়াজ দ্যাট। কিন্তু এখন ইসরো যে জায়গায় আমাদের পৌঁছে দিয়েছে, এখন কিন্তু মাইক্রো লেভেল উই ক্যান অ্যানালাইজ দিস অ্যান্ড দ্য প্রেডিকশন উই ক্যান হ্যাভ। সো এখানে আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি প্রেডিক্টেবল, আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল, র্যাপিড অনসেট, এগুলোর ক্ষেত্রে শেল্টারটা আমাদের প্রয়োজন, মানে হোয়াট এভার দ্য শেল্টার, সেটা ফ্লাড শেল্টার হতে পারে, সাইক্লোন শেল্টার হতে পারে। আর স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা গ্র্যাজুয়ালি শিফট করে যেতে পারি, কারণ আমরা সময় পাবো স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে। সো শেল্টারগুলোর ডিস্টেন্সটা একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট ইস্যু। আমরা প্রত্যেকটা ব্লকে কটা করে শেল্টার করবো সেই প্ল্যানটাও কিন্তু মেবি এটা গভর্নমেন্ট লেভেল থেকে হবে, কোনো সায়েন্টিস্টকে করার দায়িত্ব দেবে না, কিন্তু সেটাও কিন্তু একটা সায়েন্টিফিক ডিসিশন হতে হবে অ্যান্ড সোশ্যাল ডিসিশন হতে হবে। আমার ওই ব্লকে কত জনসংখ্যা আছে, সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট কি বলছে, সেই লোকগুলো দৌড়ে একই দিকে যদি যায় তাহলে অ্যাক্সিডেন্ট হবে, যদি দুদিকে ভাগ করে দেওয়া হয় তাহলে অ্যাক্সিডেন্টটা কম হবে। সেটা কতটা ডিস্টেন্স, ইফ ইট ইজ র্যাপিড অনসেট। তো এরকম কতগুলো কোশ্চেন আছে, আমি আসছি আস্তে আস্তে। ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট বলতে আমরা কি বুঝি সেই ফোকাসটা এখানে বলা আছে। মানে আমরা সাস্টেনেবল এনভায়রনমেন্ট ডেভেলপমেন্ট করতে চাই, রিডিউসিং পিপলস ভালনারেবিলিটি সেটা আমরা করতে চাই, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি। এখানে প্রেজেন্টেশন থাকছে, অতএব কারো লাগলে এনাদের থেকে চাইতে পারো। The main part is shelter-centric disaster management. Now, when we're talking about shelter-centric disaster management, this indicates an appropriate preparedness. So, this is the first time preparedness. এখন আমরা অনেকটা করতে পারি, যখন সাইক্লোন শেল্টার তৈরি হতে শুরু করলো তার আগে কিন্তু অ্যাজ সাচ অফিসিয়াল প্রিপেয়ারনেস কিছু ছিল না। তো আমাদের ওই ওড়িশা থেকে শুরু হলো, পশ্চিমবাংলা তারপরে হলো। সো আমাদের একটা প্রিপেয়ারনেস আছে, কিছু হলে আমরা ওই বিল্ডিংটার মধ্যে ঢুকে যাব। সো দিস ইজ ওয়ান কাইন্ড অফ প্রিপেয়ারনেস। দিস মে নট বি 100%, বাট ওয়ান কাইন্ড অফ প্রিপেয়ারনেস ফর ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট অ্যান্ড প্রোটেকশন টু দ্য সোসাইটি। এবং সোসাইটির লোকেরা সবাই বাঁচবে যদি সবাই ওখানে ঢুকতে পারে। ইট ওয়ার্কস ফর প্রেডিক্টেবল ডিজাস্টার, ইভেন ফর আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল অলসো। মানে আনপ্রেডিক্টেবল ক্ষেত্রেও র্যাপিড অনসেট হলেও যতটা এগিয়ে যাওয়া যায়, যতজন যেতে পারে, বাট প্রেডিক্টেবলের ক্ষেত্রে বেশি হবে, অ্যান্ড স্লো অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে, র্যাপিড অনসেটের ক্ষেত্রে স্লো অনসেটের প্রয়োজন নেই আর কি। Since the occurrence of disaster are not a regular periodical event, তাহলে আমাকে এই সাইক্লোন শেল্টারগুলো মাল্টি কোর্স দিয়ে যখন তৈরি করা হচ্ছে, তার মানে এগুলো মাল্টিপল ইউজ আমাকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে। আমি মিনস অথরিটিকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে, সরকারকে প্ল্যান করতে হবে। বিকজ আদারওয়াইজ যখন ফেয়ার ওয়েদার আছে বাড়িগুলো পড়ে থাকবে, এবং সব ছবি সব জায়গায় দেওয়া যায় না। আমাদের কাছে ছবি প্রচুর আছে যে কিভাবে ইউজ হচ্ছে, আমি সেই ছবিগুলো দিইনি ইচ্ছে করেই, আমি জাস্ট একদম পিন পয়েন্ট ওইটুকুই রেখেছি। দা শেল্টার শুড বি কনসিডার্ড হায়ার লেভেল অফ দ্য গ্রাউন্ড। মানে আমাকে কিন্তু শেল্টারটাকে হায়ার লেভেল অফ দ্য গ্রাউন্ডে, একদম ফার্স্ট স্লাইডে যে ছবিটা ছিল সেখানে কিন্তু আমরা দেখেছি হায়ার লেভেল অফ গ্রাউন্ডে রয়েছে। বাট এখানে একটা কিছু নেই, একটু ভালো করে, মানে দোজ আর পার্টিসিপেন্ট, তাদেরকে আমি বলছি একটু ভালো করে দেখে একটু মাথায় রাখতে হবে। আমি যাচ্ছি ওদিকে আবার, মানে কোশ্চেনের আনসারটা পার্টিসিপেন্টরাই দিতে পারবে। তো হায়ার লেভেলে রাখতে হবে, বিকজ মানে যখনই সাইক্লোন হবে তার মানে একটা স্টর্ম সার্জ হবে। স্টর্ম সার্জ হওয়া মানে জল একদম ছাপিয়ে আমাদের হিন্টারল্যান্ডে চলে আসবে, গ্রাউন্ডে চলে আসবে। সো একটা জায়গায় হলেও কিছুটা হলেও ইনঅ্যান্ডেশন হবে। সো নিচু জমি মানে ইনঅ্যান্ডেশনটা হবে, একটু উঁচুতে হলে সেখানটার জলটা থাকবে না। বাট যেটা আমি বলতে চেয়েছিলাম, কেউ কি ভেবেছে মানে কি নেই ওখানে? উঁচু জায়গা ছিল বিল্ডিংটা, কি মিস করেছিলাম ওখানে? কানেক্টিং পয়েন্টটা, সেই কানেক্টিং, সেটা পেডেস্ট্রিয়ান রোড হোক, আমি ভেহিকেল রোড বলছি না, মোটরওয়ে রোড বলছি না, আমি একটা উঁচু জায়গা দিয়ে আসছি, এসে আবার যে ওই উঁচু জায়গাটা পৌঁছবো, মাঝখানটা যদি নিচু জায়গা থাকে তাহলে কিন্তু আমি আর সেফ সাইডে থাকলাম না। তো অতএব আমাকে সেই মাইক্রো লেভেল জিনিসগুলো ভাবতে হবে। আমি আরেকটু বড় পয়েন্টে যাচ্ছি, যেখানে মূল কোশ্চেন, দ্য শেল্টার শুড বি planned and designed properly to accommodate the local people of the influence area. এইটা ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট। তার মানে আমি তখনও বলছিলাম কোনো একটা ব্লকে আমি 2টো করব না 3টে করব, সেটা গভর্নমেন্টকে ডিসাইড করতে হবে অন দ্য বেসিস অফ দ্য সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট। বাট আমাদের যতগুলো সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আছে কোনোটাই কিন্তু সেন্সাস রিপোর্টের সঙ্গে কানেক্ট করা হয়নি বলে আমার মনে হয়েছে, কারণ আমি তার ড্রয়িং দেখাবো, তাহলে বয়ে যাবে আর কি। And the structural stability, আজকাল এটা একটা ভীষণ, মানে স্ট্রাকচারাল রিট্রোফিটিং অ্যান্ড স্ট্রাকচারাল স্টেবিলিটি একটা ভীষণ ইম্পর্টেন্ট পয়েন্ট হয়েছে, বিকজ আমাদের বাড়িগুলো সব আস্তে আস্তে পুরনো হয়ে গেছে। তো ওটাও যেন স্টেবল হয়। তবে এগুলো খুব বেশি পুরোনো দিনের হয়নি, তো এখনো আনস্টেবল হওয়ার মতো জায়গায় পৌঁছয়নি। অ্যান্ড নাও প্ল্যানিং অ্যান্ড ডিজাইন অফ শেল্টার্স, আই মিন ইট মে বি সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আর ফ্লাড শেল্টার। আমি সেই জন্য শুধু শেল্টার লিখেছি। প্ল্যান ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া, আমাকে আগে ঠিক করে দেবে আমি ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়া কতটুকু রাখছি, নট দ্যাট যে ব্লক ওয়াইজ রাখবো, আমি ওখানকার কন্ট্রোল ওয়াইজ, মানে আমি সার্ভে করা আছে কন্ট্রোল ওয়াইজও রাখতে পারি, কারণ আমাকে কিন্তু এই অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ বাউন্ডারিটা কিন্তু সব আমাদের ডিএসটার ক্ষেত্রে বড় কথা নয়। টাইম সিরিজ সেন্সাস রিপোর্ট, বিকজ লোকজন কিভাবে বাড়ছে, কারণ আমি আজকে যে সাইক্লোন শেল্টার মাল্টি ক্রোড দিয়ে তৈরি করলাম সেটা তো অন্তত বছর 20-30 তো থাকবে, তাহলে আমার তো লোক সংখ্যা আবার বেড়ে যাচ্ছে, সেই প্রজেকশনটা যেন থাকে। যেমন আমরা এমনিতেই বলে থাকি ব্রিটিশ পিরিয়ডে এই ড্রেনেজ তো কলকাতার ড্রেনেজ তৈরি হয়েছে, সেটা এখনো চালিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে, কিছু ইমপ্রুভমেন্ট করতে হয়েছে, কিন্তু একটা সার্টেন টাইম পর্যন্ত চলেছে। হাওড়া ব্রিজটা কবে তৈরি হয়েছে, তার লাইফও শেষ হয়ে গেছে, কিন্তু হাওড়া ব্রিজ এখনো চলছে। সো দিস কাইন্ড অফ প্রজেকশন উই হ্যাভ টু ডু ইন অল ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং প্রজেক্ট। appropriate motorable and walkable road network of the influence area. Influence area বলে যে বাউন্ডারিটা করেছি, সেখানে মানে বাইরে থেকে যখন একটা গাড়ি ঢুকবে তার একটা মোটরেবল রোড দিয়ে কিন্তু সাইক্লোন শেল্টারটা কানেক্টেড থাকতে হবে, নাম্বার 1। আর বাকিটা পেডেস্ট্রিয়ান ওয়াকেবল রোড থাকতে হবে, কারণ ওই সময় লোকেরা যারা ইভ্যাকুয়েট করছে তারা কিন্তু মোটরেবল রোড দিয়ে যেতে অ্যালাউ করা যাবে না, বিকজ আমি বলছি সেটা লোকগুলো ওই ওয়াকেবল রোড দিয়ে যাবে, গিয়ে সাইক্লোন শেল্টারে গিয়ে আশ্রয় নেবে। এবং মোটরেবল রোডটা কেন রাখতে হবে, কারণ ওদের খাবার দাবার ইত্যাদিগুলো তখন ওই গাড়িতে আসবে। এবার ডেফিনেটলি যখন গাড়ি নেই তখন লোকে যেতেই পারে, কারণ ওরকম হার্ড অ্যান্ড ফাস্ট রুল কিছু করলে চলবে না। স্ট্রাকচারাল স্টেবিলিটির কথা বললাম। জেনেরিক অ্যামিনিটিস, এইটা কিন্তু ভীষণ জরুরি। একটা ফিজিক্যালি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপ লোক, আমি ভদ্রলোক বা ভদ্রমহিলা হোক বা একজন প্রেগনেন্ট লেডি হোক, সবার কিন্তু বাঁচার অধিকার আছে। আমাদেরকে কিন্তু সেই অ্যামিনিটির কথাগুলো ভাবতে হবে। একজন বৃদ্ধ বা বৃদ্ধা মানে তার জন্য, যার জন্য সাইক্লোন শেল্টারগুলোতে একটু মানে কেউ যদি ভিজিট করে থাকে বা ভবিষ্যতে যান, তাহলে দেখতে হবে মানে স্টেয়ার কেস যেমন আছে তেমনি স্লোপেও অ্যাপ্রোচ রোড না কি বলে ওটাকে, র্যাম্প, অ্যাপ্রোচ র্যাম্প আছে, নমিনাল স্লোপ। ওটা কিন্তু স্টিপার স্লোপ লাগে না। স্টিপার স্লোপ বলে ইয়াংরা দৌড়ে দৌড়ে উঠে যাবে, কিন্তু বৃদ্ধ বৃদ্ধারা উঠতে পারবে না। সেই মানে স্লোপটা অনেকগুলো ফোল্ড করে তারপরে দোতলায় উঠতে পারে, দোতলা তিনতলা এরকম আছে। সো কিছু সিস্টেম আছে, মানে সব কিছু অ্যাড্রেস না করা হলেও কিছু সিস্টেম আছে, কারণ আমরা যেগুলো ভিজিট করেছি তাতে আমরা দেখেছি ফিজিক্যালি হ্যান্ডিক্যাপদের জন্য ওয়াশরুম আলাদা করে করা আছে। জেন্টস টয়লেট, লেডিস টয়লেট করা হয়েছে, নাম্বার ইজ নট সাফিসিয়েন্ট, সেটাও আমি আসছি। তো এখানে ফ্লাড অকারেন্সের কিছু ইয়ে দিয়েছি, ডেটাবেস দেওয়া আছে, কারণ আমি সাইক্লোনটা করার সময় পাইনি, কাল আজকে ভোরবেলা ফিরে আমি চলে এসেছি আর কি। সাইক্লোনের এরকম মানে সে তো গুগলে ঢুকলে গুগল নোজ এভরিথিং, এগুলো তো আমার আবিষ্কার নয়, কিন্তু সাইক্লোন যে পরপর হচ্ছে সেটা আমরা টের পাচ্ছি, খবর পাচ্ছি, মানে ক্ষয়ক্ষতিও দেখতে পাচ্ছি। কিন্তু এটাও একটু পুরোনো ডেটা যে তখনকার ইয়েতে নর্থ চব্বিশ পরগনায় 20টা, সাউথ চব্বিশ পরগনায় 15টা এবং ইস্ট মিদনাপুরে 15টা। এরপরে কিন্তু আরো অনেকগুলো হয়েছে, সেই লিস্টটা মানে অফিসিয়ালি পেতে হবে, মানে নেটে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না, সেই জন্য আমিও এনলিস্ট করতে পারিনি, অফিসিয়ালি নিতে হবে। এখানেও একটা সাইক্লোন শেল্টারের ইয়ে দেওয়া আছে, সেখানে কিন্তু উঁচু জমির ছবিটা খুব একটা দেখা যায় না, সামনে একটা আল আছে বটে কিন্তু উঁচু জমিতে নেই কানেকশনটা। আমি কতগুলোতে ভিজিট করি যেখানে কানেকশনও মানে হেঁটে যাওয়ার মতো, সে নিচু জায়গা দিয়ে যেতে হবে। সো অল দিস আর প্রবলেম। তার থেকে বড় প্রবলেমে আসছে, এইটা হচ্ছে একদম গ্রাউন্ড ফ্লোরের প্ল্যান। হ্যাঁ, গ্রাউন্ড ফ্লোরটা একদম মাটির লেভেলে নেই, একটু ওপরে রয়েছে, যেমন আমাদের এই প্ল্যাটফর্মটা একটু ওপরে রয়েছে। ওখানে মূলত মানে পশু পাখি মানে বাড়িতে পোষা পশু পাখিদের রাখবার জন্য গরু টরু বাঁধা থাকে, ছাগল টাগল বাঁধা থাকে, সেটা দেখেছি, মানে ফেয়ার ওয়েদারও থাকে আর কি, ওরা ওটা রাউন্ড দ্য ইয়ার ইউজ করে। কিন্তু এবার ওই যে ঢালু পথ যেটা বলছে সেটাই র্যাম্প, মানে স্লোপে র্যাম্প আছে, সিঁড়িটা এই যে সিঁড়ি মাঝখানে এখানে লেখা আছে, এইটা হচ্ছে ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরের প্ল্যান। এবার ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে ডাইমেনশন গুলো ইজ নট ক্লিয়ার। এখানে আমরা দেখেছি যে এখন যে লোকগুলো 2-3 দিনের জন্য থাকবে অন্তত মিনিমাম, কারণ জলটা ইনান্ডেশন হয়েছে, সেই জলটা না নামা পর্যন্ত তো যেতে পারবে না, অন্তত লোকগুলোর মানে মিনিমাম মানে পাশ ফেরানো হোক, চিত হয়ে শোয়া, মানে সেই জায়গাটা দরকার। অর্থাৎ লম্বায় আমি বলছি 5.5 ফিট, আমি তার বেশিও চাইছি না। এদিকে অন্তত 1.5 থেকে 2 ফিট, মানে সে পাশ ফিরতে পারবে না। এতে কি হবে, আর এরকম সিরিজ অফ বেড থাকলো, একটা প্যাসেজ থাকলো, তারপর আবার সিরিজ অফ বেড, এবং এর যা ডাইমেনশন আছে 3টে সিরিজ অফ বেড উইথ 2 কমন প্যাসেজ, মানে মাঝখানে 2টো কমন প্যাসেজ থাকবে। এবার কমন প্যাসেজটাকে আমি মাল্টিপারপাস করবো। ওই ভদ্রলোক উঠে ওখানেই বসে খেতে বসবেন, যখন খাওয়ার সময় ওই কমন প্যাসেজটা তখন খাওয়ার জায়গা হয়ে যাবে, সেখানে শালপাতা বা ইত্যাদিতে খেতে দেওয়া হবে। খাবার অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট সরকার থেকে করা হয়, সেটা নিয়ে কোনো বক্তব্য নেই। এবং ওরা বাইরে থেকে তৈরি হয়ে আসে বলে মোটরওয়েল লোডটা দরকার হয়, যেটা আমি আগে বললাম। এখানে টয়লেটসের ডিটেলসগুলো আছে। আই এম সরি, ছবিটা খুব ক্লিয়ার না, আমি জানি না ডাইমেনশনগুলো ওখান থেকে পড়া যাচ্ছে কিনা। তো এইখানে দেখতে গেলে মানে আমরা যেটা দেখেছিলাম বোধহয় 100 থেকে 150 লোক বোধহয় থাকতে পারে 2টো ফ্লোর মিলিয়ে। মানে ক্যালকুলেশনটা এখানে করা নেই, ক্যালকুলেশন আমরা করেছিলাম একটা। সো তার মানে সেখান থেকেই বোঝা যে সেন্সাস রিপোর্টের সঙ্গে কানেকশনটা নেই, হুইচ ইজ মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট। কিছু লোক বাঁচতে পারলো, কিছু লোককে আমি বাঁচাতে পারলাম না বা জায়গা দিতে পারলাম না, সেটা কিন্তু খুবই অন্যায় কাজ হবে আর কি। তো এইগুলোই হচ্ছে কতগুলো অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশন থাকে, কতগুলো সাইন্টিফিক ডিসিশন থাকে। আসলে মানে আজকেও অনেকগুলো কথাই উঠে এসছে যে আমাদের প্রজেক্ট যেগুলো করা হয় সেখানে কিন্তু সাইন্টিফিক ডিসিশন বা রিজলিউশন বা আউটপুটগুলো খুব একটা কাজে লাগানো হয় না, অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশনটাকেই কাজে লাগানো হয়। তারও বিভিন্ন দিক আছে অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশনে, সেগুলো তো আমি ঢুকছি না। কেউ কেউ ইলেকশনের কথা বলেছেন, কেউ কেউ রাজনীতির কথা বলেছেন, ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি, সেগুলো আমি ঢুকছি না। বাট অ্যাজ আ হোল আমি ওটাকে অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশন বলছি। সেখানে কিন্তু এই ভুলগুলো থেকে যায়, বিকজ আমাদের পলিসি মেকাররা কিন্তু আমাদের সোসাইটি সম্বন্ধে ধারণা নেই, দ্যাট ইজ ফর শিওর। মানে যারা গ্রামে গিয়ে, সুন্দরবনে গিয়ে, বা সুন্দরবনে কেন, যে কোনো গ্রামে গিয়ে কাজ করছেন, তারা জানেন ওই গ্রামের মানুষটা দুবেলা খেতে পাচ্ছে কিনা, সেটা কিন্তু আমাদের পলিসি মেকাররা জানে না। মানে আমি অল ওভার ইন্ডিয়া বলছি। তো এরকম এখানে, আচ্ছা এখানে কি হলো, এটা ফার্স্ট ফ্লোর ছিল, এটা সেকেন্ড ফ্লোর। মানে আমি কিন্তু এখানে স্টোরটা আর কিচেনটা ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে করা আছে, যার জন্য ফার্স্ট ফ্লোরে আরো কম লোক আসবে। আর ওপরে গিয়ে খালি টয়লেটস গুলো দেখতে পাচ্ছি, বাকিটা পুরোটা একটা হল ঘর করে দিচ্ছে কিছু সংখ্যক লোক বাড়ার জন্য। ইভেন ইফ ইউ ক্যান অ্যাড দিস এরিয়া, I mean corridor area, then we can accommodate some more people, but not the whole, I mean census report যেটা বলে ওখানকার ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়ার। সো আমার কাছে ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়াটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট, তারপরে সেই ইনফ্লুয়েন্স এরিয়ার সেন্সাস রিপোর্টটা প্রয়োজন উইথ সাম প্রজেকশন। So our goal is not only to plan and construction the shelter, rather mainstreaming the disaster victimized people. আমরা শুধু আশ্রয় দিচ্ছি, এই যাও সাইক্লোন চলে গেছে বাড়ি চলে যাও, এটা তো আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য না, ওদেরকে মেন স্ট্রিমিং এ নিয়ে আসতে হবে। সো উই আর কমিটেড টু দ্য সোসাইটি, আমাদের এই দায়বদ্ধতাটা ধরে রাখতে হবে। দিস কল ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট সাইকেল, আমি খুব ভেতরে ঢুকছি না। সো এনিবডি ক্যান ডু ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্ট অ্যাজ এ হোল। মানে এখানে কে ম্যাথামেটিশিয়ান, কে সিভিল ইঞ্জিনিয়ার, কে জিওলজিস্ট, এটা কিন্তু ইস্যু নয়। একজন গৃহবধূও ডিজাস্টার ম্যানেজমেন্টে কাজ করতে পারে, তারও বিভিন্ন রকম এক্সাম্পল আছে। যেহেতু সময় কম ভেতরে ঢুকছি না, সো উই হ্যাভ টু জয়েন আওয়ার হ্যান্ডস। এগুলো হচ্ছে ইন্ডিয়াতে প্রবাবল ডিজাস্টার যেগুলো যেগুলো হয়ে থাকে আর কি। আমি ভেতরে ঢুকছি না, আমি শেষ করে দিচ্ছি, এক্ষুনি শেষ করে দিচ্ছি। What do we need to do? We need to do this comprehensive plan, risk management, etc. etc. এগুলো আমি ঢুকলাম। These are the I mean lifeline network, we have to take care. Thank you.
So let us come on the dais to face questions. Dr. Samsuddha is here. He's not here. So we'll take 2 or 3 questions. So you are asking most of the questions. Let us have some questions from those who have not asked anything. I think that gentleman, yes.
He is having questions, so why not?
No,
Give you
Let's everybody get an opportunity.
His question is our question.
Sir, my question is to Professor Roy. In terms of green technology in housing. So, from last 2 days, we are talking about the climate and other problems, migration. One problem is there, the population growth and reducing the per capita land. That is also factor, and productivity, and so everything's are there. But as the per capita land is going to reduce due to the number of population is increasing, so in that context, how do you suggest to planting the bamboo and so and so forth to construct the building? This is the question. And another, in addition to that, who has not any building, the government is going to provide building, maybe central and state. So they suggested to some, they have the standard model and fixed money. So within that context, how the people is going to construct the building with bamboo, and where is the place to cultivate the bamboo?
So actually, my point is about this process of house construction. So government is now giving money to individual beneficiary to construct their own house. And on the other hand, there are a lot of marginalized people who do not have their land, like Munda, and where government tries to give their caste land or government land, or small lands are available to them. So what I am suggesting, or what is being in this kind of land scarce areas, even in the government land or caste land, there could be a two-storied construction. So instead of a typical design being given individual beneficiary, this kind of ecosystem requires cooperation and collaboration, and the community participation in the house buildings process. Otherwise, this model of centralized delivery will not really solve the problem. That can make some houses. So through that process, if that, because bamboo is a very lightweight material, and even the walls could be made of bamboo, split bamboo with mud plastered together. So these are being tried in similar situations like Thailand, Malaysia, and similar Indonesia and many other countries, where there's a landscape situation and means local material is available. Probably that would be ideal to organize the community, give them training, and through that their empowerment will happen. And also within a smaller land, there has to be some sharing. It cannot be individual. So we have to come out of that individual approach to house building and this kind of thing. So the cooperative model is the only answer for livelihood generation, also in the infrastructure construction. And consider your question of bamboo plantation. So there are, even now government is planting mangroves and other plantations. So some of these areas could be used for replenishment of these bamboos also, and other mangroves like hogla and other, which are being used as a roofing for the roof material. This could be grown very well. So what is required is a change in the model of development from just a beneficiary giving it to directly to beneficiary, rather forming a community to have a more joint or cooperative solution. Through that, what I said, that rural Nirmiti Kendra was a model which Government of India has initiated in post 2000, and it worked very well up to 2014. There are urban building centers and there are rural building centers, and probably 10 lakh masons who have been trained through that. So there was knowledge and skill, both are imparted through that, and even local building materials were also produced in these rural building centers. So those are also employment generation would happen, which the government is not thinking at present. It is just constructing the house and giving money, and they're constructing the house with the help of outside contractors. So to come out of that kind of model, more community-driven model, we are suggesting.
Question? Any other question? You have to be very brief. One question. Only one question.
Am I audible? Yeah. So my question is to Dr. Roy. Sir, you mentioned about the integration of scientific knowledge with the traditional knowledge so that the local communities are included. And since I am in UG, I have always learned like the kacha houses are made out of mud, bamboos, and the pakka houses are made out of cement, bricks, stones. So, sir, those houses are mostly present in the urban areas, right? So, why not we take the cement and the sand and the stones from the urban areas to the rural areas and just make it as an alternative to the bamboo houses?
So that's what again what I told earlier. So there is a term called intermediate technology, and this kind of marginalized areas which are not connected with the mainland, if you transport materials, that will increase your carbon footprint and your everything will increase. So and the building material cost would be, so we get poor quality of materials, poor quality of bricks. So mud is a very good material. There are some qualities of mud which can be used obviously, but in such type of areas, the mud, compacted mud with sun-dried mud or compacted mud is a good option through which you can reduce the thickness of the wall and you improve the density of the material so that its water penetration would be less. So through mud and bamboo treated, even bamboo treatment can increase the lifespan of bamboo up to 20-30 years. So this is how it's tested, that these alternative materials. And this kind of situation, I think people know about these traditional methods, but there are guidelines about cyclone resistant construction techniques using how to use bamboo joinery and others. So those are the scientific methods. So those two can be really converged together. See, nothing is could be considered as universally acceptable. Nothing is universally acceptable. What is acceptable in Darjeeling cannot be acceptable in Calcutta or cannot be acceptable in Sundarbans. That cannot happen. So in this kind of situation where there are poor people, their affordability is less, how much they can spend. So they have to depend on government subsidy. So we have to come out of that subsidy culture to actually empower the people so that they can contribute to their own destiny. So
I don't have any question, rather comment regarding the multipurpose cyclone shelter. আমি একটা জিনিস বারবার করে মানে ভাবতাম এবং আমাদের তৎকালীন সুরেশ কুমার যিনি সেক্রেটারি ছিলেন ওনাকে জিজ্ঞাসা করেছিলাম যে এই মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো যে তৈরি হচ্ছে এর লোকেশন সিলেকশনটা কোন বেসিসে হচ্ছে এবং সেটাতে কিন্তু উনি কোনো উত্তর দেননি। তো আমি বলেছিলাম যে আমি জানি কেন হচ্ছে, সেটা আমি পরে বলছি। হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এটা হওয়া উচিত যেটা প্রফেসর ভান্ডারী বলছিলেন সেন্সাস ডেটা এরকম হতেই পারে যে খুব ডেন্স পপুলেশন যেখানে আছে সেখানে এরকম ফ্লাড বা সাইক্লোনের কোনো পসিবিলিটি নেই, ফলে সেখানে কি আমি মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার করব না। ফলে আমার কাছে কিন্তু অপশন রয়েছে যে সাইক্লোন ভ্যালনারেবিলিটি, ফ্লাড ভ্যালনারেবিলিটি, এই ম্যাপিং গুলো করা, রিস্ক ম্যাপিং। এই রিস্ক ম্যাপিং করেই কিন্তু আমার উচিত কোথায় আমি মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার করবো আর কোথায় করব না, এটা নেওয়া। সেকেন্ড থিং যেটা আমি বলছিলাম যে উত্তরটা আমি জানি, উত্তরটা জানি এই কারণে বলছি যে কোথায় ভেস্টল্যান্ড আছে গভর্নমেন্টের আর কোন এলাকায় কোন নেতা খুব ইনফ্লুয়েন্সিয়াল, তার উপরে ভিত্তি করে এই মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো হয়। এখানে হয়তো বলাটা এরভাবে ঠিক না, এনিওয়ে বলে ফেললাম। আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা মোটরেবল রোডের কথা বলছিলেন ডক্টর ভান্ডারী, মোটরেবল রোড ইজ মাস্ট এবং তার সঙ্গে একটা ফ্রি স্পেস গ্রাউন্ড মাস্ট, কারণ মাল্টিপারপাস সাইক্লোন শেল্টার গুলো অনেক সময় স্টেজিং গ্রাউন্ড হিসেবে ইউজ হয়, যেখানে কিনা আমার রিলিফ মেটেরিয়াল এবং ইনসিডেন্ট ফেসিলিটিস গুলোকে রাখতে হয়। ফলে তার জন্য ওই স্পেসটা দরকার এবং অবশ্যই মোটরেবল জিনিস রোডটা দরকার। ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ।
I think we should.
অনেকগুলো ভিলেজে দেখেছি আমাদের সুন্দরবন কেন, পূর্ব মেদিনীপুর কেন, ভিলেজের পপুলেশন হচ্ছে 800, কখনো 1200, কখনো 2100 হচ্ছে ম্যাক্সিমাম। একটা সাইক্লোন শেল্টার আছে, আমি ডক্টর ঘোষের এটাও শুনলাম যে একটাই মাত্র সাইক্লোন শেল্টার, তার ক্যাপাসিটি 250। তো 9 লাখ পিপুলকে আমাদের ইভাকুয়েট করতে হয়েছে এই যে আমফানের সময়। তো তখন আমাদের কাছে এই ডেটাটা কেন থাকে না যে 2 স্টোরিড হাউস বা 3 স্টোরিড হাউসের সংখ্যা কত, তাহলে সেগুলোকে আমরা অল্টারনেটিভ হিসাবে ইউজ করতে পারতাম। সেই ডেটাটা বোধহয় আমাদের কাছে নেই। আর সাইক্লোন শেল্টারও সাফিসিয়েন্ট নয়, কিন্তু এটা এখন একটা প্রুফ একদম 100%।
সাইক্লোন শেল্টার সাফিসিয়েন্ট নয়।
লাস্ট কোশ্চেন।
I would like to vouch what Dr. Roy has said just now about these bamboo huts, because when I was doing fieldwork in the Sundarban, I realized that people are actually going out of the Sundarban to pay off debt. So government has given partial amount of money as subsidy, and everybody has now the aspiration to make a pakka house to compensate for the rooms or pillars they have put in their house. Now they have to go out of the Sundarban to pay the debt, repay the loans. So it is putting them in more economic and social vulnerability, debt, indebtedness. So I think that is a kind of practical solution that you have said, and that is more suitable.
আমাদের আমি যদি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল গভর্নমেন্টের যে স্কিমগুলো আছে বাড়ি করার জন্য হোয়াট এভার মে দ্য অ্যামাউন্ট, দার্জিলিং এর একটা লোক যেটা পাচ্ছে জলপাইগুড়িও তাই পাচ্ছে, আবার মালদারও তাই পাচ্ছে, হুগলিরও তাই পাচ্ছে। এবার সেটা হতে পারে না তো, না বলছি এবার আমাদেরকে সাইন্টিফিক্যালি চিন্তা করতে হবে, সেটাই আর কি। আর স্যার যেটা বলছিলেন অল্টারনেটিভলি স্কুল বিল্ডিং গুলোকে ইউজ করে, কারণ আমি যখন ক্লাস 5 এ পড়তাম 1978-এ স্কুল ছুটি দিয়েছিল বন্যা হয়েছে বলে আর কি। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু আমাদের গবেষণার কাজ করতে হলে সেই ডেটা পাওয়া যাবে না। ধরুন কেউ একটা সোশ্যাল যে কাজ করছে তিনি কিন্তু ডেটা পাবেন না। হ্যাঁ, স্ট্রেনথেন করতাম, হ্যাঁ সেটাই।
So we'll close it here now. Okay, so we'll 10 minutes break. 6:30 we'll start sharp. Okay.
ক্যামেরাটা অন করে কথা লাগবে এখানে বসে। হ্যালো, হ্যাঁ কিন্তু ক্যামেরাটা ইয়ে হচ্ছে না তো, ডাইরেকশন হচ্ছে না। Hello, Sanjay ji. Can you hear me? Indrajit here.
Yes, Dada. I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Got your name, I think. Okay. I thought like you will be coming.
Yeah. Dada, this is a very busy time in SCAP because of the Asia Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I could not.
Sure.
Out of it, right?
Yeah. I think just in 5-10 minutes the session will start. It was a little bit delayed.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you soon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dada. Thank you.
That's last session. I am Sudipto. Oh, yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay, sir.
We will start. We will start. Shortly, we will start.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm online.
Okay, okay, please.
Right. Don't worry.
Okay, Sanjay ji. See you then.
Okay, okay, Dada.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Today, now we are going to start our last session, session 7, Adapting to Climate Change, Innovative Technology and Practices. Now we have our very own respected Honorable Professor Taposh Dasgupta, Dean Sir, with us. I'll request it, sir, to join us on the stage. And Honorable Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, sir, will be our keynote address person, and he is joining us in online mode. Now, I will request our speakers, Honorable Dr. Probir Kumar Garayan, sir, Honorable Dr. Parthopratim Chakraborty, sir, Honorable Mr. Angshuman Das, sir, Honorable Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal, sir, to join us to the stage. Now, I will request to my fellow classmates to felicitate our honorable speakers with mangrove saplings. Thank you, Dean Sir, to accept our saplings. Now, my batchmates will be felicitate Dr. Probir Kumar Garayan, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, my fellow batchmates will felicitate Dr. Parthopratim Chakraborty, sir. Now, Honorable Mr. Angshuman Das, sir, will be facilitated by my batchmates. Now, I will request to felicitate Honorable Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal, sir, with mangrove saplings. And we also want to felicitate Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, sir, virtually, because he is not present with us in offline mode. We are sending it virtually to you, sir. We are privileged to have our Dean, sir, our respected Professor Taposh Dasgupta, sir, with us today to chair this session. His guidance and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussion. I will request Dean, sir, to chair the session. It's over to you, sir.
Good evening. So whole day you have passed through a long discussion on various aspects of the main theme, the total theme on which our symposium is based, building resilience of communities in Sundarban. So where all the many areas are there. One is disaster and another is the livelihood. Then the plant system is also included. Then we have so I am not going into the details of anything. Only we have shortage of time. So the speaker, the keynote speaker, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, is the Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction at the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, ESCAP. He leads and guides the ESCAP's analytical policy research on disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation that fits into the UN intergovernmental meetings, negotiation, etc. He's actually basically PhD in remote sensing, and from the coming from the Master of Science Physics. So good areas for the modern science and technology. Coming into the different backgrounds, it will help us to solve the real problem. He is the recipient of ISRO's Team Excellence Award in 2008-9 and more than 150 publication. So with this background in brief, I request Dr. Sanjay Srivastava to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. I invite you for your speech.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Professor Sen Gupta Sahab, distinguished professor from the prestigious RK Mission Vivekanand Education and Research Institute. It's a great privilege and honor for me to speak to this august audience of very learned professor, very dedicated, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Especially, I'm thankful to my mentor, Professor P.G. Thar Chakravarti, who has given me this opportunity. So thank you once again. If I start my presentation, hope. Can you see my slides, please? My slide is visible?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Sir, when I received this invitation, I was thinking, what should I talk to the eminent professors of my country who have spent their best times, particularly in the Sundarbans preservation. What is value that I have to share with them and I can bring? So I'm grateful the topics given to me is innovation, technology, and practices. So I will focus on innovation, technology, and practices in climate change adaptation, which will be applicable in Sundarban context. Before coming, I thought I'd just provide to you a very quick snapshot of the technology trends, especially which is applicable to adaptation. The first is technology landscape is changing much faster, and so its value and impact. So capture the rapid pace of the technology. The next related to this is the data ecosystem. Both are related. Data ecosystem changing equally fast. So now what is happening worldwide is technology and data ecosystem are converging and embedding into the digital web. This provides immense opportunity. And then back in the backdrop of all this, the policy reforms of almost all the governments worldwide, and the policy reform is democratization of this data and technology platform. You have seen many such initiatives in India as well. So scaling technology and data ecosystem in collaborative mode, that's the policy reform today. And last but not the least, the key players are rise of the builders, the startups to innovate, operate, lead in disaster tech for resilience. So this is the world of builders. In India itself, if you see the ISRO is moved from the government to the startup, the young professionals who are making a lot of difference in today's world. So that's the key trend. So in the midst of the key trend, if I share with you a adaptation technology cluster, which forms the key for any transformative adaptation in the ecological hotspot like Sundarban. The cluster one is basically science, the advances in climate science, agriculture, health, and adaptation. Cluster two is hardware, the technology, especially the critical infrastructure, water, energy, ICT. And cluster three is the data science, geospatial technology, earth observations, risk analytics, and so on. So when you are talking about the technology, it's a cluster one, cluster two, cluster three. in a particular country context or in a context like Sundarban, we need to have all the three clusters put in place, which could accelerate the adaptation and resilience in such a ecological sensitive hotspots. I wanted to bring to your attention, this is just a summary of World Economic Forum last year, the technology which can help the world to adapt climate change. The first foremost, artificial intelligence. We have to look at the transformative potential. There are certain risks, but there are huge potentials. So AI, drone, which is now becoming widespread, Earth observation, remote sensing satellite, which are becoming much more like it's like domesticated. When I was a scientist in ISRO, one satellite seen, we used to pay 45 to 50,000 rupees. Today, those are all available without paying any cost. Sentinel Asia, 5 meter resolution data, all in public domain. So that's the big empowerment from the data. Advanced computing, it's a big revolution. Internet of Things, augmented reality, and virtual lit. So all six, if you take together, these are the very important opportunities for world to adapt to the climate change or all climate catastrophe. I wanted to flag your attention particularly on what is happening in disaster risk management domain, and especially on the early warning products and services. Digitalization is all where in every sectors, but in early warning of disaster risk reduction, digitalization has been a game changer all around. You see, on the one hand, you have set of technology, drone, social media, earth observation. But what brings all this technology to converge is the cloud computing. And then what brings the data from a mobile phone to Earth observation satellite together is the big data analytical techniques. So all cloud computing, big data analytics are making a huge impact in our knowledge and understanding through the data revolution. You see today the players are all those who have cloud infrastructure. They are the service provider, Amazon, Google, Archer. The data is ensembles becoming a product. Now the new players are those who owns the constellation of satellite. Earlier it used to be government. Now it has moved from government domain to the private innovator, Maxer, Planet Lab, and many of such players. Then the geointelligence, which is becoming much more prominent in today's context because of the many reforms government worldwide has taken. So all put together has turned early warning products and services almost digital. So this is a reality, but how to tap this reality? I thought I will shed some light on some of the very, what we call some incubator product. One is AI in the early warning system. The capacity of the early warning system, it was never there at the individual level. With AI, we advance the knowledge, speed, hazard monitoring detection, accelerate warning delivery, boost disaster response. There are many. The issue is how to scale, how to mainstream this. There are challenges, but these are the big opportunities in days to come. So after the key takeaways, I thought what should I talk particularly in Sundarban context? Technology innovation, what difference it can make. I thought I should bring to your attention, there are 5 areas where there are considerable gap happens. One is mitigation gap, which you reduce hazard intensity, what we call avert the disaster. Adaptation gap, enhance adaptation and resilience, that's another one. Bridge the preparedness gap through the loss and damage, coral breach, and many things. Then emergency gaps. So all the gap that exists today, which are key for adaptation, resilience, and better preparedness, technology can play a much, much bigger role. I'm going to share a few of the snapshot in Sundarban context. One snapshot we did, this is a research study from Mahbub Sahana, published in International Journal of Disaster Science. in Sundarban context. This is the group of researchers from UK. They did an analysis in Sundarban, particularly how the community, what we call last mile, how they receive the early warning messages, early warning signals. So you will surprised to see in different location of the Sundarban, still the access to early warning services reach through word of mouth, very large. And that's a critical gap because it has to come from the authoritative sources and the household individual level. That's where technology has a big role to play. So even in Sundarban, the dissemination of the early warning, whether it is a tropical cyclone, whether it is all kind of the floods, the early warning doesn't reach from the authoritative sources, mostly hand to the mouth. The another important initiative which many of the early warning scientists they have been taking forward is the lead time. There is a huge investment that cyclone early warning system should have 48 hours or 24 hours, 12 hours. Here, this study in Sundarban brought out very clearly that community response, early warning, especially 12 hours before the cyclone. So 41% community. 24 to 48 hours, 36%, and 5 days, 6.8%. So if you look at effectiveness of the early warning system at community level, in community domain, it's 12 hours to 24 and 48 hours, which helps community to prepare and take all the necessary steps. So here I see a big role of the technology innovations to ensure early warning at household and individual level. And with digitalization of the early warning system, this is quite possible. And this is a challenge which which can be taken forward in days to come. The another practice I thought I must share with you was the Earth observation for planetary intelligence. As I told you, data becoming more, more and more available online with all these digital and smart systems. There is a system which what we call Global Mangrove Watch, and it alerts whenever there are depletion of mangroves beyond a certain point. It alerts, it gives you alert about depleting mangrove. This is based on the Sentinel imagery of 20-meter multi-spectral satellite data, which is the relatively considerably a good source of data. So this is a practice globally based on the data available in the open source. This similarly, the another transformative potential is you are using drone with Earth observation satellite in conjunction. Drone is localization of your disaster risk management. So you use drone as a service, complement this Earth observation satellite freely available in public domain. This could be important game changers. So these are some of the practices I thought I must bring to your attention. But then I thought, what should I bring from the UN system, which is relevant to you? These are some of the UN flagship publication on adaptation. You see, this is a last 3 years publication of UN on adaptation gap report. You look at the headlines. In 2022, too little, too slow. 2023, underfinanced, underprepared. 2024, last year, come hell and high water. You see, these are very powerful messages. Globally, adaptation has to cover quite a bit of the distance. But this is much more important in ecologically sensitive region like Sundarban. So while there are global trend, the trend has to be somewhere, I think, reversed in ecologically sensitive areas like Sundarban. So the few snapshot from our own report of Asia Pacific Disaster Report, Professor Dhar Chakravarti Sahab used to be the author of this report. reviewer of this report. So this what we do, we capture the disaster risk across the Asia Pacific regions, and we also what we call the landscape of the risk. We also look at how the region's preparing itself to manage the complex, compound, and cascading disaster risk. So overall, if you see Asia Pacific, and this is South Asia. In South Asia, most of the disaster risks are often having transboundary origin and impact. This includes Ganga, Brahmaputra, and Meghna Basin. Sundarban becomes part of it. So these are the hotspots of the disaster. Sundarban is one part of the hotspots where adaptation gap, which is becoming widening day by day, is very critical, and those are the areas which needs attention. My last 3 slides are on recommendation. Prof. Siddharth Chakravarti Sahab told to share some thoughts on the way forward, the roadmap which will be developed. This is some idea based on the practices in Asia Pacific region. The first is a framework for adapting technology innovations to accelerate resilience adaptation pathways in Sundarbans. And this could be based on the assessment of most of the NDC of quite a large country. There is a transition happening from adaptation at sectoral level to the nexus thinking, that's like food, water, and energy type of nexus. Then second trend is robustifying climate change adaptation. And third is translating knowledge into the action. So these are the 3 pathways which accelerates and this is where technology plays very important role. The recommendation 2 from the School of Environment and Disaster Management is operationalize climate justice approach. This is in today's world a very, very compelling narrative coming worldwide. That is what is called how to avert loss and damage. Take the example of Sundarban. To demonstrate a climate justice approach, academic institutions like your institute is ideally placed. Activate and enable adaptation technology cluster for the climate justice approach. Build the critical mass through research and development. Demonstrate the people-centered early warning system, which is very important to avert disaster loss and damage, and access to loss and damage fund, which is now globally established. It's going to be established within Government of India itself. As of now, we have been accessing adaptation fund, mitigation fund, emergency fund, all kind of fund. This is yet another opportunity to access the fund especially for those where mitigation doesn't work, adaptation doesn't work. This is a very important, which this center can make a big difference. My last and not the least, today, as I mentioned to you in my first slide, it's an era of technology and data platform coming together, creating what we call a ecosystem, basically a stack. Technology, data put together a stack. It cannot be, you cannot meet data and technology by one platform. You need to use a couple of platforms, and academic institutions are the best place to demonstrate this. This is one example of ISCAP, Risk and Resilience Data and Technology Platform. This is CDRI, which is established in Delhi, GIRI data platform. You can bring it together. One platform provides you the risk scenario, other platform provides you the resilience to the infrastructure, and together you can do lot of value in your research and teaching, which were not available in the past. So these are the very good opportunity for students and researchers, which they can take it forward. So thank you very much. Once again, it has been truly a privilege and honor. My sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Srivastav. Very thought-provoking presentation and brief at the same time, because everything is here participants are tired of the whole day attending this seminar. And I am sure that Professor P.G. Dharshakwati will take care whatever your points you have told us. Maybe it will be in the strategic plan of the final draft recommendation of the which will be done by the Professor P.G. Dharshakwati. I can only make a request you that if you made a small note to send it to the Professor Dharshakwati, so
Yes.
that nothing is left from the salient points, it
Right.
will be helpful for us.
Thank
And your lecture is good is very much good for the students also,
Right.
to get some exposure of the international scientists, how they are tackling the situation.
Right.
So we are grateful that you have attended the lecture. I, on behalf of the RKM, very thankful to you and invite you to come to RKM very at some point of time according to your convenience. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if আমি জিজ্ঞাসা করলাম না কিন্তু okay, then we come to the next speaker, Dr. Partho Pratim Chakraborty, who is the principal scientist, former principal scientist and scientist in charge, Regional Research Center, Rohra and Kolani, ICR SIFA, and actually he's a student of the Narendrapur Ramakrishna Mission, our own residential college, in chemistry honors like the Shuripto, and postgraduate from Calcutta University Agriculture College. That is also our own, and I was there in the Calcutta's director for a long time. And then joined his area of work is in Sundarban Island. Joined in Biofertilizer Development Center, Jabalpur, under the Ministry of Agriculture in 1988. Then ARS service in 1991 as a scientist in ICR and joined the ICR SIFA. So he has a lot of experience. He has posted even in Kolani at Regional Research Center in aquaculture and production environment division. Apart from research, his special interest was to develop livelihood of the poor SC/ST people of West Bengal in Sundarban. So he acted as the principal scientist in charge of SIFA, Rohra and Kolani Center, developed breeding and culture technology of Pabda and Tenka, which we are very much fond of. We are also changed livelihood of about 10,000 poor farmers through SIFA evolved technologies. Received Lifetime Achievement Award from the government of Assam. Also received prestigious DST Societal Award from Honorable President of India, and published more than 80 research papers and served SIFA for about 33 years. I invite him to present lecture.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody. And thank you, Dr. Dhar, for inviting me. And thank you, Sudipta, for just connecting everything. And definitely, I must thank all the students and all the things, because from the morning they are here. And now it is just 7 o'clock. We are very much tired. How you people are listening, that is also. So thank you very much, my dear students. In fact, what is my topic is untapped potential of inland fisheries in Sundarban. So what effect I did my PhD in Sundarban also, and then while working in Sundarban, then I have in fact we have analyzed a lot of things are there, because if you focus on the obstacles, you can see the obstacle. If you see the gap, then you can go it. So we have seen so many obstacles in Sundarbans, and definitely to me it was there before my service and it is still there.
we cannot radically change it. This is my thing is because we cannot change the cyclone, we cannot change flood, and climate change is obviously. So naturally, though, what happened? What we have think that local people are there. They are very poor. They ওখানে ইনফ্যাক্ট ইন্ডাস্ট্রিও তেমন করা সম্ভব নয়। আর্নিং একটা ট্যুরিজমের উপর ডিপেন্ড করে এবং ওভার ডিপেন্ডেন্সি অন দ্য ন্যাচারাল রিসোর্সেস ফর দ্য লাইভলিহুড। ওভার ডিপেন্ডেন্সি মানে কাছাকাছি বন আছে, যাও টিম্বার আনি, হানি আনি, ক্র্যাব আনি, নদী আছে মিন সংগ্রহ করি, এইটা করে যেটুকু টাকা হয় এইটুকু টাকাতে এখনকার দিনে সংসার চলে না। ফলে ওদের মাইগ্রেশন যেটা হচ্ছে এগুলো ক্লাইমেটিক না, এগুলো স্ট্রেট ও ইকোনমিক। আমার পয়সা নেই, সংসার চলছে না, আমি ওই সিজনাল কিছুটা কাজ করব, বাকি সময়টা দূরে গিয়ে আমি আমার হাজবেন্ডরা কি করে ওরা দূরে চলে যায়, যেটা আমাকে খুব কষ্ট দিয়েছিল। আমি বালি আইল্যান্ড এবং চুনাখালী দুটো আইল্যান্ডকে আমি প্লট করেছিলাম। ওখানে গিয়ে দেখা যাচ্ছিল যে একজন ওয়াইফ তার হাজবেন্ডকে পায় কেবল পুজোর দিন কটাতে, তারপরে আবার চলে যায়, এবং তার ছেলে মেয়েরাও বাবা মাকে পায় না। ইটস এ ভেরি স্যাড স্টোরি। তখন আমি বললাম যে হাউ ইট ক্যান বি ডান, মানে ওখানে দেখুন লাইভলিহুড মানে আমি খুব সহজে বুঝি যে আমার টাকাটা যদি বাইরে চলে যায়, আমার গ্রামের টাকাটা বাইরে চলে গেল, আমার সংসারের টাকাটা বাইরে চলে গেল, কিন্তু আমি যদি লোকাল রিসোর্সেস গুলো সংগ্রহ করি এবং বাইরের লোকেরা আমার জিনিসগুলো কেনে, তাহলে আমার গ্রামে সম্পদ সৃষ্টি হয়, ওয়েলথ সৃষ্টি হয়, তাহলে আমার লাইভলিহুডটা বাড়ে। এটা আমি খুব সিম্পল ভাবে বুঝি। এবং এদেরকে খুব বড় বড় হাই টেকনোলজি দিয়ে গরিব মানুষ যারা খেতে পায় না, যারা খুব দরিদ্র, তাদেরকে মাথায় ঢুকবে না, বিশাল হাই টেকনোলজি দিয়ে হবে না, এটা আমার বিশ্বাস ছিল। তাহলে ওদের যা যা আমার রিসোর্সেস আছে, ওদের লোকাল রিসোর্স যে আছে, সেইটাকে ইউটিলাইজ করে ওদের লাইভলিহুডটা কিছুটা বাড়ানো যায় কিনা, সেটা করতে গিয়ে দেখলাম যে অলরেডি ওদের একটা ব্যাকইয়ার্ড আছে ওদের, এবং প্রত্যেকের বাই ডিফল্ট একটা পুকুর হয়ে গেছে। বাই ডিফল্ট মানে সুন্দরবনে পুকুর করব বলে পুকুর অধিকাংশ লোকে করেনি, মাটির বাড়ি একটা করেছে, যেটুকু জায়গা ছিল সেটুকু খুঁড়ে গেছে। ফলে কি হয়, পুকুরটা বড় হয় না, পুকুরটা গভীর হয়ে যায়, কারণ ওইখান থেকেই মাটিটা যতটুকু কম নিয়ে তুলে নিয়ে মাটি করি, এবং ওই পুকুরটাতেই তাদের বাসন ধোয়া, স্নান করা, কিছু মাছ টাছ যা লোকাল ভেন্ডাররা এসে ফেলে দিয়ে যায়, ওরা মানে ওরা কি করছে, নৈহাটি ভৈহাটি থেকে মাছ টাছগুলো আসে, এসে একটা জায়গায় স্টক করে রাখে, এবং স্টক করে রেখে বর্ষার ঠিক পরে ওদেরকে ভেন্ডার গুলো দিয়ে বলে এই তাড়াতাড়ি নিয়ে নাও নিয়ে নাও নিয়ে নাও, একসঙ্গে মিক্সিং করে রুই কাতলা পুঁটি যা দিয়ে দিল, বললো রুই বেরোলো পুঁটি হয়ে, কারণ ছোট মাছ তো চেনে না কেউ, এবং মাছগুলো এফেক্টিভলি গ্রোথ পিরিয়ডও পায় না, কেননা বর্ষাকালে দিলে শীতের আসা পর্যন্ত গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড হবে, ওইটুকু সময়ে কতটুকু মানে গ্রোথ হয়, 300-400 গ্রাম হয়, তাহলে মাছগুলো বড় হয় না, ছোট হচ্ছে। এবং ওদের যে ইউটিলাইজ যে রিসোর্স থেকে, তাহলে আমি দেখলাম যে ওদের পুয়ার কোয়ালিটি অফ সিড যাচ্ছে, কেননা ওখানে সিড তৈরি হয় না, তাহলে একটা সিড তৈরি করতে হবে, এক নম্বর। সেকেন্ড হচ্ছে যে সিড যে তৈরি করব, ভালো মা বাবা না হলে ভালো বাচ্চাও হবে না, তাহলে গুড ব্রুডার ক্রিয়েট করতে হবে। তাহলে এবারে গুড ব্রুডার্স ম্যানেজমেন্টের জন্য একটা কিছু সেট পিপল, আর কেউ ফ্রিতে পুকুর দেবে না, গ্রামের লোকেদের আমার পুকুরটা দেবো কেন, কাজেই ওখানে করতে হবে। আমরা করলাম বেস্ট কোয়ালিটি, আমরা মাছ সাপ্লাই করলাম, করে ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্টটা শেখালাম। ব্রুড স্টক মানে ভালো ব্রুডার, ভালো মা ভালো বাবা তৈরি করলাম, ম্যাচিওর, ওইখান থেকে বাচ্চা যেখানে হবে সেখানেও আবার কিছু লোককে ট্রেন্ড করলাম, করে আমরা একটা হ্যাচারি আমরা তৈরি, আমাদের পেটেন্টেড হ্যাচারি আছে, হ্যাচারিটা আমরা দিলাম। আমাদের খুব বেস্ট কোয়ালিটি মাছ আছে, সেই মাছগুলো দিয়ে আমরা বেশ কিছু 10-12টা, আমি সমস্ত ডিটেলস বলছি, আমরা তাহলে এফআরপি হ্যাচারি করলাম। তার আগে ব্রুড স্টক আছে, ব্রুড স্টক দিয়ে ব্রুডার পন্ড করলাম, হ্যাচারি করে যে ছোট ছোট বাচ্চা, একটা রুই মাছ 1 কেজি থেকে প্রায় 80,000 থেকে 1 লক্ষ বাচ্চা হবে। এবারে হচ্ছে ওইগুলোকে আলাদা আলাদা করে প্রপার সায়েন্টিফিক নলেজ ওদের নেই, তাহলে এবার সায়েন্টিফিক নলেজ সায়েন্স ঢোকাচ্ছি বললে কোনোদিনই হবে না, যত আমি ট্রেনিং দিই, আমরা প্রথমে কল্যাণী এনে ট্রেনিং দিয়েছি, কিচ্ছু লাভ হয়নি। ওদের কাছে বসে ওদের হাতে কলমে শেখানোটা যদি বারবার করি এবং কোনো এক সময় আমরা যাব না, তারা যদি নিজেরা করতে পারে, কনফিডেন্স আসে, এইবারে মাছটা যেটা হবে ওটাকে আমরা রিয়ারিং পন্ড, মানে ছোট মাছ 12 দিনের মাছটাকে নার্সারি পন্ডে দেব, একদম 3 দিনের যে বাচ্চাগুলোকে নার্সারিতে দেব, 12 দিনেরটা রিয়ারিং দেব। এই রিয়ারিং থেকে আমরা 100-150 গ্রামের ভালো মাছ তৈরি করব, ওইটা কম্পোজিট ফিশ কালচার দেব। কিন্তু দেখা যাচ্ছে যে ল্যাক অফ হ্যাচারি এবং হচ্ছে ওদের অ্যাবসেন্স অফ কনসেপ্ট অফ ডিফারেন্ট টাইপ অফ পন্ডস, মানে মাছ চাষের জন্য যে বিভিন্ন রকমের পুকুর দরকার সেটা জানা নেই। তো ওদের যা পুকুর আছে ওইখানে মাছ ফেলে দিল, ওটাই বড় হলো, ওটাই খেলো, ছোট মাছ, কিন্তু ডিফারেন্ট টাইপের মাছ দরকার। তাহলে দেখলাম এই নলেজগুলো ঢোকাতে হবে। এই নলেজগুলো ঢোকানোর জন্য তাছাড়া হচ্ছে প্রত্যেকের কাছে ব্যাকইয়ার্ড, প্রত্যেকের কাছে পন্ডের একটা এমব্যাঙ্কমেন্ট আছে, এমব্যাঙ্কমেন্টে বাম্বু ট্যাম্বু এইসব নানান গাছপাছ থাকে, ওটাকে কাজে লাগানো যায় না। তাহলে ওটাকেও যদি এরিয়া করে ইনকাম করানো যেতে পারে, এবং ব্যাকইয়ার্ড যদি আছে ওখানে যদি ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্মিং সিস্টেম এবং যদি হাই কোয়ালিটি ডাক এবং যদি মুরগি দিয়ে আর্ন করানো যায় তাহলে কেমন হয়। এইবারে আমরা করলাম, আমরা প্রপার ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্ট শেখালাম। ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্ট করতে গেলে আমরা পিরিয়ডিক, ওরা প্রথমে কোনো কনসেপ্টই ছিল না ব্রুডার মাছ কি হবে, মাছ বড় হচ্ছে যেমন, পিরিয়ডিক নেটিং করানো হলো। এবং ভালো খাওয়ার আমাদের একটা সিফা থেকে, সিফা ব্রুড আছে, ওটা আমরা দিলাম এমনি ফ্রি অফ কস্ট দিলাম প্রথমে, এবং 1000 ভালো ব্রুডার মাছ করে আমরা 20 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে করলাম। যে আমি বললাম যে তোমাদের ওখানে মাছগুলো বড় হবে, এইবারে এই মাছগুলো তোমরা ব্রিডিং এ দেবে, কিন্তু সেটা তোমরা পয়সা নেবে, পয়সা দিয়ে ওখানে দেবে, আমরা কিনে নেব, আবার ওই মাছগুলোকে নিয়ে নেবে, মানে ওরা হায়ারিং সিস্টেম করবে। এইবারে করে ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্ট শীতে 5 থেকে 10% ওয়াটার এক্সচেঞ্জ করতে হলো। এবং আমরা দুটো অপারেশন নিলাম, একটা বালি আইল্যান্ড, একটা চুনাখালী আইল্যান্ড। বালি আইল্যান্ডে আমরা এফআরপি হ্যাচারি দিলাম, এবং চুনাখালী খুব পলিটিক্যালি ভীষণ ডিস্টার্ব এরিয়া। আমরা বিভিন্ন সময় আমরা শুনছিলাম প্রথম থেকে, ওখানে এমন দিন গেছে আমার নিচে 5টা ডেড বডি পড়ে আছে, উপরে অন্ধকার ঘরের উপরে আমি মানে শুয়ে আছি ওদের টেকনোলজি দেওয়ার জন্য। এরকম ইটস এ হিউজ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, ওটা বলার এখন টাইম নেই। এবং হ্যাচারিতে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে একসঙ্গে নানান মাছ করলে একটা হাইব্রিড মাছ হবে, কোনটা রুই কোনটা কাতলা বোঝা যাবে না। ফলে সিঙ্গেল স্পিসিস করে করতে হবে, কাতলা তো কাতলা, রুই তো রুই, বাটা তো বাটা, এইভাবে ওদেরকে শেখানো হলো। এবং ওদের মানে হ্যাচারিতে জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন ফ্রি ওয়াটার দিতে হবে, সেটা ওরা জানতো না। জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন ফ্রি না দিলে ওই ডিমগুলো পেঁয়াজ করে ফাটিয়ে দেবে, ফলে বাচ্চাগুলো আর হবে না, ওগুলো হয়ে যাবে আর কি, মরে যাবে। এবং প্রথমে ওদের পিটিউটারি গ্ল্যান্ড থেকে ওরা করতো, ওটা বন্ধ করে গোনাডোট্রপিক হরমোন দিয়ে ইনজেকশন শেখালাম। এবং শিখিয়ে এলাম, প্রথমে আমরা ওদের শেখানোর পরে দেখা গেল বাচ্চাগুলো হলো না, মানে ওই উপরে যে ইয়ক স্যাকটা ওইটা হার্ডেন হয়ে যাচ্ছিল ক্যালসিয়ামের জন্য, ফলে টুইঞ্চিং করছে, বাচ্চাগুলো নড়ছে, প্রায় 8-10 লক্ষ বাচ্চা নড়ছে, কিন্তু অক্সিজেনের অভাবে ফুটো করে বেরোতে পারলো না, মরে গেল। সে ভেরি পেনফুল। তখন আমরা বুঝলাম না, জলটাকে সফট করতে হবে, ফলে রেন ওয়াটার হারভেস্টিং করলাম। এই ছোট্ট ছোট্ট জিনিসগুলো চেঞ্জ করে একটা মিরাকেল হয়ে গেছিল ওখানে। ফলে ওইখানে করার পরে তারপরে দেখা গেল যে ওইখানে স্পেন ব্রুডারটা করার পরে আমরা এই মানে 4 বছরে আমরা প্রায় 50 লাখ মতো আমরা ছোট ছোট বাচ্চা স্পন তৈরি করলাম বালি এবং যা চুনাখালীতে। এবং 16 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারি তাদেরকে শেখানো হলো, তারা কি করে ওই এফআরপি হ্যাচারি ইউজ করবে। 16 বেনিফিশিয়ারি শিখলো, সেখান থেকে যদি 4-5 জনও করে প্রচুর এনাফ। এখানে প্রত্যেকটা ছবি দেখা যাচ্ছে, যে ডিমগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে, ছোট 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 বাচ্চা, হ্যাচারি দেখা যাচ্ছে, ওইগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে। এরপরে নার্সারি, এই যেই 3 দিন হয়ে গেল তখন আমরা করলাম নার্সারি করতে গেলে একটা পুকুর নিয়ে, এইখানে প্রবলেম দেখা গেল যে নার্সারির জন্য লো ডেপথ ওয়াটার দরকার। লো ডেপথ ওয়াটার কি করে করব, ওখানে তো গভীর পুকুর। তখন করলাম পন্ড, মানে ওর মধ্যে হাপা দিলাম, হাপা দিয়ে ওটাকে ছোট করে নিলাম, ছোট করে ওইখানে ছোট 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 স্পনদের দিলাম, এবং তার আগে পুকুরটাকে পরিষ্কার করলাম। পরিষ্কার করে হিউজ জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন তখন তৈরি করতে হয়, সেই জন্য আমরা করলাম, খাবার দিলাম, এবং করে রেন ওয়াটার মানে দিয়ে আমরা ওই স্পনগুলোকে করলাম। এইবার করার পরে আমরা জানতাম গ্রাউন্ডনাট অয়েল কেক যদি দেওয়া যায় সবচেয়ে ভালো জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন হয়, কিন্তু গ্রাউন্ডনাট অয়েল কেকের দাম আমরা চলে এলেও ওরা ওই দামটা দেবে না। ফলে ওদের সর্ষের খোল দিয়ে আমরা ফ্লোর দিয়ে আমরা করলাম, ওটা মিশিয়ে আমরা জু প্ল্যাঙ্কটন তৈরি করাটা শিখিয়ে দিলাম। এইটা করতে হলো, তাতে দেখা গেল মানে বালিতে প্রায় প্রথম বছর আমরা ফিশ সিড প্রোডাকশন করলাম 2.5 লাখ, এবং 2018-তে করলাম 2 লাখ। চুনাখালীতে আমাদের সবসময় নাইলনে হাপা দিতে হয়েছিল, এবং ওখানে 1.23 লাখ আমরা বাচ্চা করলাম নার্সারি পন্ড। এইবারে নার্সারি একটা মজা হচ্ছে, আমরা দেখছিলাম সুন্দরবনে প্রবলেমটা যেটা হচ্ছে, ওরা 5 গ্রাম থেকে 10 গ্রামের বাচ্চা বর্ষার পরে ছাড়ে, জুলাই মাসে ছাড়ে, তাহলে আগস্ট, সেপ্টেম্বর, অক্টোবর, নভেম্বর এই 4 মাস গ্রোথ পায়। ওই সময় কিন্তু আমাদের এই সময়টা থেকে যখন হঠাৎ উত্তরের বাতাসটা দক্ষিণে শুরু হয়, তখন কিন্তু গরমটা পড়ে। এই সময় কিন্তু টিপিক্যালি গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড, মাছের গ্রোথ পিরিয়ড। তাহলে আমাদের এখানে মাছের প্রপার গ্রোথ পিরিয়ডে ভালো মাছ দিতে হবে। এই জন্য আমরা করলাম, যে বাচ্চাগুলো তৈরি হলো ওইটাকে আমরা 28 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে আমরা তৈরি করে আগস্ট মাসে দিয়ে দিলাম। তাহলে সেপ্টেম্বর, অক্টোবর, নভেম্বর, ডিসেম্বর, জানুয়ারি, ফেব্রুয়ারি 6 মাস ধরে ওই জায়গায় হাই স্টকিং দিলাম। মানে এমনি পুকুরে আমরা মাছ চাষের জন্য 10,000 স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি করি, কিন্তু যখন ওটাকে জোর করে স্টান্টেড করে রাখলাম, মানে বেটে করে রাখলাম, 40,000 দিয়ে দিলাম মানে পার হেক্টারে করে, আমরা ওই জায়গায় 1.66 পন্ড নিলাম। 28 জন বেনিফিশিয়ারি নিয়ে আমরা 3,500 কেজি স্টান্টেড ফিঙ্গারলিংস তৈরি করলাম। ওইটা ঠিক মার্চ মাসের গোড়ায় ফেলে দিলাম। ফলে যেই ওই জায়গায় হালকা করে ফেলে দিলাম, 29 বেনিফিশিয়ারিতে তখন আমরা করলাম 1.21 হেক্টর পন্ডে নিয়ে। দেখা গেল যেখানে ওরা 700 ম্যাক্সিমাম 600-700 কেজি পার হেক্টর পার ইয়ার পেত, সেইটা ওদের প্রোডাকশন ওরা দেখলো 3,250 কেজি পার হেক্টর পার ইয়ার। ইটস প্রায় 4 গুণ মতো লাভ। এবং ওরা শুধু অবাক হয়ে যায়নি, ওরা ওইখানে করতাম, আমরা মেলা করতাম, যেখানে যেখানে মাছগুলো বেরিয়েছে সবাইকে ডেকে এনে ওইখানে আমরা মিটিং করে ট্রেনিং করে দেখাতাম যে তোমরা দেখো কি হচ্ছে। ফলে আমরা খুব বেশি কথা বলতাম না, আমরা প্র্যাকটিক্যালি ওদেরকে ইনভলভ করতাম, আমরা দেখাতাম। এইবারে দেখা গেল ওদেরকে বললাম তোমরা বেশি মাছ ছাড়ো। আগে কি হতো, যে মাছ পেতো একটা ভেন্ডার এলো, কিছু মাছ দিয়ে দিল, আবার 10 দিন বাদে ফেলে। ওরা ভাবলাম যত মাছ ছাড়বে তত বেশি মাছ পাবো, কিন্তু তা তো নয়, একটা ছোট্ট স্পেসে বেশি মাছ হতে পারে না। তাদেরকে ওইটা দেখানো গেল যে দেখো বেশি মাছ ছেড়েও তোমার যা প্রোডাকশন কম হয়েছে, বরং ঠিক স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি হলে ভালো হয়। এবং আমরা দেখা যাচ্ছে যে মাছ তুমি, ওরা কি করতো, ভেন্ডাররা একসঙ্গে মিক্সিং ফেলে দিত, ভুল হতো। আমরা বলতাম না, তোমরা কাতলা দিলে, তোমরা যদি 10টা মাছের মধ্যে কাতলা 4টা দেবে, রুই 4টা দেবে, মৃগেল মানে তুমি দেবে, রুই 3টা দেবে, মৃগেল 3টা দেবে, বাটা কিছু দেবে। এই প্রপার স্টকিং ডেন্সিটি, কারণ ডিফারেন্ট লেয়ারে মাছগুলো থাকে, এই জিনিসগুলো শেখানো হলো। এবং ওদের সাপ্লিমেন্টারি ফিডিং দেওয়াটা শেখানো হলো মাছকে। ওরা মনে করতো যে ওই যেটুকু ওই মানে ভাত খাওয়ার পরে থালা ধুতে গেলে যেটুকু হয় সেইটুকু খেয়ে মাছ যা বাড়বে, কিন্তু ওদেরকে ফিডিংটা যে দিতে হয়, সকালে করে দিতে হয়, মানে শুরুতে একটু বেশি প্রোটিন, তারপরে একটু কম প্রোটিন, সেই জিনিসটা মানে দেওয়ানো হলো। পিরিয়ডিক টেবিল এবং লাইমিং, প্রত্যেক মাসে লাইমিং দেওয়া হলো। এবং আমরা অর্গানিক জুস তৈরি করে, মানে যেটা আমরা করলাম, প্রতি 10 দিন অন্তর অন্তর অর্গানিক আমরা একটা চিটে গুড় দিয়ে, সর্ষের খোল দিয়ে, ইউরিয়া দিয়ে, সুপার ফসফেট দিয়ে একটা জল করে প্রত্যেক 10 দিন অন্তর অন্তর মানে দিতাম। সেটা ওদের খুব ইকোনমিক্যালি হলো, খুব খরচাটাও কম হলো। এবং ওটা দেখা গেল যে লাইমিং দিয়ে পুকুরটাকে হালকা করে, জলটাকে হালকা করলে বেশি ফটোসিনথেসিসও মানে জাস্ট হলো। এবং ওদের ডিজিজ ম্যানেজমেন্টের জন্য, ডিজিজটা দেখুন এখনো পর্যন্ত ভারতবর্ষের সব জায়গায় গ্রামে গঞ্জে পুকুরে মাছের যদি রোগ হয়, সে রোগ শহরে আনবে মৎস্য বিশেষজ্ঞরা বলবে মাছ সারবে, আলটিমেটলি কিছু হয় না। তার চেয়ে মানে প্রোফাইলেকটিকই ভালো, না যাতে হয় একটু একটু প্রত্যেক মাসে যখন মাছের খাবারটা একটু বাড়ানো হয়, মানে মাছ বাড়লে তো বেশি খাবে, সেইটা প্রতি মাসে নেটিং যে করতে হয় দেখানো হলো, শেখানো হলো। শেখানোর পরে ওদেরকে বললো যে একটু পটাশিয়াম পারম্যাঙ্গানেট একটু কমন সল্ট দিয়ে বাদ দিয়ে দাও, এবং শীতের আগে একটু সিফাক্স দিয়ে দাও, দিয়ে দিলে ভালো হয়। এইভাবে আমরা বিভিন্ন জায়গায় বিভিন্ন সেটের জন্য আমরা ট্রেনিং করালাম। ট্রেনিং করিয়ে আমরা ট্রেন্ড করলাম অ্যাবাউট, আমরা প্রায় 375 ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল ট্রেন্ড করলাম, এবং অ্যাকসেপ্টেন্স হয়েছে ট্রেনিং এর পরে। যেটা আমরা দেখলাম ট্রেনিং এর পরে 2 বছর বাদে কত লোক আমাদের ছাড়া করছে, সেটা দেখা গেল 59% অ্যাকসেপ্টেড, হুইচ ইজ কোয়াইট গুড। একটা গ্রামে যদি ট্রেনিং করা হয় 59% অ্যাকসেপ্টেড করা হয় ট্রেনিং, ইট ইজ অ্যাবসলিউটলি ভেরি গুড। এইটা করার পরে আমরা বললাম যে তোমরা একটা কাজ করো, যারা ওই নার্সারি করেছিল, রিয়ারিং করেছিল, পুকুরগুলোর পরে তো খালি পড়ে আছে, তোমরা করলো, ওদেরকে বললাম তোমরা পন্ড ডাইকটাকে ইউজ করো, ডাইক করে নিউট্রি রিচ ইন্টিগ্রেটেড ফার্মিং সিস্টেম ওদেরকে আমরা মানে শেখালাম, মানে ওদেরকে পন্ড ডাইক এবং ব্যাকওয়ার্ড গুলোকে ইউজ করাটা শেখালাম। ট্র্যাডিশনাল প্র্যাকটিস ওরা করতো, লাইভ স্টক, ওরাও মুরগি করতো, হাঁস করতো, কিন্তু ট্র্যাডিশনাল মানে ভালো জাতের মুরগি, যেটা বনরাজা মুরগিটা আমরা কল্যাণীর ওখান থেকে নিয়ে গেলাম, আমরা ওখান থেকে খাকি ক্যাম্বেল হাঁস নিয়ে গেলাম। ওইগুলো নিয়ে গিয়ে পরে ওদেরকে দেখা গেলাম যে ওদেরকে ইঞ্জেকশন দিতে হয়, ওদেরকে ওষুধ দিতে হয়, এই জিনিসগুলো যত ওদের ভ্যাকসিনেশন, বেসিক মেডিকেশন শেখানো হলো। এবং হাই ভ্যালু ক্রপস দিলাম, ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, হ্যাঁ ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, এইভাবে ধরো চায়না ক্যাবেজ, হাইব্রিড চিলি, এই জিনিসগুলো ওদেরকে ব্যাকয়ার্ডে করলাম, যেগুলোতে ওদের নিজস্ব নিউট্রিশনও হলো। আরেকটা যেটা হলো, ওই যে মুরগি এবং হাঁসগুলো আমরা এটা করেছিলাম, ওটা কিন্তু মহিলারা করবে, এবং মহিলাদের ব্যাংকের অ্যাকাউন্ট খুলে দিয়েছিলাম, এবং ওদের প্রতি সপ্তাহে শহর থেকে লোকে যেত এবং অর্গানিক ডিম বলে কিনে নিয়ে যেত, ওরা 10 টাকা করে বিক্রি করতো, যেটা মলে টলে 13 টাকা 14 টাকা করে ওরা জাস্ট মানে কি করতো, বিক্রি করতো। কি হলো? হ্যাঁ না ঠিক আছে, দেখি। হ্যাঁ, এই টোটাল ডেমনস্ট্রেশন আমরা করেছিলাম বালিতে, ছোট্ট 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 মানে প্রতিটি জিনিসের উপরে, যেমন স্টান্টেডের উপরে নিয়েছিলাম 28 জনকে, ব্রুড স্টক ম্যানেজমেন্টে 4 জনকে, কার ব্রিডিং এ 12 জনকে, এগ্রি হটিতে আমরা করেছিলাম 27 জনকে, টোটাল 292 আমরা বেনিফিশিয়ারিকে আমরা ডেমনস্ট্রেশন করেছিলাম। মেবি খুব স্মল কিন্তু প্রচুর পরিমাণে নিয়ে আমরা বারবার করেছিলাম। এবং উপরে দেখুন, ওটা দেখা যাচ্ছে ওদের ডিম, ওদের নিচে মানে বিভিন্ন ধরনের ক্যাবেজ দেখা যাচ্ছে, এইসব মানে করা যাচ্ছে। এবং এইটা হওয়ার পরে সোশ্যাল ইম্প্যাক্ট যেটা হলো, দেখুন ওইখানে এটা আমরা দেখলাম যে ওরা যখন দেখছে আমাদের গ্রামে আমাদের ভালো ইনকাম হচ্ছে, এবং ফ্যামিলি টুগেদার, এবং ওদের হাজবেন্ডকে ফিরে আসার পরে বললো দেখো আমার তো বাড়িতেই প্রচুর কাজ, তুমি আর যাচ্ছ কেন? ফলে বহু হাজবেন্ড শীতের ওরা পুজোয় আসার পরে আর ওরা মানে গেল না, বললো না এইখানে আমরা কাজ করব। এবং নদীতে মিন ধরার চাইতে যদি আমি ব্যাকইয়ার্ডে একটু হাঁস মুরগি পালন করে প্রত্যেক সপ্তাহে যদি আমি টাকা পাই, তাহলে নদীতে মিন মানে ধরবো কেন? এইভাবে কিন্তু প্রচুর পরিমাণে মাইগ্রেশন টু আদারটাকে স্টপ করা গেল, যেটা আমাদের খুব এইটা হলো, এবং লাইভ লসেসটাও কমে গেল, এবং ফ্যামিলি টুগেদার নিশ্চয়ই বাড়লো, ওমেনটা বাড়লো, এবং নিউট্রিশনাল সিকিউরিটি, ফিশ, এগ, আমরা বলেছিলাম যে মেয়েদেরকে একটা করে ডিম খেতে দিতে হবে, কেন ওমেনরা সবচেয়ে ডিপ্রাইভ হয় গ্রামে। আমাদের বলে তোমাদের সমস্ত দেবো, সেই মেয়ের নামে দেবো, কিন্তু একটা করে ডিম যেন বাড়ির মেন যেন মেয়েরা খায়। যাই হোক, সে কতটা শুনেছে কি আছে সবাই শুনেও নি, মেয়েরা বলছে না আমার শ্বশুরকে না খেয়ে আমি খাবো, এনিওয়ে সেটা তো মেয়েদের ব্যাপার। কিন্তু ব্রোকলি, লেটুস, চাইনিজ এইসব হলো, এবং ইকোনমিক ইম্প্যাক্ট হলো, এদের রিডিউসড হলো স্টকিং ডেন্সিটিতে, ওদের 34% ওদের খরচা কমে গেল, এক গাদা না দিয়ে কম ওরা করতে, এবং প্রচুর প্রিভেন্টেড লস হলো, এবং ইন্ট্রোডাকশন খাকি ক্যাম্বেল বনরাজা মুরগিতে প্রফিট হলো। এবং এই জিনিসটা এত সাকসেসফুল হয়েছিল প্রজেক্ট, বিভিন্ন পলিসি মেকাররা দেখতে এসেছিল, এবং শুধু তাই নয়, আইসিআর এর থেকে টোটাল সারা ভারত থেকে 32 ইনস্টিটিউটের ডাইরেক্টররা এসেছিল প্রজেক্টটা দেখতে, এবং সমস্ত আইসিআর এর গভর্নিং বডি এসে মানে দেখেছিল। এবং সামহাউ এইটাতে প্রাইম মিনিস্টার নিজে বলেছিল, একটা ভিডিও একটা ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট চ্যানেলকে দিয়ে প্রাইম মিনিস্টার ভিডিও করেছিল, ভিডিও করে নিজে মানে দেখেছিলেন। তারপরে সাডেনলি আই গট অ্যাওয়ার্ড, মানে ওটা পেয়েছি। যাই হোক, সেইটাই আমি বলছি। আমি কি না, এদেরকে যেমন বলেছি ট্রেনিং, ওদের সঙ্গে সঙ্গে বাংলা একটা করে কিন্তু ছোট্ট ওদের মানে মানে এও দিয়ে দিয়েছি, লিপলেটও দিয়ে দিয়েছি, যেগুলো বলেছি মাথা থেকে তো মানে থাকে না, ভুলে যায়, ফলে ওদের লিপলেটও দিয়েছি, এও করেছি এবং সবকিছু করেছি। এবং করার পরে আমি জাস্ট ভিডিওটা চালিয়ে দিচ্ছি। এই ভিডিওটা জাস্ট 3 মিনিট 4 মিনিট, আশা করি টাইম বেশি নেইনি আমি।
না চলবে স্যার, হ্যাঁ স্যার।
না চললে ছেড়ে দিন, সেটা ঠিক আছে, কারণ টাইম একদমই নেই সেটা।
We have shortage of time.
না আমি বুঝতে পারছি, আমি
पश्चिम बंगाल का सुंदरवन डेल्टा, समुद्र का किनारा और सुंदर नजारों ने 102 द्वीपों के इस इलाके को सौंदर्य तो दिया, लेकिन साथ ही कई चुनौतियां भी दी है। नमक वाले इस पानी ने यहाँ के खाने के साथ खेती
হ্যাঁ বল। হ্যাঁ কিছুই না, ভেরি সিম্পল। কিছু কিছু আইল্যান্ড নিতে হবে, যে যে জায়গা, যেমন এটাকে করার পরে কুমিরমারিতে এটাকে রেপ্লিকেট করেছে সুন্দর ওই জাস্ট ওয়াইল্ড লাইফ। এইখান থেকে নিয়ে আমরা গিয়ে ওখানে বেনিফিশিয়ারি সিলেক্ট করব, ওইখানে গিয়ে কিছু ব্রুডার দিয়ে একদম সেম জিনিসটা করে যাব।
बाड़ी और जीवन को भी काफी हद तक खरा बना।
ওটা করে দিন, শেষ হয়ে যাবে, জাস্ট 2-3 মিনিটের ভেতরে শেষ হয়ে যাবে। না না এগোতে হবে না,
না না পিছিয়ে করছি।
মানে এইটা তারপরে ডিফারেন্ট কেভি কি নিমপিট কেভি কে।
पश्चिम बंगाल का सुंदरवन डेल्टा, समुद्र का किनारा और सुंदर नजारों ने 102 द्वीपों के इस इलाके को सौंदर्य तो दिया, लेकिन साथ ही कई चुनौतियां भी दी है। नमक वाले इस पानी ने यहाँ के खाने के साथ खेतीबाड़ी और जीवन को भी काफी हद तक खरा बना दिया है। पैर बांधती गीली मिट्टी में घंटों रोजी रोटी के इंतजार में ये चहलकदमी दूर बैठे लोगों के लिए महज एक खेल हो, लेकिन इनके लिए जान पर खेलने जैसा है। पानी में मगरमच्छ तो बाहर रॉयल बंगाल टाइगर की नजर कभी भी इन पर झपक पड़ती है। उधर शहद और केकड़े की तलाश में जो पुरुष जंगल में जाते हैं, उनमें से कई वापस लौटकर ही नहीं आ पाते। और इन्हीं जटिलताओं ने इस इलाके को बायोटेक्नोलॉजी की प्रयोगशाला बना दिया। अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के लोगों के पास उपलब्ध संसाधनों की मदद से ही डीबीटी ने इन्हें आज नई धारा दी है। मछली, मुर्गी और बत्तख पालन के साथ साथ किचन गार्डन अब इन लोगों की आजीविका का साधन बन गए हैं।
আমার নাম কল্পনা মৃধা। আমরা এই সুন্দরবনে আগে যে মাছ টাছগুলো আসতো, এ দিয়ে আমাদের ভালো একটা উপকৃত হতো না। এখন এই মাছ মুরগি সবজি করে আমাদের 2-3 গুণ পয়সা মানে উপকৃত হচ্ছে এর থেকে। আগে এরকম হতো না, আর এগুলো আমরা আগে পেতাম না।
पहले ट्राइबल से प्लांट और अब डीबीटी की फंडिंग से ICAR सिफा के मछली बीज उत्पादन ने आज बाली और चूनाखली के करीब 200 घरों की काया बदल दी है।
यहाँ पे हम लोग रोहू, कतला, मृगल मछली का ब्रीडिंग के लिए ये FRP कार फैचरी बिठा है, और ये जो है ये है ब्रीडिंग पूल। मछली का इंजेक्शन देने के बाद हम लोग मछली को यहाँ पे छोड़ देते हैं। तो छोड़ने के बाद 5 से 6 घंटे के बाद ये अंडा छोड़ देते हैं। तो ये 1 केजी का रोहू कतला मृगल मछली ऑलमोस्ट 60 to 70,000 और रोहू में कभी कभी 1 लाख से ऊपर ये अंडा देते हैं।
इस सुंदरबन में यहाँ पर कोई ब्रीडिंग हैचरी था ही नहीं। ICRC यहाँ पे फास्ट एक ब्रीडिंग हैचरी दिया, क्योंकि अच्छा क्वालिटी सीड अगर मिले तो मछली बड़ा होगा। वो मछली हर घर में मछली होगा तो न्यूट्रिशन आएगा एंड उन लोग मछली बेच के इनकम कर सकते। मछली के साथ इंटीग्रेटेड फिशरी का प्रोजेक्ट लिया, एक बाली आइलैंड और एक चूनाखाली आइलैंड। यहाँ पर जो है आदमी पूरा SC है एंड कुछ ट्राइबल भी है। इन लोग का रहने का खाने का कुछ भी है नहीं। जंगल में उन लोग चलते हैं, जो टाइगर का अटैक होता है वहाँ से हनी क्रैब लेते हैं। इसमें इन लोग का लाइफस्टाइल काफी चेंज हुआ।
अब यहाँ हर घर के आंगन में बने तालाब में मछलियाँ तैरती हैं और किचन गार्डन में हरियाली और पोषण पनपता है, जो इनके घर के साथ साथ शरीर के कुपोषण को भी खत्म कर रहा है। जबकि बनराजा मुर्गियाँ इनकी आमदनी और मनोरंजन दोनों का जरिया है।
আমার নাম অনিমা সরদার, গ্রাম বিজয়নগর। আমি এই বনরাজ চাষ করেছি, এতে আমার দুগুণ লাভ রয়েছে। মাংস ও ডিম থেকে এই বনরাজ আমি করতে চাই ও দুটো ঘর বানিয়েছি।
तो बाली में हम दिखाई देगा जो बेनिफिशियरी है उनको पास मुर्गा दिया, उनके पास जो जमीन था ठीक से यूटिलाइज नहीं जा होता। तो अभी इसमें हम लोग ने लेटूस दिया, टमाटर दिया, ये सब चाइना कैबेज है, ये सब हाई वैल्यू हेल्दी फूड दिया। यहाँ पर बहुत टूरिस्ट आता है। दिस फार्मर, ये जो गरीब फार्मर लोग वहाँ पर मैंने बेच देता है, प्लस उनको अपना न्यूट्रिशन का भी एक ख्याल जाता। तो कुल मिला के तालाब, मुर्गा, हॉर्टिकल्चर गार्डन लेके हमारा प्रधानमंत्री की जो पूरा मैंने सपना है बाय 2022 डबलिंग ऑफ फार्मिंग का अभी अब यहाँ पर मैंने डबलिंग नहीं, ये जो डीबीटी फंडेड प्रोजेक्ट से तीनों कुल मिला के इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग प्लस क्वालिटी सीड मछली देख के 3 गुना से भी ज्यादा प्रॉफिट हो रहा है।
ये भारतीय कृषि अनुसंधान केंद्र परिषद के क्षेत्रीय मीठा पानी जीव पालन संस्थान की तकनीक का ही नतीजा है कि अब यहाँ का पलायन भी धीरे धीरे कम हो रहा है। पहले यहाँ रोजगार के लिए पुरुष घर छोड़ने को मजबूर थे तो महिलाएं और बच्चे उनके इंतजार को, लेकिन आज तस्वीर बदल रही है। डीबीटी ने न सिर्फ पुरुषों को स्वावलंबी बनाया है बल्कि महिलाओं को भी वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट से जोड़ा है। और जैव तकनीक का ये सामाजिक विकास सुंदरवन की सुंदरता को बढ़ाते हुए यहाँ के लोगों का वर्तमान और भविष्य दोनों संवार रहा है।
ना, thank you. Any question? No, we can do it. It can be done. Already people are doing. But a large scale, definitely fund will be needed, and the workforce. Actually, KBK is doing KBK is doing very good work. KBK Nimpit is doing KBK Nimpit 1000 এর উপরে লোককে কাজে করেছে।
Visited many of their places, so they are doing much work.
Actually, স্বাগত স্যার, অ্যাকচুয়ালি কি হয়েছিল ওইটার পরে ওই কটকের যে রাইস রিসার্চ, ওরা সল্ট টলারেন্ট ভ্যারাইটি রাইস দিয়েছিল। কেবিকে নিমপিট 1000 জন কোকোনাট দিয়েছিল, তারপরে ওদের ক্লাইম্বার দিয়েছিল। বিভিন্ন মানে ওইটার পরে বিভিন্ন ইনস্টিটিউট একটা কনভার্জেন্স করেছিল, করে ওই জায়গাগুলোকে ডেভেলপ করেছে। এবং কিন্তু প্রচুর আইল্যান্ড, কয়েকটা মাত্র 1-2 জায়গায় হয়েছে, বাকিগুলো জায়গায় সবকটা জায়গায় সম্ভাবনা আছে। ডেফিনেটলি একটা গুড প্রজেক্ট নিলে কাজ করা যায়।
ঠিক আছে, থ্যাংক ইউ ডক্টর চক্রবর্তী। So our next speaker is Dr. Praveen Kumar Gorain, Plant Protection, Ramakrishna Mission Ashram KBK, Nimpi, South 24 Paganas. His topic is climate resilient agriculture in Sundarban. So he is presently working as a plant protection scientist in Nimpit, and he has vast experience in biopesticide, biofertilizer, organic farming, beekeeping. Then he has a Atma sponsored project he has handled, and liquid biofertilizer, etc. he has generated. He is presently the PI of All India Coordinated Research Project on honeybee and pollinators, and involved in the alternative method promotion for wild honey hunters of Sundarban. So I just request, maybe one more request is that be brief.
Good evening, sir. I'll be brief. And as from yesterday, we're listening, already we have listed the various climatic factors of Sundarban region. But when we are talking about agriculture, let me prioritize some of these vulnerabilities that is most important for doing agriculture. As you all know, that agriculture is a outcome of several factors, the most important of which are the soil, water, and weather. And in Sundarban situation, if we see, this practice is not very old. That means agriculture is literally not very old. It's a very new type of livelihood opportunity. Just after the settlement, human settlement started in this area, the forests were cleared, which are actually prone to submergence daily. So there came the embankment system, which actually protects the agricultural land from the saline water outside the villages. So the source of water for agriculture here, there are plenty of salt saline water, both in the river and also in the underground situation. But as agriculture requires fresh water, so rainwater is the main source of irrigation for this locality. And regarding climate factors, already we have discussed, it's a very complex, diverse, and risk-prone. But if we talk about agriculture, we can see the unique topography and inherently poor subsurface and surface drainage is hindering the agriculturists most. The dike system is very prone to breaching on and often. Adding to this is the storm surge, which together on and often inundates the fields, making it saline and rendering agriculture uncultivable for 3 to 4 years. Then again, due to the nature of the soil particles and the deflocculated condition, the subsurface drainage is also very poor. So the infiltration rate is poor, and if there is a intensive rainfall within a short period of time, the crops remain submerged for even up to 14 to 15 days. And though these shallow aquifers are tapped for irrigation, it is not very sustainable, because after every 3 or 4 years, these shallow tube wells fail and the entire shallow aquifer becomes saline. And there is a very dangerous tendency in this area now, because the drinking water supplying bore wells, that is poured up to 1,000 and 1,200 feet, even that water is being used for irrigation during the boro rice cultivation present condition. So that is very alarming. The major crops traditionally being grown here, due to all these topographical and drainage congestion, are like this. If we see the total landmass here, can be classified into 3 major types. The lowland, where there will be around 3 feet of submergence after in rainy season. Then the medium land situation, from 6 inch to 1 feet height water stagnation, and the highland. And the major cropping pattern here, or cropping sequence here, is the paddy, green gram, fallow, or paddy, lathyrus, fallow. Only in certain pockets where highland exists, and if the farmer is having some irrigation source like pond or canal water, then he goes for high yielding paddy along with vegetable, and then the next season also vegetable. But predominantly the summer season remains fallow in most of the area. And if you see the farm income, net farm income, it hardly exceeds from 20,000 to 80,000 rupees based on the land situation and irrigation source. And as the climatic vagaries are also increasing, whatever crops people are growing, on and often it also gets lost due to certain climatic factors like intensive rainfall within a short period of time, rendering stagnation of water, which also hinders the timely sowing and transplanting of the major crops. At the same point of time, it can also affect the crop as a whole if there is a certain rainfall during the harvesting time. The fish in the pond escapes on and often. So there is a overall loss of from agriculture due to intensive rainfall. And also at the same point of time, there is a growing intensity of dry spells. That is, more than 10 to 15 days, there won't be any rainfall, which affects the transplantation, then the spikelet sterility, and also it invites certain kinds of sucking pests. And the winter and summer is also remains uncultivable due to lack of freshwater source and gradual development of salinity in the top layer of soil. So overall, if we see, the monsoon season starts from July, but the monsoon crop extends even up to the month of November and December. And due to the increasing tendency of rainfall during the month of October, the soil tilth is not proper so that a winter crop can be taken in the right point of time. So in the month of November and December, the land doesn't become suitable for the winter season crop. So the winter season is very limited. And due to this non-remunerative nature of farming, most of the migrations takes place to sustain their family. So here we are going to present certain activities we have taken under the project of National Innovations in Climate Resilient Agriculture, sponsored by ICR CRIDA, where we have demonstrated certain climate resilient technologies which are tried and tested by our Ramakrishna Ashram Krishi Vigyan Kendra since its inception in 1979. This project was taken up in these villages of Kultoli block, Bongeri and Koikhali since 2012. And we had taken three-pronged approach. First of all, lowering the impact of saline water ingress during the cyclone by protecting the mangrove barrier around the village, then lowering the impact of submergence and dry spell during monsoon and water scarcity during the post-monsoon season by several land engineering and crop choices. And also we improved upon the preparedness of the community to be prepared for any adverse situation they faces. So the first activity was the community-based activities, where different actions like seed bank, community nursery, weather-based agro-advisory, custom hiring centers were concentrated upon. The very first village climate risk management committee was formed with the progressive farmers who were empowered to take decision in certain climate risk situations. You can see the situation changed from 2011 to 2015. The village was actually bare. The bank of Matla, you can see here, there was a very thin population of mangroves, due to which in 2009, after Ayla, the bank was breached and the entire village remained under saline water for 20 days. So after the community-based mangrove plantation activities, it has again regained its thickness. And in 2020, when Amphan hit the village, the embankment was intact. The next thing we did is the renovation of the drainage canals running across the village. So after Aila, actually, due to the malfunctioning of the sluice gate, the saline water along with the saline sludge entered and silted up the entire canal, which later was renovated, rejuvenated with the active participation of the people, and it now stores enough water, fresh water, to help cultivate around 200 hectares. The most promising and important technology we have demonstrated here, not only in these villages, but also in both the districts. Around 6,000 units of this technology has been demonstrated over the last 20 years, which is known as land saving and rainwater harvesting. Actually, in 1982, Krishi Vigyan Kendra conceptualized this technology, which later on, with the help of several ICR institutes, it was again improved upon and demonstrated now in several farmers' field, and farmers have adopted this also. So in this technology, 1/5 of the low-lying area is dug up to the varying depth based on the nature of the soil in that area, and the soil is used to raise the remaining land up to 1 to 1.5 feet high, and some part of the soil is used to again strengthen the field bond and the bond around the pond, so that it can be raised to cultivate during the submerged condition also. We can see the model here. It's a 0.2 hectare area plot, which is developed in this way. And we can see the activity around the year. So from the May, June, after receiving the first or second nor'wester rain, with the help of that water collected in the pond, the farmers can start cultivation of some viney crops like bitter gourd. So by July and August, with the help of assured water in the pond, he starts cultivating paddy. And once the paddy reaches its tillering stage, by that time the bitter gourd crop is over, and he starts growing other crops like okra or cowpea in the same area of bunds. And in that way, this crop is ready to harvest, means the rice, as now the length, height of the land is elevated. Now it is very easy to manage the water level. We can easily drain it and again irrigate it. So the farmers are able to take hybrid rice, which are 4 to 4.5 months duration, whereas the traditional varieties were 5 to 5.5 months duration. So the paddy crop becomes harvestable in the month of October itself. So now, from October to November and December, this winter season, the farmer can take up another crop. Even some people are able to take up potato in this situation also. And with the help of the pond water, not only fishery, they are sustaining their winter and summer crops also with critical irrigation. So now what we can see, you can see the condition of the traditional plot at the time of harvesting in the month of December, how much water is there. So it is not suitable for another crop. And at the same point of time, in month of October, the landscaping plot is ready for cultivation of another crop. And we know that BPH is endemic in this area. So in low-lying areas in paddy, every 3 or 4 years, it causes havoc. But in landscaping plot, due to the facility of alternating wading and drainage system, the infestation of BPH is also very less. It was very profoundly noticed during 2014 when there was a havoc infestation of BPH in other plots, whereas in landscaping plots, it was very minimal. And this continuous crop cover throughout the year also helps to reduce the salinity of the land. So these are the important outcomes of implementing the landscaping. You can see how the land has been developed. And when we compare the data of a normal year with a cyclone year or a year with heavy intensive rainfall and dry spell, we can see how the landscaping plot yield or net income from the landscaping plot is not that much deteriorating. At the same point of time, from the normal year as well as in the stress year, the landscaping ensured around 10 times of income than the traditional plot. And it is not only because of the number of crops that the farmer is able to take up in his field. You can see in case of normal field where they are able to take only 2 crops hardly with the 120 to 130 cropping intensity, the cropping intensity increase up to 300% in a landscaping plot. It also ensures around the year engagement of all the family laborers as well as laborers from the outside. As you can see that it creates around 1700 man days per hectare per year. So it also gives a social security because the male members of the family doesn't need to go for seasonal work outside the village. So these are some variations of the same landscaping. Like if the field is very less, means smaller in size, like 1 bigha or less, then there is no scope of digging a pond for economic capacity. So they can still dig some trenches around their embankment, and they can strengthen their embankment up to 3 feet height. And this embankment, the vegetables grown in these embankments help to stand the submergence in the main field. This is another technology, broadbed cum trench. Even if the plot of the land is even lower than the 1 bigha, then this technology can be very effectively used, where deep trenches, 3 feet deep trenches are parallelly dug at 4 to 6 feet apart. The high land ridges thus formed are used for vegetable cultivation. At the same point of time, the water stored in the trenches are useful for fishery, taking off fishery for around 4 to 6 months. And the same water can be used for critical irrigation during the dry spells. And we can see the intensity cropping means the income from this such land. You can see here, it is also around 10 times due to so many crops he is able to grow. You can see throughout the year, he is able to grow one after another crop in this patch of land. So the next interventions was taken by crop management, where choice of crop, choice of variety, agronomic management, and different alternative crops were taken up to address different types of vulnerabilities. Like in case of submerged conditions, submergence tolerant rice varieties were demonstrated, like Swarna Sawan, Seer 1009 Sawan, Barsadhan, Ranjit Sawan. At the same point of time, salt tolerant rice varieties like Amal Mona, Jarava, Gosaba 5, Luna Suvarna, these were also tested, which also performed better than the traditional ones when the trace condition arrived. Like in case of 2019 and 2017, we can see the submergence tolerant varieties actually performed better. And also in salt affected soils, the saline tolerant varieties, where the yield reduction was little less than the contemporary varieties, traditional varieties. So green gram is the second most important crop in South 24 Parganas. Even the traditional varieties, actually, they take around 85 to 90 days. And in the month of March, April, there is always a chance of the nor'wester, which actually affects the crop. In the year 2020-21, there was a lot of rain in these summer months affecting this crop. So we came up with a very short duration variety called Virat. It's a 60 to 65 days variety, which actually helps to escape such kind of vulnerabilities. Then in case of rice fallow, where most of the lands remains fallow after rice cultivation, cotton was introduced by our KVK in 1990s. And this is the only place in the entire eastern zone, because when we also studied in graduation areas of cotton cultivation, we also knew that cotton means only the central or southern or western parts of the country. But when after joining the KVK, we could see that cotton is being cultivated here, and the productivity is also very good. And here cotton is cultivated in the Rabi summer season, not in the Kharif season. So the major problem, biotic stress, that is the bollworm complex, is being excluded here, because in that the time of infestation of this pest is actually in the Kharif season, but in Rabi summer, the crop actually avoids this pest. So the productivity is high, and there is always a government scheme, some sorts of schemes there, through which there is a lot of subsidy in seeds and pesticides and fertilizers. So earlier it was under NFSM cotton, now under Krishi Unnati Yojana cotton crops. Actually, there is a scheme through which our KVK is implementing cotton in more than 600 hectares. And you can see the income from cotton is also much more than rice or vegetables. And most importantly, the entire produce is purchased by Cotton Corporation Limited, with whom we have a PPP, means agreement, private partnership. And so the entire cotton is purchased by CCI, and the payment is made on the spot. So the entire means marketing is not a headache for the farmer. And at the same time, as cotton is a deep-rooted crop, and so it can withstand the moisture stress better, and it is also somewhat tolerant to salinity than the other crops. Like green gram is very much sensitive to soil salinity, but cotton is somewhat tolerant. So with 1 or 2 irrigation, cotton can be grown, and it also adds lots of biomass to the soil after the leaves shed, and even the root mass that remains in the soil. And also the cotton sticks, it helps the farmers to be used as fuel wood, so they don't depend upon the other forest woods for their cooking. So cotton is an important alternative crop here. Then certain agronomic practices, management practices we implemented, like these are some of the examples I'll quickly go through, like floating seed weight and staggered seed weight, that was planned to escape or avoid the early season, means submergence. Then green manuring to again rejuvenate the soil with this improved percolation capacity and soil organic matter improvement.
Actually, we have shortage of time.
Okay.
So please briefly you explain whole thing.
After water was made available, so judicious of use of water was most important. So implementation of sprinkler and drip irrigation. Then, as we know that beetle vine is an important crop here, so implementation of GI structure made borages and this green shade net borage. This was also invented by our KVK. This was also been implemented in to around 600 beetle vine farmers in Pathapatiman Sagar. Customer hearing center has also been added, which can reduce the time of farm mechanized farm, different types of farming activities. Then various alternatives like beekeeping, backyard poultry, goatery, Asian catfish hatchery, already sir has told. So in Asian catfish hatchery, actually our KVK is also pioneer. Mushroom, ornamental fish, ornamental bird. These were also being demonstrated in the villages. As we all know that honey hunting is an important, still a very dominant practice by the Moles. So transforming them into scientific honey beekeeping and formation of FPOs resulted in rehabilitation of around 200 honey hunters who were otherwise facing the man-animal conflict. So that is also an important alternative here. So we have a package of practices we have now formed, like for different kind of situation, like rain-fed lowland, be it rain-fed medium land, or irrigated lowland, irrigated medium land. So based on the predominant climate and resource constraints, we have a climate resilient technology packages, which is based on the natural resource management or crop livestock fishery management. So after implementation of all these activities, what we can say that in every kind of situation, we have a scope, potentiality to improve the farm income from 150% to 300%. So I'm not going into these details. So this is one example of the farmers following these activities, climate resilient practices, what we are calling as NICRA farmers and non-NICRA farmers. So this is a matrix showing different crops and their growing season, which is coinciding with the climate vulnerabilities, variabilities, and different like deficit or submergence, delayed land preparation. And in every cases, we can see there, actually, the NICRA farmers were better prepared and they are better adapted to such climate vulnerabilities. So as an outcome of the climate resilient farming model, we can advocate that. So we have to first improve the drainage system. Then we have to improve the assured irrigation and the farm diversification. So these things are most important to improve the farming practices in Sundarban situation. So regarding upscaling, with the help of the state agriculture department and central government through different project schemes like NWDPRA, BGREI, IWMP, Atma, RKVI, we could mobilize around 25 crores over the last 20 years, where we implemented around 6,000 units of land shaping and such technologies in 2 districts of South 24 Parganas and North 24 Parganas. It is more than 2,000 hectare, you can say. See, this land shaping is a little bit cost intensive. Means at present price, it actually you have to spend around 60 to 80,000 for a 0.26 hectare area. So for if we are having any kind of government scheme, then it is easy. But even then, you can see if we go from this in the Kultali area, so lots of farmers, you can see they have modified the model according to their capacity and they have adopted these practices. In Kultali block, if you go, you can very clearly, you can see from other areas. So a lot of people have adopted it.
So there is a lot of discussion in the early time. So what I can do is that I will discuss with you bilaterally.
Okay. Okay.
Either today evening or tomorrow morning.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe early in the morning.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Gone. We know that the NIMPIT or KBK has done wonderful work.
Yeah, I've said.
Wonderful work. Also has been awarded by the Best Center, by the ICF. So I am aware, and most of the activities I know. And regarding the cotton, just I have one query, because they have started cotton cultivation maybe 20 years or 25 years back, but still it is not so popular. Okay, we will discuss. Okay. You give the answer to Dr. Chakraborty. Dr. Chakraborty, okay.
So there are 3 times increase in the study, 4 times increase.
I don't think. Maybe it is, yeah, maybe, but it is not on a broad based. If you carry out in a small area, it can be shown. But what happens to extensive area? They are not doing that. So next we have Dr. Taposh Kumar Ghoshal, head ICR Central Institute of Fishery Education, Kolkata Center. Dr. Ghoshal is a principal scientist and head ICR Central Institute. They develop feed for commercial important brackish fish species. He worked for livelihood improvement of Sundarban farmers through adoption and sustainable brackish aquaculture. So in recognition of his work for fish and shrimp feed development, Dr. Ghoshal received Nanji Deshmukh ICR Award for outstanding interdisciplinary team research in agriculture and allied science. So my request to Dr. Ghoshal, I've seen you earlier also, maybe in the canning or whatever maybe. So please be brief, only give the salient findings.
Okay, sir. Okay, anyway, respected dignitaries and all our participants. So actually I had the privilege to work in Kakdeep, Siba, from 1999 to 2023. So I know Sundarban very well. So only now I am working as a head of ICR Center of Fishery Education, who takes this is a deemed university under ICR, headquarter Mumbai, and we are looking after the higher education in fisheries, master's program and PhD in fisheries science under ICR umbrella, this deemed university. Okay, so I will just take things. Okay, my topic was river estuarine and marine fisheries, challenges and opportunities. But anyway, I got the invitation very late. So I was not knowing exactly that is a totally on the Sundarbans perspectives. So my slide might have been a little bit modified, but I was unfortunately I was not knowing. And then okay, so just let me see a little bit that okay, now we know the fisheries and aquaculture. This is the we are telling every time sunrise sector more growth than any other sector. If you see agriculture growth rate, we have done everything, but now growth rate is around 3%, 3 to 4%. Even our dairy sector, poultry sector doing very well. Now also it is 6%, but aquaculture sector over last 2-3 decades, it is growing almost in 2 digits, near 10% growth rate. So if you see now, aquaculture sector and fisheries sector is giving a livelihood to 25 million peoples of India, directly or indirectly. Then we are producing 17.55 million metric ton of fish. India means 175 lakh ton of fish we are producing, and which was before 50 years it was only 10 lakh tons. So 10 to 175, and in India we are the second largest fish producer in the world after China. Though there is a huge gap with China, so we are the second largest in world. And you know, I will not go details. In Sundarban, if you see Sundarban's perspectives, just I will go. This is the fish production data. I will not go all details. Okay. Now I will see just Sundarbans. If you see that our coastal area in West Bengal, that is about that much area. We have very good highest. If you see all the states, we are having the highest coastal area in West Bengal. And out of that coastal area, only the 3 coastal states. One is Purba Midnapur, having very less area, and most of the area in our South 24 Parganas and North 24 Parganas. But if you see the in India total perspective, India also, as I told, the China and India far gaps, though we are second, but we are with poor marks, we are second. Same way, if you compare with Andhra Pradesh, in fisheries, every time we talk about Andhra Pradesh, fast, and West Bengal second, there are also a big gap. So we are not able to take the potentials of fisheries and aquaculture in the Sundarbans till date. But as I was working in brackish water aquaculture, so we had to work on so many pieces, you know. They're all very good species like Sibas, Vetki, then Mallet, then our Scat, Pyratali. Yeah? These are all very good species. And having very good market price, you know, as compared to our freshwater species like Rohu, Katla, Mrigal, they are having very good market price. But till now, we are not able to utilize it, these potentials for the Sundarbans. This is one thing. And second thing, you know, our most prized species, you know, shrimp. Earlier it was tiger shrimp, Bagda. Now from tiger shrimp, as it was affected disease, so much problems, farmers were suffering. Now we have introduced one exotic shrimp, that is the third one, that is called Vanami. Now, if whatever shrimp we are getting in the market, even every time we are speaking now, shrimp is the 300 to 400 rupees kilo. So it is told that chapra chingri, but this is not chapra chingri. Chapra is, this was chapra, our indigenous shrimp. Pineas indicus, scientific name is, this is Pineas moradon, our own native shrimp, Bagda. This is the chapra in Pineas moradon, and this is the exotic. So under SIBA, we have introduced this shrimp in 2009 in India. It has come from Mexico. This is called Pacific white shrimp. Whatever shrimp you are getting in the market, আপনারা যে চিংড়িটা বাজারে খাচ্ছেন এখন 300 টাকা 400 টাকা কিলো, সব কিন্তু cultured shrimp, and these are being cultured in the coastal area, including our Sundarbans. And this has changed the scenario of whole brackish water aquaculture scenario of the country. And now India is one of the top exporter of this shrimp. We are getting near about 65,000 crores rupees foreign earning. And over the last 10 years, from 1 lakh ton, now we are producing about 10 lakh tons, 1 million tons of shrimp. And this has changed the country's scenario of aquaculture scenario, including the export earnings. So till now, but in Sundarban, till now, we are not able to fully tap the potentials because of our farmers' poor financing capacity. You know, aquaculture compared to our agriculture, per bigha agriculture cost is 5,000 rupees, but per bigha aquaculture cost is 50,000 rupees, which is the main problem of Sundarban farmers because they don't have that much capitals. And almost our own problem of West Bengal, small land, not like Andhra Pradesh, they are having a big land holdings. They can do mechanization. Even in their shrimp farm, they are doing mechanization. All that automatic feeder, automatic these things, everything automatic. But in West Bengal also people are doing. In Sundarban also shrimp farming is practiced. But there that type of mechanization they could not do. So these are things. And second, another one important species, you know, that crab. You know, we are having a very varied species. One mangrove crab, red, what we call that brown crab. And it is very good. It is very lucrative in these things, some of the countries like China, Vietnam, and we are exporting this crab in live condition. Other things like shrimp, now this is being processed in Calcutta. All other part like Orissa, Calcutta, Chowgiri area, there are near about 60 processing plants. So whatever the farmers are producing, it is coming in cold chain, and then that is being processed in that processing plant, and then it is sent to other countries, exported. Same way, crab goes in live condition. Crab goes in live condition, and we are having a very excellent species. This is a very excellent species, Scylla olivacea, that crab. And now crab culture also, they are very good. It is near about 700 rupees per kilo it catches. But till now, we are not able to take fully these things, advantage of this, all the species, pride species, which is available in Sundarban. Okay. So, you know, this is the sea bass, you know, very lucrative. Then, you know, milk fish, it has been introduced by Shiva in these things. Then mullet, and then shrimp culture practices like our wide leg shrimp, what I am telling. Farmers are doing, but we have enough scope to do it scientifically. But only thing is that what I told, that they need some financial assistance from different schemes. Of course, some are there, but that is not that much sufficient to improve their livelihood. So what I want to mean to say that fisheries and aquaculture is a very good option in Sundarban because all are having some ponds. Every household ponds, like our Dr. Robi told, that one is freshwater pond in their homestead pond, freshwater small pond, and at the same time in coastal area like river side or seaside, they have some estuarine area where brackish water, saline water they are getting, which is not useful for cultivation. They can do these things. Okay, so that is the thing. So then again, some of the things, new things has come up, like our box culture of crab, all the things. Some technology is coming up, but till now it is in infant stage. It is not going. So these are things. So many challenges and opportunities there. So I'll not linger. And then marine fisheries, of course. Marine fisheries, till now it is we could not exploit these things like cage culture, like our Western country. So again, same thing that needs some financial investment, putting cage, all the things. But there is enough water resources are there, and there is a good scope for that livelihood improvement to mitigate their climate, whatever this is. First thing is that in Sundarban, we have to create employment. Otherwise, definitely they will migrate. No other options. We have to show that each farm family that this is your income. And we have seen that from aquaculture, one small ponds, they can earn at least 50,000 rupees per year. That means 4,000, 5,000 rupees per year. What a person is getting when he migrates to other states, not Kerala, but other states. And they go to cold storage, Bardhaman, all the districts, then in 4-5 months. 4-5 months, they go to even Andhra Pradesh, Kerala. So only we have to prove that, okay, each household, these are your assets, and if that assets can be utilized successfully in a good models, at least they have to earn some good amount of livelihoods, then only that all that whatever we are telling, climate strategies, mitigation, these things, it will work. Otherwise, same problems of Sundarban, migrating peoples from Sundarban to other states, it will be continuing. So my suggestion is that there should be so much good these things policies by state governments and central governments to empower the farmers of Sundarban. Okay, this thank you all. I will
Why
not.
your institute is not taking initiative?
No, definitely we are. No, yeah, my institutes are present institutes.
On a large
because,
scale.
because we are
There are a lot of fishery
no,
institutes.
our things are we cannot because
Education
ICR, if you will still, this is not our job. We are the technology develop. We have developed technology. Like we bought specific white shrimp. When our tiger shrimp is not working, indigenous, we have brought shrimp. Technology successful. In India, other parts it has been taken. But that is the job of the nation, the need of the policy makers to adopt policy. Because as a ICR, we are not the policy makers. We are only things that we are developing technology. We are developing the technology. But technology upskilling, everything has to be done by the line departments.
We know that fishery is very advantageous as compared to the agriculture.
Yeah. But till now, sir, now, because I could not come. Because now, just for example, just now I am coming. I told you, I will be in Farmers Pond. So I was there in Ganga Jowara, that side. That side, the way aquaculture developed. Sonarpur, this area, just the way aquaculture developed, same thing can be replicated in Sundarban. Same thing. But due to the financial problems of the peoples, they don't have money. That is the total main hindrance that money flow to the farmers.
Okay, thank
you.
Okay.
Yeah. 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 Only thing is that now what is happening over the last 10-15 years, suppose now one farmer is stocking good valuable shrimp in his pond. Now suddenly cyclone comes. Now what is the mitigation strategy? They don't have anything, na. So that is one of the main aspects why people are not in fear to put their money in the water body. That is the things. Yeah, but that all are having that cyclone prone now due to climatic hazards nowadays. Na people are fearing because they are putting some crops and then one fine morning some tide will come, high tide will come, or some cyclone will come because they cannot protect their crop. Na, so that is one of the major problems.
Okay, we can discuss afterwards also.
Okay.
So thank you for the nice presentation. So we have the Angshuman Das now, food and agricultural activities, trained as a physicist and software professional, shifted to after that. Then he worked with the co-workers, researchers, influenced about 1 lakh farmers, has a long experience of working in Sundarban and has more than 30 publications in his credit.
Okay, so
Doctor,
I will be very brief. I will be very brief to tell me because it's not nice to speak in front of.
I have heard your
students
earlier also.
Yeah, we are sitting from the morning, and I really appreciate the organizers if they can think these in a different way. I mean, yeah. So I will try to wrap it up very quickly in 5 minutes. So I am expecting that people are not, giving more attention to the WhatsApp rather than attention to me. So let's see. So my paper is more of a conceptual paper. So I'll go very quickly. See, one very important thing that I wanted to mention is we often, when we say traditional knowledge, we often either say that this traditional knowledge is something which is nothing to discuss about, or sometimes we are going gaga for that. Oh, traditional knowledge, you should do something, our old traditional also. There are two different kinds of things, but I'm also trying to understand it in a different way. So I'll give some examples, but my last 2 slides are very important. So one is, I don't know how many of you have heard all this name of this, these weeds, which are also used as food. So there is something called kulekhara, you know, I know. Kulekhara, thankuni. There is something called, so there are many others, kalkeshute, giriya, bothua, gumuk, chikni. So there are many other those kinds of leafy vegetables that we used to use. তো এইগুলোকে এখন যদি আমরা এখন I don't believe that there is something called weed. So weed is there is nothing called weed. So a plant is there because of certain reason. So it is weed. We are considering it weeds because we are not using it. There can be several other use of it. So, and in our tradition, in our traditional knowledge, those are being considered. So like these are often, can be thought as a safer option because it's basically weed and you don't have pesticide and fertilizer application there. এটা একটা গ্যাপ পিরিয়ডকে অ্যাড্রেস করে। আমরা অনেক সময় দেখি যে সময়টা কাল্টিভেশন নেই সেই সময়টা কিন্তু এই ধরনের শাকগুলো আমাদের নিউট্রিশনে হেল্প করে। দিস আর অ্যাডাপ্টেড টু লোকাল কন্ডিশন। সো এগুলো মেডিসিনাল প্রপার্টি আছে। আর এগুলো there are also various customs and rituals to protect these kinds of crops. আপনারা 14 শাকের কথা জানেন। There are various other customs to support this. স্যালাইন টলারেন্ট প্যাডি আছে, অনেকগুলো প্যাডি আছে, প্রায় 14-15 রকমের ধান এরকম আছে। মানে আমি সংগ্রহ করেছি প্রায় 14-15 রকম, এরকম আরো অনেক আছে হয়তো। সেগুলো ডেফিনেটলি লো প্রোডাক্টিভিটি, সেগুলো কিন্তু অনেকগুলো জিনিস দেখতে হবে যে when you have an adverse condition, when your high yielding variety of rice are basically not giving any result, even if it's low productivity, it will give you some result. So can we learn from that? These are adapted to local condition. This performs better in adverse condition. This requires less agrochemicals. There are also, it's not that all are good. So they are also taller. So that has, then it also has a potential to lodge. So there are also various others. So there are plus and minus both things, but we cannot really ignore them. So there are land shaping. Okay. So very interesting. So I want to little bit differ with the previous speakers. Land shaping in Sundarban is a very old tradition, very, very old tradition. What we did, we tried to kind of fine tune it. So because Sundarban people they are used to all these kind of vagaries, this kind of situation for long. So they must have, done something. So you can see these are like new things that we have done in various locations. So land shaping can be various, like it can be around the rice field, it can be a pond, it can be this is high ridge deep furrow, HRDF model. This is also being quite popular in Thailand as well. So these are not very new, and these are not a very new invention. These are very much traditional, and only thing is we have really refined it. So the use of dike in Sundarban, you will go even without intervention of anybody. আলকে যেভাবে সুন্দরবনের লোকেরা ইউজ করে সেটা অনবদ্য। এবং সেখানে শুধুমাত্র মানে গাছ নয়, সেখানে কিন্তু মানে শুধু ফসল নয়, সেখানে কিন্তু গাছও ইউজ করা হয় ডাইকে নানাভাবে। তো there are various ways, and all this has been transformed into various ways of fine tuning. So I myself has coordinated one all India coordinated project on integrated farming. It was named BioFarm, and it was in 2004 to 2007. So that was the first Department of Science and Technology supported program in integrated farming. After that, this IFSR came, IFSR. So, and we tried to learn from all these traditional knowledge and try to develop a framework how different integrated farmings can be adopted. So these, we also tried to calculate the amount of biomass that is flowing from one to another. So all this can be done if we can really accept the ideas of integrated farm. So there are also various other things. Like সুন্দরবনে আমি প্রথম অনেকদিন আগে ফার্মাররা আমাকে বলে ক্লাউড কভার ডেজ যে বেড়ে যাচ্ছে তার কি ইমপ্লিকেশন। ক্লাউড কভার ডেজ বাড়ার জন্য পেস্ট অ্যাটাক বাড়ছে, এটা আমি প্রথম ফার্মারদের কাছ থেকে শুনি। আমি এটাও প্রথম শুনি যে ওই ফার্মাররা বলে যে অমুক সময় একটা অমুক হাওয়া দেয়, সেইটার জন্য এইসব নানা রকম কিন্তু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ডিং আছে যেগুলো আমরা উড়িয়েও দিতে পারি চাইলে, আবার কিন্তু সেখান থেকে শিখতেও পারি, সেগুলো একটা বড় ব্যাপার। মৌলেরা অনেক সময় অনেক জিনিস ইউজ করতো যে ওই এখন আর সেগুলো নেই, যে একটা পার্টিকুলার পার্ট অফ মৌচাক কাটতো, তারা পুরোটা কাটতো না। হারভেস্ট করা নানা রকম, ধরা যাক যারা যারা বাওয়ালি যাদের বলে, যারা যারা মানে কাঠ সংগ্রহ করে, তারা কখনো পুরো গাছটা কাটতো না, একটা ডাল রেখে দিত। এইগুলো কিন্তু নানা ধরনের প্র্যাকটিস কিন্তু রয়েছে। যারা গোলপাতা হারভেস্ট করে তাদের একটা সাইকেল ছিল, যে আমি যদি এখন এখানে হারভেস্ট করি, আমি আবার কতদিন পরে এখানে ফিরে এসে হারভেস্ট করবো। এই সাইকেলগুলো কিন্তু মানে নানা জায়গায় ছিল। নানা ধরনের নৌকোর তো একটা অসম্ভব ইন্টারেস্টিং গল্প আছে, নানা রকম গল্প আছে, যে মানে লোকে বলছেন যে এইটা তো 28 হাতের নৌকো, 28 হাতের নৌকো ইয়েতে চলতে পারে, টাকি অঞ্চলে চলতে পারে, কিন্তু ডিপ এতে চলবে না, ওখানে আড়াই ঢেউ নাকি নেওয়া যাবে না। আচ্ছা, আড়াই ঢেউ মানে কি? আই ট্রাই টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড। আচ্ছা, আড়াইখানা ঢেউ মানে কি? বলছে না, এই নৌকাটা দুটো ঢেউয়ের মাঝখানে যে ছোট ঢেউটা থাকে সেই দুটো মিলে হচ্ছে আড়াইটা ঢেউ। তো এই যে 28 হাত হলে আড়াইটা ঢেউ সহ্য করতে পারবে, তার বেশি কিন্তু পারবে না। কিন্তু তুমি আমাকে বলো, তুমি কোন নদীতে কাজ করবে, কি তোমার ব্যবহার, সেটাতে তুমি কি করবে? তুমি সেটা কি মানে কি ধরনের জাল তুমি টানবে? তুমি ট্রলার টানবে নাকি তুমি অন্য ধরনের জাল টানবে, মানে ট্রল করবে না কি করবে? তো এইরকম ভাবে কি, আর এই যে জ্ঞানগুলো, এগুলো কিন্তু খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং। এগুলো কিন্তু সমস্ত কিছু ওরাল, এবং ক্রমাগত কিন্তু লোকেরা চেঞ্জ করে 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 যাচ্ছে। একটা জীবিত, if something is living, the basic nature of that thing is it will adopt. So this traditional knowledge is not something which is very static. So এই যে নৌকার লোকেরা, তারা কিন্তু ক্রমাগত বদলে 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 যাচ্ছে, ক্রমাগত চেঞ্জ করছে। যে মেশিন, এখন আগে করাত দিয়ে কাটতো, এখন মেশিন দিয়ে কাটছে। আগে যে ধরনের কাঠ পাওয়া যেত সুন্দরবনে, এখন অনেকগুলো কাঠ কাটা বারণ হয়ে গেছে, সো তো কাঠ বদলে যাচ্ছে। তো অনেক ইন্টারেস্টিং চেঞ্জেস কিন্তু করতে করতে যাচ্ছে। ট্র্যাডিশনাল নলেজ ইজ নট সামথিং হুইচ ইজ 100 years old. This is also something happening now, and it is practiced by the people there, and they're adapting it quite well. So that science we need to learn. So like this, some of the, I was also hearing, some of them has went to Cox's Bazar and stayed there for quite some time and learned different kinds of boat there. তারা ফিরে এসে যে ধরনের নৌকাগুলো বানালো, they're completely different. যে 90s এর দিকে এসেছিল, লোকে ট্রলার বলতো, কিন্তু সেগুলো কিন্তু ট্রলার নয়, আসলে সেগুলো অন্য ধরনের নৌকা। কিন্তু যেহেতু অন্য ধরনের, লোকে বলতো ট্রলার। তো ট্রলার বলা হয় তাদের যাদের ওই জাল ট্রল করে, সেজন্য ট্রলার। তো এইখানে কিন্তু ট্রলার ছাড়া অন্য ধরনের জাল ইউজ, কিন্তু নৌকাগুলো যেহেতু অন্যরকম দেখতে, লোকে বলতো ট্রলার। এরকম নানা ধরনের ছিল। বেতনাই বলে একটা নৌকা ছিল, বেশ চওড়া, ফ্ল্যাট বেড। সেখানে লোকে গোলপাতা আর গরান কলকাতায় নিয়ে আসতো, কারণ কলকাতায় তখন ঘর ছাউনি হতো গোলপাতা দিয়ে অনেকদিন আগে। তো যেহেতু এইটা উঠে গেছে, গোলপাতা এখন প্রায় এন্ডেঞ্জার স্পিসিস, ফলে বেতনাই নৌকা আর পাওয়া যায় না। তো এই অনেকগুলো ইন্টারেস্টিং গল্প এগুলোর সঙ্গে জড়িয়ে আছে। কিন্তু আমি যেটাতে আসতে চাইছিলাম সেটা হচ্ছে যে, the question is, how do we look at traditional knowledge and traditional technology? So do we look at from a very top-down point of view? So often we focus more on technology. You all know that there's a difference between technology and science. So often we propose technology as solutions where there is no problem. We don't know the problem and we offer a technology. So this has often happened. So there are many things, often in our scientific community I have seen, science bole technology cholche,